but until then, there isn't anything concrete necessarily. So,
Does anybody know if he ever had his conversation with what's his name, Rory?
who?
You know, Roy. It's Rory time. That's his YouTube name. I think that's what it is. I have to go look now.
Oh, that guy. No. That guy actually has a degree. He would not. No.
Well, you know, true empiricism, he seems to dodge anyone who comes up with a biology degree. He only wants to talk to laymen.
Exactly. I mean, my friend Redline actually offered him like $100 to actually talk with an actual biologist. Like he was supposed to come to a hangout for like 1 hour to talk to an actual PhD, and he would get paid on the spot just for showing up. He actually rejected that offer. Then he increased it to $300, and he still didn't show up. That was just to prove a point. But with regard to the argument, it's not like it's anything different or new. It's just Palu's watchmaker analogy. That's it. It's not anything new or clever or anything like that.
Yeah, I spoke with him and I asked him how was he making his comparison, since he said there was a comparison, and he just says he recognizes design, and I asked him what is he comparing his design to.
Truth is merely intuition. But like just moving off him, I actually heard an interesting okay, you probably like this because personally I think it's hilarious. Okay, so you so Ken Ham talked about the possibility of aliens being in space, and basically he said if there are aliens in space, screw them because they're not gonna go to heaven, so let's just defund NASA.
Oh, he said, I don't. Oh, you talking about when he was talking to Bill Nye?
No, this was afterwards.
I think. Yeah, that was afterwards. Yeah.
Hmm.
Huh, I hadn't heard that one.
I believe he was at a presentation or something, but basically he was once again preaching to the choir, and he said, the question had gotten brought up, and he said, well, obviously they didn't hear the word of Jesus, so they're going to hell.
Well, that would be kind of a problem, as they need to hear the word of Jesus, the words about Jesus, in order to be saved. And here's the deal: if there is any life on any other planets, it was created by God. And I don't know why he would have done something like that, because let's go ahead and look at it this way. In Genesis 1:1, it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens, which is everything, galaxies, the universe, everything, and the earth. So I personally take that, and again, this is my personal opinion, I take that as God created the earth special and unique, and it is the only one that has, the only planet that has sentient life on it.
Should all those aliens follow Psalms 137, verse 9, Brother Hillbilly? Glory be to those who smash babies' heads on rocks.
Juicy! How you doing, buddy?
Yeah? Just trying to avoid some of that righteous judgment from God.
Oh, sir, you can avoid it, but I don't know that you will. See, therein lies the issue.
If I could just interject, I think the idea that I mean here's the thing. I'm not necessarily against like like people sharing their beliefs with aliens, even if they do exist. You know, but I don't think we should necessarily defund NASA just because of you know, aliens being beyond our reach as of yet.
Personally, I think we should privatize the entire space industry and forget, you know, government-sanctioned programs like NASA, because obviously they're not working as well.
NASA worked really well in getting us to the moon and beating the Russians. Hey, Hillbilly, how many
Because
dinosaurs?
we were at a Cold War.
Hillbilly, how many dinosaurs was Noah able to fit on the ark?
Juicy?
You're muted.
Brother Jim, we can't hear you.
Sorry about that. I muted myself so I didn't echo in the room. No, you asked me how many dinosaurs that Noah had on the ark, and my answer was as many as he needed.
Could you fit one dinosaur on the ark?
Well, sir, you got to look at what the average size of dinosaurs were. I mean, we think of dinosaurs as all being these huge things, but they're not necessarily always huge. As a matter of fact, how big do you think they are in their juvenile stages? I mean, my goodness. The average size of most dinosaurs was that of a large sheep. So there was plenty of room on the ark for any or as many of the dinosaurs that Noah needed to take with him.
Okay, there's a problem with that. Then how would the dinosaur be able to grow and to know what it's supposed to do without its parent?
Well, once again, sir, you would not need a huge amount of the larger dinosaurs. Let's say with dinosaurs, you only took the juveniles. Now, are you trying to say that there's not animals nowadays that don't already know exactly what they need to do by instinct? There's some birds that I'm familiar with that fly all the way from Canada down to Mexico every year, yet they weren't taught by their parents to do that. They just do it instinctively. Now,
yeah, but they're not uprooted from their natural environment.
Go ahead, sorry.
Real quick, the difference between that one is that that's actually explained by a branch of evolution called evolutionary psychology. Just pointing that out there in case you didn't know that, Hillbilly.
Yeah, but wouldn't the birds
Christian Hillbilly, do you really believe in God, dude? Like, for real?
Yeah, he does. He does.
I do.
He does.
Hey, Brother Hillbilly.
I'm not saying, like, is he a real theist? I'm saying,
Hillbilly, did Noah put his big white butt on those dinosaur eggs and keep them warm?
I did not hear what you said.
Did Noah sit on the dinosaur eggs on the ark to keep them warm so they would hatch?
I don't know that there was dinosaur eggs on the ark.
So how are they mothered, so to speak? Because a mother dinosaur has to take care of her brood.
I believe I explained that I don't know that there were dinosaur eggs on the ark at all. So if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, oh, what a Christmas we'd have. I don't have to answer that question because it's a non sequitur.
How old were the dinosaurs?
Sir, once again, I do not know, not knowing like I do. But I will tell you this, they were old enough to do what they needed to do. Because you know what the Bible says? The Bible says that Noah did not have to go out and collect nothing. That these animals, whether they were lions and tigers and bears, oh my, and yes, also dinosaurs, they all came to Noah. He had to go collect nothing.
So a T-Rex and a raptor came to Noah and did not want to chomp on him while they were on the boat being hungry out at sea.
Yep, that's right.
They had no interest.
So
What about kangaroos and koalas?
They had no interest in eating any of the other animals as carnivores or any of that, right?
No. You do understand, sir, that in the beginning when God created, that these animals, all animals, including mankind and all the animals were vegetarians at that time. You do realize that, right?
No, please
You do realize that's biologically impossible.
No, sir, not biologically impossible at all.
Jim, were Cain and Abel both vegetarians?
They were, yes.
How do you explain, like, okay, the ark landed on...
Okay, wait.
What are we waiting for?
Jaw, you got a cat right there trying to eat your food.
Of course. That's my baby boy.
Now,
But,
are you still in the closet?
How do you know?
It looks like you are.
Listen, nigga, how do you know that they was vegetarians? Because the Bible does not say that, player.
Actually, it does.
What's the verse?
No, it doesn't.
Ooh, calm down there, dude. Calm down.
No. If he says it does, which verse is it? Because I read the Bible front and back and sideways. I have never seen that verse.
Look,
When
I don't like
God
blasphemy.
allow all animals to be food for mankind?
I don't like blasphemy, Christian Hillbilly. What you're doing
Really?
is you're fucking blasphemy.
That's why I don't take the Lord's name in vain or nothing like that there.
Yeah,
So,
my God.
I didn't take the Lord's name in
when
vain.
does the Bible
You don't know the
say,
Lord's name.
when does the Bible say that all these will be food for you? Up until that time, nothing of meat, nothing was killed to be eaten.
It doesn't say that. If they're saying that all these
How
are
you know
food
that?
for humans, that says nothing about the lion that wants to eat the gazelle.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm gonna overlook that
Pull up
whole
the Bible.
vegetarian eating meat thing.
All right, Jim,
I'm gonna overlook that. How exactly? Hold on. I'm gonna overlook that. How exactly did they reproduce after they got off? Like, because if it's only two, like, how exactly? I mean, what are they gonna? Are the kids gonna have sex?
Sir, when God created, He created according to their kind, but also when He was done with that creation week, He said they were good. When God calls something good, it's not close to perfect as it can be. Now, when it's close to perfect, that not only means that the way they look and all this other stuff, but it's their genetic structure. So they had all the genetic structure that they needed in order for all the different types.
I don't remember the Bible talking
other
about
types of
genetic
animals
structure.
to come from those
Really.
first two animals.
No, we can continue to debate what the Bible says, or we could simply read the Bible and debate that specifically. We could do that. I mean, I have like an ESV. In fact, I have several other studies, but I got this one specifically because it's a conservative translation, and I just want to be as fair to Christian Hillbilly as I'm willing to go. Which, suffices to say, knowing me and my relationship to Hillbilly here, it's not. I'm not willing to actually bend over backwards, but just for the sake of this room here, I don't mind doing that.
You wouldn't bend over backwards for me.
Does anyone want me to go ahead and just read like the first 3 chapters of Genesis, because this actually does tell us what it is that Christian Hillbilly is saying here.
No, I think we're good.
And we can determine for ourselves whether or not Christian Hillbilly is
please
good
don't.
and whether the rest of the room is.
No, I don't think it's
I
required.
already know he's lying. He's blasphemy.
Oh yeah, I know. He's saying stuff about the Bible that really isn't the case, really, and I'm very well aware of that. But we can I can read it. If not for the room itself, for probably the people who will be watching the live stream afterwards.
Well, you know what you can
Hillbilly
do, and here's what you can do.
I
You can
thought
go
he
to
was trustworthy when he
Bible.is
lied.
and listen to the entire Bible if you like.
I would like to ask a question of Jim that's never been explained to me. You have all these indigenous animals, like let's take kangaroos for instance, right? They're
Please
found
explain indigenous.
They're found in Australia, correct?
Okay.
All right. So the ark landed on Mount Arafat, right?
Ararat, not Arafat.
Oh, sorry, Ararat. You're right. Yep. So there's multiple animals and species like this that had to migrate down to where Australia is. Correct?
Well, sir, they might not have at that time.
No. Okay, that's fine. But we've never found a trail of kangaroos or any of the sort going from the point of where the ark was to their final destination. There's never been skeletons found or anything. How do you explain that?
Well, sir, we don't find skeletons of any transitional forms either. How do you explain that? No, here's the deal.
Actually, we have.
When the Earth was originally in its pre-flood state, the theory is that it was one large continent, and that's
Right.
why all the animals were able to come to Noah in that one location. See what I'm saying? So, again, I don't have all the answers. That's okay. I trust the God who does have all the answers.
So you trust me? Okay.
You don't trust
No,
God.
I don't.
I just want to say this real quick. Is that the problem with inserting continental drift into a world that's like 4,000 to 6,000 years old is that the time scale exactly doesn't work with you. But at least you're not denying continental drift. You know, I'll give you props for that activity at least.
Well, we just have a disagreement on when the continental drift occurred.
Yeah. How do you accept continental drift when you don't accept transitional fossil? I mean, we found. I mean,
When you said what?
paleontologists have like Archaeopteryx.
Are you still
I mean,
believing
like,
that?
have you never went to
That's
like a
been
museum?
shown
They're
to be
there.
a ruse for golly 10 years now.
The question.
Okay, hold on. Point of order. Every fossil we have found is a transitional fossil.
What?
Every single one.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure.
Just to let everyone know, this is stuff that Christian Hillbilly has already heard thousands and thousands of times on Stickam and Pal Talk. And he hasn't budged one bit from his position. So I think debating him with these points are kind of a waste of everyone's time. But,
No, I don't think
Christian Hillbilly doesn't understand the biblical fact that pride comes before the fall. He thinks he has all the answers and everyone should listen to him and he's a holy man. But when he goes to heaven and he says, Lord, Lord, I did all this works in your name, and I did this and I did that, Jesus will say, I never knew you. I guarantee it.
You guarantee it? Then you're a liar, sir.
I guarantee it, my friend.
Go for it. If we're gonna do some LARPing here, we gotta have some dice rolls. Both of you get out your 2d6.
Okay.
The Lord never
I'm all for
said
that.
you can't know them. He said you will know them by their fruit. What fruit have you reaped, Christian Hillbilly? Huh?
That's fine. Just roll for it.
Huh? Look at the fruit you're reaping. Strife.
Oh, I don't have any strife. Do you have strife?
And you're lying. The Lord despises a lying tongue.
I think
Absolutely he does.
too many people think these debates are about converting everybody else. It's not going to happen either way. You're not going to tell him he's not a Christian, and he's not going to convert you either. So find your middle ground.
I just did tell him he's not a Christian.
How
That's
is there
done
any
with.
middle ground when somebody says that the dinosaurs were fucking vegetarians and they all fit on the ark?
Yeah, this is not an issue of middle
May
ground. This is an issue
may I
of
say something real quick?
reality versus denying it, and that's the whole thing, though. Personally, I don't care what Christian Hillbilly says because to me, Christian Hillbilly is crazy. But that's me. That's me.
Devin, if I may, you've lost some weight since the last time I saw you. Just wanted to say that. A little compliment there for you. But I also want to say this. Genesis chapter 9, verse 1. And God blessed Noah and his sons, and he said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon the animals of the earth, and upon every bird of the air, and upon everything that moves on the earth, and upon all the fish in the sea, because into your hand they are delivered. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. I have given you all things, even as the green herb. Again, before this time, the only thing they ate was the green herbs.
Yeah,
And
you read the Bible verse, and then you added that on at the end. That's what you did.
you want to go to it's Genesis chapter 9. Read it there, Lone Chaw. Read it, learn it, Live it, buddy.
I've read Genesis, good sir. I've read it in completion. I've read the Bible from front cover to back cover.
Really? Were you putting down
Yes,
the pipe when you
really.
did that? Or
Yes,
were you
really.
smoking the pipe when you did that?
Now you can make an ad hominem attack on me all you want.
We can
That is
argue
the
again, all right?
fact that you are the issue here.
Hillbilly,
Hillbilly,
what were the dimensions? What were the dimensions of the ark? Just answer that. What were its dimensions?
I don't know it right off the top of my head, sir, but I do know it's in about Genesis chapter 6, if I remember correctly.
Well, can you pull that up, please?
Sure, give me a
It
minute.
doesn't matter what verses you know and where you know it is, because it's valid to your certain argument. Like, that's the only reason you know these chapters and verses. It's the only reason, because you get on the internet and argue. That's what you do.
Because they are valid
You think the
to
Bible is some kind of source for you to win arguments. Literally, you think God serves you. Am I wrong?
No,
If
God
God is
doesn't
His
serve
word,
me.
and the Bible is
I am a
His word,
servant of God.
and
That's
you're
why I'm
trying
a
to make
pastor.
this-
That's why I'm a
listen,
preacher.
Listen, son, this isn't me. I'm not making this shit up. You do it. You try and make
It sure
the
sounds to me like
Lord
you're making it
serve
up.
you and your
Where
argument.
you go?
Are we forgetting here that someone in the room here actually has a physical copy of the Bible and can probably read it to call bullshit on Hillbilly here? I mean, this is like the most conservative study.
Well, read chapter 9 of Genesis then, sir. Why don't you go ahead and do that?
Okay. You said it's Genesis 9. What verse specifically? Or are you talking about the whole Genesis 9?
Chapter, read the whole chapter.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with it. It sounds good to me.
Okay, it says, "And God blessed Noah and his sons, and said to them, Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth. The fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every bird of the heavens, upon everything that creeps on the ground, and all the fish of the sea. Into your hands they are delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. And as I give you the green plants, I give you everything. But you shall not eat flesh with its life, and that is its blood. And for your lifeblood I will require a reckoning. From every beast I will require it, and from from his fellow man I will require a reckoning for the life of man. Whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed, for God made man in his own image. And you, be fruitful and multiply, teem on the earth, and multiply in it. Then God said to Noah and to his sons with him, Behold, I establish my covenant with you and your offspring after you, and with every living creature that is with you, the birds, the livestock, and every beast of the earth with you, as many as came out of the ark. It is for every beast of the earth. I establish my covenant with you, that never again shall all flesh be cut off by the waters of the flood, and never again shall there be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, This is a sign of the covenant that I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you, for all future generations. I have set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. When I bring clouds over the earth, and the bow is seen in the clouds, I will remember my covenant that is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall never again become a flood to destroy all flesh. When the bow is in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature, all flesh that is on the earth. God said to Noah, This is a sign of the covenant that I have established between me and all flesh that is on the earth. There's a bit more here describing the descendants of Noah, but I don't think that's really necessary.
Exactly.
Now, I don't really see anything in that particular book which talks about how or describes anything regarding the subject of whether or not like every animal was vegetation or every animal not necessarily ate flesh. There was about blood and eating flesh and whatnot. You know about how if you consume flesh, you're not supposed to consume the blood, and that's I think that's normal Judaic theology. In fact, back in the day when the text was written, if you were to touch an animal, a dead animal, you would be unclean. There would be an unclean ritualization to make you clean. And if you were to touch blood without necessarily engaging in an altar, that would also make you unclean. So obviously, they're talking about the uncleanliness of whether or not you eat meat while there's blood on it, and therefore you will be tainted. I think it's fairly straightforward at the very least. It's just that someone's interpreting it in a way that conforms to their own religion, their own interpretation of the law.
They always do that. You can count on a so-called Christian to give you the exact scriptures to support whatever argument they're trying to make. And what they do is they don't just give you the scripture. They try and tell you what it means. They try and say, and what this scripture here means is, oh, and where you getting that from? Wait, where you hearing that? From your pastor? From your daddy? It sure as heck ain't from God. If you ain't getting it from his word, it ain't valid. Sorry, homeboy. That ain't how it works. You don't decide what the Bible says. What it says is right there, clear as day. You can believe what you want, but don't act like it's a proven fact just because you can say some words.
I didn't say any words. I read the words. Huge difference. Huge difference. In that
you read the words and then you said a whole lot more after.
That says right there that every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. That means prior to that point, it was not. I mean, golly, how hard is that to understand?
No, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that at all.
Oh, really? Well, go ahead and tell us your enlightened interpretation there, Brother Lonejaw.
I don't have to. That's not the burden of proof is not on me.
Like what it
I'm
says,
not trying to tell you what it says.
Hey, you go right ahead, buddy.
I'm calling you out for trying to do that. Why would I sink to that level? I ain't God. Nor do I presume to be. That's a satanic trait. Presuming you God, like you know God's word better than he does. That's a joke.
Let's see.
Is that Brother Leo?
See, a Christian is supposed to be humble. A Christian is supposed to act through love, not through strife. Never, 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 never.
They put it in the wrong place.
I didn't know it lived 600 years.
Methuselah is the longest living human mentioned in the Bible, and if I remember correctly, it was 963 years.
I asked how did Noah live 600 years?
How did what?
The idea is that there's a steady progression.
How did Noah live to be 600
regression
years?
In the human condition physically, that over time humans live less.
I'm sorry, I had to mute Lonejaw so I could hear what you were saying. What was your question?
The question I asked is how did Noah live to be 600 years old?
Because during that time frame, everybody lived to be a lot older. I mean, look at the genealogy of the Bible. It talks about how and so begat so-and-so, and then they lived 800 years. Heck, again, when you look at Adam and Eve lived nearly 900 years each. Now, when people say, well, my goodness, how many kids did they have? Well, it's hard to discern how many kids somebody can have in 900 years. That's quite a few kids, you know what I mean?
Which calendar are we using?
I'll bet she had some stretch marks.
Yo, if I may finish my point before I was rudely muted, basically the idea is a steady progression or a degression of the human state because they fall farther into sin and farther away from God. The original patriarchs and the original prophets, they were not prophets, but the patriarchs and Noah and such, they were very, very close to God. They spoke with God, and as such, they were revitalized by God, rejuvenated with God. You know, no, you don't, Christian Hillbilly.
Sure,
you do. Speak with God. No, no, no,
I
no,
speak
no.
to God on a daily basis.
Yeah, why don't you live 900 years, homie?
Because I don't live back then, sir. Homie.
And so you think God just talks to you like he did to everyone else? Well, you should be locked up in a mental institution. Feel me?
No. He doesn't always talk to me in an audible voice. No, not always. But he has.
Yeah, that's weird.
There's a word for that. It's called schizophrenia.
Yeah, it's called blasphemy too, because the Bible says the Lord is no longer gonna do that. The Lord made a promise that He's no longer gonna do that.
Chapter and verse, sir. Chapter and verse.
Nah, I don't need that. I've read the Bible. I know what it says.
Because you don't know what it says. That's the problem.
If I don't know chapter and verse for everything I say, I apologize. But it's a big book.
Well, Longshot, just to be fair to Hillbilly, you didn't make a claim specifically about the Bible.
Whatever, believe it if you want. I don't care.
Since you made the claim, you do kind of have to back it up.
Nah. The book backs itself up. If you want to read the Bible, read the Bible. You'll find it.
Now you're sounding like Christian Hillbilly now.
Oh, no, sir. I
don't
always
mind.
will back up what I have to say.
That's because, sir, that you know where every point you're making is. Because
Yes,
you
sir,
have
I do.
a certain view that you use.
It's
You have
called
a certain
being
view that you
a
use.
preacher.
I don't worry about that. I don't worry about that whatsoever. It's called being a liar.
Understanding the information that you need to convey to the people who need to hear
You're
it.
interrupting me. I don't interrupt you. So can I make a point? Now it's easy. It's logical.
You are,
It's
yeah.
easily understandable for me to say that the Bible is such a large book that if I read it, as I did, I'm not going to remember where every single thing in it is located. That's not a reasonable thing to ask of me. I'm not autistic. I'm not the Rain Man.
Can you hear me?
Atheist, I heard you talk. Your volume's really low.
Okay. How's this? Any better?
Yeah, there you go.
Sounds good, man.
Is this any better? Okay, Longshot, do me a favor and repeat your query to Christian Hillbilly so that we may actually look it up. And Mr. Christian
Which one?
Hillbilly, if the verse is there and you don't know of the verse, this proves absolutely you don't know what you're talking about in the Bible.
It's good to see
And
you.
that
Leo.
for
It's
you-
a long time, buddy.
It's because he hasn't read the Bible. It's not funny. If you a Christian,
Chapter and verse. That's all I'm asking for. Chapter.
Everybody's got
That's what I'm saying.
Nobody's read the book.
I've read the Bible cover to cover.
You act like
I've
you
studied
authority.
the Bible for 20 years. I've preached from the Bible for 15 years. So yeah, I do know a little bit about the
I
Bible.
know study tactics that they have in church. You look at websites and you let people tell you what it says. That's what it is. You don't look at the Bible. You look at secondhand sources that post Bible verses in it. And then you look up that specific verse and you read it out loud like you're doing
Let me
something.
ask you a question here, Lone Chaw. How many secondhand sources have I quoted? Huh? Nary one.
Boy, you
I
are a
quoted
secondhand source.
chapter and verse to negate the claim that you made, and now you're PO'd about it. So,
right,
if
what
you want to
claim
make
did you
a
negate?
claim,
'Cause I wanna
back
know that.
it up with the chapter and verse. Come on, that's all I'm asking.
No.
Back
What
up
claim did you
your
negate?
claim. Can you? Can you back up the claim?
What claim did you negate, Christian Hillbilly?
Well, you said, again, you said that nowhere in the Bible did it say that God could allow people to eat animals. That's what you said. Nowhere did
No, I
it say
never
that
said
they were
that.
vegetarians.
I never said that.
Excuse me, I had it backwards. You said no place did it say that they were vegetarians. And I said, yes, it did. Because I showed you where prior to a point in history that there was no eating. What in the world's going on here?
Yo, then why did Abel grow flocks of sheep? Tell me that.
What?
Why did Abel grow lots of sheep? Why was he a shepherd?
Where does this say he was a shepherd?
In the motherfucking Bible.
Chapter and verse.
It's in the Bible, dude. Don't play stupid. He was a shepherd.
That's all you gotta do. I mean, it's in Genesis. I know where it's at, but I want to see if you know where it's at. Chapter and verse.
Were vegetarians that didn't eat meat up until fairly recently.
I don't know if it's my connection.
We don't have societies. There are no eating only vegetables, Christian Hillbilly. I think the Bible says, okay, something to corroborate. Remember, you back your stuff up, and in order to back stuff up, you usually have to use more than one source. One source has to corroborate another source, claiming that you found the Nina,
I don't need
or the Santa Maria off the coast of Florida. You can't do that unless you have corroborating evidence of what's down there in the shipwrecks. Source reference for anything. You have to back it up with additional information. Now, show me any society
when it comes
or
to
vegetarians.
The Bible, I do not need to back up anything extra. When I'm talking about Scripture, with Lone Chaw or you, I don't need to back up anything.
No.
I simply quote what the Scripture says that in Genesis chapter 9, that's when God allowed mankind to start eating animals. Does it not?
And any argument that goes against
Hillbilly, I would refer you to the Bible where it's
absurd, and you damn well know it.
Hold on a second.
God pointed out to you once before, and I stopped him. He called you a child molester, okay? And with your saying,
the word you're saying, you're breaking up so bad.
Christian Hillbilly, hold on, man.
You're breaking up so bad.
With your same analogy here, that you don't need anything. Except for the Bible and the Scriptures to back up what you say. The same can be said for Dogg's accusation 4 or 5 years ago that you were a child molester and you should be picked up and put in jail for it.
Nobody made those accusations.
The reason that we have set up these rules of engagement is so that things like that don't happen. Yes, that your Bible doesn't need any backup. Anybody's interpretation, anybody's, has to be true. And if that's the case, they contradict each other. You don't understand that?
Hey, Al, you're breaking up so bad nobody can hear what you're saying.
Hey, Abel, how's it going?
Hey, good to be back.
Yeah?
Absolutely. Now that I'm back here in the Hangouts, I feel like sunshine on a rainbow.
Oh, that's getting ready to change. Hang around here for a sec.
Yeah, hey, this is Lord, you might want to lower your bandwidth.
So what are we debating about today?
Well, there's really no debate. We're talking about how ignorant Brother Lone Chaw is here of the Scripture.
Oh, so are we debating that just how ignorant he is? Is he just a little ignorant?
No, people say he's very. You think that's funny, Christian Hillbilly? You think that's funny?
No, actually, I think it's quite sad.
Don't be sad. Don't be sad now.
You laugh and saying it like it's a joke, like you're trying to insult me. See, you act like you ain't coming to strife. You even say that and cause strife between me, your fucking brothers.
Sir, I don't have to insult you. Only thing that has to happen is somebody listen to you for a little bit.
You know, it doesn't have to be sad that someone's ignorant to the Scriptures. That's not a sad thing. If everyone knew nothing about the scriptures, I'd say that'd be a step up.
I'm lagging, guys. Sorry, I'm trying to mute. I'm gonna have to refresh. Like, I'm lagging so bad, dude.
Yeah, that's cool. I think you sound just fine. I can't tell the lag. Let's no longer talk about people's personal failures.
You cannot claim that Loneshaw does not know anything about scriptures. You can't claim that.
Well, I think there's no need to debate about.
Because you claim that your interpretation of the Bible is correct, and so that means that everybody else's interpretation has to be. So you can't claim.
The chimpanzee has a lot of lag. It's terrible.
Okay. I think he's gonna come back.
Mr. Chimpanzee has a lot of lag. I like that.
Okay. Next topic. Mike Farah is online, and Jello Shots is online. And Jello Shots says, I hung out in a cool room with awesome people. Reuven doesn't know any of them. Only people from... Oh.
Alright, Christian Hillbilly. You were saying how I'm ignorant? And how funny you think it is?
No, sir. I didn't say you were ignorant. I said you were ignorant of the scriptures. There's a big difference.
Oh, so you're not saying I'm ignorant. You're saying I'm ignorant of a specific thing. That makes a big difference.
Yes, sir. You are ignorant of scripture.
Anyway, how am I ignorant of scripture?
Let's see. How are you ignorant of scripture because you don't know what it says? That would make you ignorant.
I said explain your reasoning, not tell me the definition of a word.
All right, what is someone ignorant about? What kind of scripture is it so important for us to get here?
Sure. There we
Okay,
go.
Go ahead. No.
Explain what, sir?
Hillbilly, I'd like you to explain it. What's the scripture that people are ignorant of?
They're arguing over whether or not the Bible says that people were vegetarians at first, and then they started eating meat.
No.
Oh, okay.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in trivia, literally at all.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Christian Hillbilly is simply a hypocrite. That's my concern. That's what's upsetting me is his hypocrisy.
Yeah.
Which the Bible speaks out against flatly. So I guess I'm not the only one ignorant, am I?
Okay, so what about the Bible are you not ignorant of? What's this thing?
Well, apparently I'm ignorant if I can't give chapter and verse for everything I say that's in the Bible.
Lone
But I've read the whole Bible.
The claim that Cain was the
You're kind of lagging, dude. It's like you're speaking and thinking. I don't know what you're saying.
Abel.
Yeah, you still got a lot of lag, atheist at large.
Who was the sheepherder?
And it sucks because I want to hear what you're saying. I really do.
If you go to the top, the settings, you can lower your bandwidth. Maybe that'll help you.
Anyway, I don't feel ignorant at all. Like, but I'm not a master on God's word. You know, I'm not God. I read it and I get out of it what I can, and what I can get out of it is what the Lord intends for me to get out of it. So it all works out. I'm not ignorant.
Most ignorant people think they are not.
Then what's that say about you?
Just making
I
a
pointed
point.
out how you ignorant. I pointed out how you blaspheme, how you contradict the scripture, how you contradict God, how you think you are God, how the satanic impulses you got.
And how did I
You live in sin.
What is it that I did that's so-called
Hey, are
actually
you a
did
sinner?
something about blaspheming or misquoting Scripture? Hmm?
Are you a sinner? Tell me that.
No, sir.
Oh, you ain't a sinner. Oh, so you perfect. Right. See, you see what I mean? You perfect. You good then.
Oh, no, I'm not perfect.
Jesus.
I will be perfect when I stand before God.
Jesus without sin
But-
cast the first stone. Oh,
but-
so that you, if you was there, you'd be throwing rocks. Huh?
Hello? Hello? I am not a sinner. I am not perfect. I will be when I shed off this mortal coil. But because I have repented of my sin, because God has forgiven me of my sin, I am no longer a sinner.
Huh. Is that
Oh,
so?
sir, you haven't lived a repentant day in your life. What have you repented of?
Yeah, I have to ask you on that one because the Bible doesn't the Bible say that there's not one without sin?
No, it says all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. All means all. Have I never sinned?
Yeah, and there's only
No.
one verse about
I
that,
have
huh?
sinned, but I have repented of that sin. I have been forgiven of that sin.
If you
and
read
as
Pauline
such, I
Scripture,
am
it
no
reiterates
longer a
again
sinner.
and
Do you
again
not understand that? That a sinner cannot go to heaven? A sinner cannot stand before a holy and righteous God?
Kind of strange to hear a Christian say that he's not a sinner. I appreciate that
It's
kind
disgusting. It's blasphemy.
of. Yeah, well, it's interesting. I like that.
Yes, you're right, AL. I have been divorced. Absolutely. And I repented. I repented of my sin.
How did you repent?
I repented of the problems that I had back then. I repented of all my sin. And once you repent of sin,
No, it's not you, it's the problems.
away from your sin, you know what God says? You are a new creation. You are brand spanking new. That means you are no longer a sinner. What do you mean I can't? Are you trying to tell me that I can't repent? Oh my goodness. You just don't know what you're talking about.
You can't. How are you going to repent, Christian Hillbilly? Listen to you. Your
Yes,
hubris on this one
Again,
is
John,
amazing.
1 John chapter 1, verse 8 says, if we claim we be without sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. You're absolutely right. You know what? I never said I never sinned. I said I did sin. I have been a sinner.
But you don't
I
sin
did
now.
sin. But because I've repented, I am no longer a
this
sinner.
whole time.
I am no longer trapped by that sin. I have been forgiven. I have been redeemed. I have been justified. And you know what? I'm
But
no
you're
longer
saying
a
you're
sinner.
without. Yeah, but you're saying you're without sin, and if you read the chapter correctly, you're not. You're being deceived to say that you're without
No.
sin.
I have been forgiven. I no longer am.
That's
a
the devil's reasoning. Literally. I've been forgiven. I'm without sin. Whatever, dude. You need to read the Bible. Yeah, you the only perfect motherfucker here. Jesus. Oh, no. Jesus
Wow.
said.
Yeah,
Jesus
that's
said.
really good.
You know what being without sin
Kiss
is?
your
That's
mama
being
with
good.
that same
Jesus
mouth that all
said
that crap
only
just
the
came out
Father
of.
is good. That's what Jesus said. But I guess you better than him, huh? I guess you the man now. We should write the Bible about you now, huh?
Nope. Don't write the Bible about me.
Oh, don't worry about that. We won't. You know why? Because it's about Jesus. And it's about God. It's about his prophets, his holy prophets. That's what it's about. It's not about you and your ego and how you try to get God to serve you. It's about men and women who serve God faithfully. That's who gets in the Bible. How are you going to get in?
Yeah, okay.
Literally, dog. I've been listening to you for years, and you ain't changed up one bit. You ain't learned nothing. You ain't repented of nothing. You're the same as you was the day I first met you.
I like how people want to quote that one verse. 1 John 1:7. But if we walk in the light as he is in the light, we have fellowship with one another, and the blood of Jesus Christ, his Son, cleanses us from all sin. If we say that we have no sin, that is, that we have never sinned, then we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us.
See, you're interpreting.
If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. Kind of sounds like being sinless to me. And if we say that we have not sinned, we make him a liar and his word is not in us. See, there we go. Look at that. I'm not saying I've never sinned. I'm saying I have sinned. I am the worst of sinners.
Okay.
But I've been forgiven.
That's not the issue.
I am redeemed. I am no longer a sinner. Do you understand that, sir?
You're going on a tangent and it's irrelevant because
That's irrelevant.
Listen,
it's irrelevant.
I got something to say, homie. Listen. So you wanted to add in the middle of that verse, like you, the writer yourself, it said, if you claim you are without sin, and then you add in your own little parentheses, which means that you have never sinned. You threw that in. That's not in the Bible. That's you. And you know what the Bible says about that? It says if you add, remove, or change one word of his scripture, you are
remove. I didn't add.
Sinner. That is blasphemy.
I'm pointing out to you the tense of the wording. I'm sorry that you don't
you're giving me you're trying to make it fit your argument. You're trying to force God's word into your purposes. Feel me? Jesus said, not my will, but thine be done. He's talking to God when he said that. So, but you think it's your will. You think it's all about what you want. You can win the argument and propitiate your little ego. That's what you're trying to do. That's Satanism in a nutshell.
Oh.
Like, that is sick.
Okay,
it is absolutely appalling.
Can you guys hear me, or am I lagging out again?
You're still lagging.
Billy, you see what I wrote there? Your sins cannot be forgiven. Okay?
Sure they can. Jesus Christ died
Jesus died for nothing.
I don't know why you keep going.
No,
Jesus died for my sins.
If you don't have any sin, your sins are wiped out. Then your Jesus died for nothing.
It's faithful and just.
If your Jesus died for your sins have to be relevant. Your sins have to be relevant from the day you did them to the day you die. And if they're not, if you make your Jesus irrelevant.
The problem is, Christian Hillbilly thinks repentance is some little action you perform before
baptism.
baptism.
Is this any better?
It is better, but you are still lagging a bit. But it's better for sure. I can hear you now.
Okay. Well, Christian Hillbilly needs this repentance so bad that
we honor
he wants to make sure that in his mind, even though the idea Jesus, you have to have them and you have to hold them. Otherwise,
you probably need to go get some high-speed internet.
Like you're trying to say that your sins are irrelevant.
Yeah, atheist Lord, are you using an auto muting mic or something? Because you just lag out every time you start speaking. It's like it's trying to mute and unmute at the same time or something. No? It's the internet connection. Okay.
You see, Christian Hillbilly, I'm going to tell you a secret here that you seem not to know. Repentance is not an action you perform. It's an attitude you take.
No, sir. It is an action you perform. It's not an attitude.
Let's take turns here.
You don't take an attitude with God. What you do is you ask Him to forgive you.
Nah, you ain't
There's no attitude you take with God. That's ridiculous.
Some tangent, dude. That's not how it works.
It sure is. It works.
We're not savages, buddy. Nah, we ain't. That's not what we doing. So repentance is an attitude you take.
I like how the madder you get, the more gangster.
Dude. See. No, if you want to get like that, that's just another personal attack. It's not about me. This is about you.
I'm not
about God's word and how you don't live up to it.
The madder you
ain't
get,
doing what
the
you're
more
supposed to
gangster
do.
you sound.
You know? You feel me? That's sin. I don't know what else to call it. I don't know what else to call it at all, dude. If not
Don't
sin,
call
what
it
is it?
nothing.
And repentance doesn't go along with sin. Repentance comes afterwards.
What? What are you talking about? Repentance goes right there
Repentance goes with
when you have sinned
recognition of
and you
sin.
acknowledge your sin, and then you ask God to forgive you of your
but
sin.
are you acknowledging the sins you are performing right now?
Sir,
Are you
I'm
acknowledging that?
not sinning right now. I'm speaking the truth. The truth is that you need to repent. You need to understand who God
What
is.
do I need to repent of, sir?
Of just the way you've been
'Cause I
acting
pointed
tonight.
out
You've
your
been cursing. You
I
have
pointed
been.
them out.
Oh my gosh.
I pointed them out specifically.
Where do you go to church at?
How
there,
you
Long
contradict
John?
Bible's
Hey, where do
word.
you go to church at?
Hey, that's none of your business. Let's keep it. Let's stay
Go to
focused.
church. Do you go to church?
Let's stay focused and let's keep it on topic, buddy.
Hey,
Now,
Jim.
repentance
Jim, let me
is-
tell you something. That it's a Christian should not ask somebody where they go from where they go to church, because a Christian should know that they are the body of the church, and you should quit being so angry reaction.
No, sir.
Like
We are part
no,
of the body of the church.
absolutely.
We
You
are
the body of
part
the
of the
church.
body.
There's no point
We are
where
not
you
the
go to
body.
church, where you
Okay?
go to church.
Now, I have every
Bible
right
says.
to ask
That's
this man
coming
who
straight
claims
from
to be a
God's word.
Christian
That's
and is
coming
making
straight
all
from
these
God's word.
diametrically
Where you
opposed
are
to
assembled
God
in my
statements
name, I am
where
there
he
too.
goes to church. Now, he's
Using-
claiming
God is
using-
here with us
using
now.
fancy
You're in the
words
presence
like
of God
that
right
is
now,
illegal.
Hillbilly. We assembled in His name, buddy.
Hey,
So
you guys
God's
need to
watching
calm-
you right now.
You guys
sinning
need
and
to
you're not
calm
repenting.
down. You guys need to calm down. Y'all are yelling. I just walked in here. This is not how you're supposed to.
I'm not yelling. I'm simply laughing.
You are.
This is serious to me. It's not just an intellectual matter. This is serious. This is His soul at risk here.
Sure, and I understand that's important to you, and I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
Like, this is a yelling. I'm speaking with force and I'm speaking with conviction. I'm saying it with my chest. That's all. I'm not yelling.
You're passionate. You're being passionate.
Wait for him to get more gangster. That's what
Jim,
you can do.
Jim.
Yes, sir.
Gangster. Look, don't ask somebody what church they go to.
Oh no, sir. I have every right
You
to do that.
intend to say that you're going to judge them by asking them what church they go to. If
I didn't
you were
ask him. Okay, I didn't. I prefaced it by this.
And look,
I said, you don't have to tell me what church. Do you go to church? See,
Doesn't
again, we
matter.
are not
You
the
are
body
the
of the
church.
church.
You are the church.
We are
So how
a
do you
part
go
of the
to a
body.
church?
And if you are a finger that is disemboweled or something,
How dare you
off
take
of the
a
body,
speck of sawdust from your brother's eye without removing a plank from your own, Jim?
Yep, exactly right.
So don't ask him.
Oh yeah, I will ask him.
Because you are
He's
the church.
claiming to be
If you don't understand that you are the church.
Quite obviously, he is not.
Anyways, so what's the point of discussion, guys?
Ryan, they've been going at it for a while now, them two.
Why don't you guys calm down? I know you both. I understand being passionate.
I'm having a great time.
Yeah,
The problem is
relax.
he's blasphemy, and that is upsetting because it's his soul he's putting at risk, and he doesn't even realize it's happening.
You don't even
can't
know what
judge
you're
his
talking
soul.
about. I'm not worried about you.
And you shouldn't worry about him either. Anyways, so what's going on lately? Anyways, so what's going on?
What's going on is rejoice, for the Lord our God is good, and His love endures forever.
And you're not worried about me because you ain't your brother's keeper, huh, Jim? Yeah, well, I am.
Here we go.
Oh, Reuven, why do you make these things?
I mean, I'm all for changing the topic. I don't mean to keep it on this one thing. I apologize.
Fair enough, you guys. Let's calm down for a second. Seriously, come on. I know neither of you guys meant each other harm. It's just passionate. I get it. But yelling over each other ain't going.
It's all good.
Cool.
I didn't know
I
both
still
of them
love him.
were Christian.
No, I'm not a Christian. No, I don't consider myself that.
Okay.
I don't need to have some title like that. It's not biblical. I read the Bible, I read God's Word, and that's it. I don't need to call myself something.
Mhm. Yep. Sure.
It's not a fashion to me. I don't
Not a
have to
fashion
fit in
either.
with you. I don't need your approval, Jim.
You don't need my approval.
Your
That's right.
thoughts
There's only
ain't
one
my
person's
thoughts.
approval you need.
You ain't
And that's
God.
the approval of God Himself. And if you're not in the fellowship of other believers, you're like a finger that's been cut off from the body. You're totally useless and you're dead.
Okay.
Why don't you gouge your own eye out, Jim, instead of
I don't have to worry about my eye.
Well, then why are you telling
See, look at
someone
that.
else?
He thinks he's perfect. He thinks he's Christ Almighty.
Hylas, you have a. I will just tell you this. I don't know you, but you do have an obnoxiously high-pitched voice, which probably sets all Jim off. I don't know what you guys were arguing about.
Oh no, I'm not set off.
Well, look, you guys. Who cares? Okay, this is not the point to battle among faith.
Well, I'm gonna have an obnoxious voice, but you get an obnoxious authoritative attitude.
Hey.
I'm willing to render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. I said I'm willing to change the topic, but don't go off on me like that.
That's fair, and that's fine, and I like your candor. That's good.
Wow.
And House, I was just kidding, and I appreciate that was funny. That was good. So, anyways.
Oh, thank you. It's all love.
Exactly. If you don't, but you cannot look. None of us. Look, there's no reason to sit here on a soapbox. The cool thing about these hangouts is that you're supposed to collaborate. You're not supposed to always just try and like point a finger. But you can learn from each other, and that's the cool thing.
Well, I only talk what I can back up. Anything I say to him is out of concern for his well-being.
Absolutely. And look, I walked in very late. All I saw was I've been doing these hangouts now for a couple of weeks, I guess, and I noticed that when things go awry is when people just argue fervently for no reason. Anyways, anybody want to pick up a topic of discussion? I see Abel. What's up, Abel?
Hello.
Betty, Brother John. Gary, I don't know you. What's up? Hylas.
What's up,
hey,
Ryan?
Jim. Hey, what's up? Reuven. Hey.
Did you wake up with a Did you wake up with a headache today, Ryan?
Oh my goodness, I succeeded like I said I would, but it was very difficult, and I'm still kicking. Oh my goodness, but yeah. I'll sleep tonight, and then that'll be fine. You can go actually. You can go a good 48 hours without sleeping. 36 is pushing it to where your blood is not going to circulate as well. You really need to have that systemic rest. You need to have that rest. But yeah, I'm feeling it. I was sweating my face off today. Just, this is part of the, like, you know what I mean? Oh my gosh, it was rough.
You're not drinking tonight, are you?
Ryan, may I ask your theological position?
No.
I don't see why not.
No, of course you can.
You may ask, but he ain't gonna answer.
No, of course you can. And look, I'm just not.
I'm just trying to see where you're coming from because I never met you before. You know what I mean?
I know that, and that's fine. I get that. So
you had a headache, Ryan?
Yes.
It's all right. I puked all over my bathroom floor, so.
Well, did you look it up? It's the water, Joseph. It's the water.
It's the water.
How you feeling today? You had a headache too, Joseph?
I had a headache all day long, man. I had to liquidate myself and take a couple ibuprofen.
I hear you.
What did y'all have? A heavy drinking night or something that I missed?
I wasn't drinking. These guys were last night, man. They were like crazy. They were getting nuts. Him and Jello, too.
Hey, John, it's been a little while. How you been?
I'm doing okay, man. I'm doing good. Having a good day. Yeah.
Oh, crap. Jello's trying to get in here, but we're full now, aren't we? Yeah.
Oh, Jello's in.
Nah, fuck that Jello guy.
There he is. Fucking Oprah.
There he is.
Oh, Jello.
Jello guy's such a prick.
Is he crying?
He's crying.
Dude, I love that. You always have the best little gifts, man.
I try, thank you.
They're hilarious.
So did your girlfriend whoop your ass in the morning, Ryan?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he liked it, too.
These fools started playing guitar at like what, 4 a.m.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Man.
She comes out, yells at him that, and then he says her name, and she's like, "Don't tell them who I am." And then he says what she does at work, and she's like, "They don't need to know where I work."
I thought she was going to get you with a shoe.
Yeah.
Well, she did worse than that. So no, it's all good. She's a great woman. She really is.
How long you been with him?
Hey, hold on. Just so you know, she just walked in here silently. I said, "Hey, give me a minute."
Hello, Mrs. Ryan.
She's getting to know. This is all new to me too, and you know, it has its. Anyways, but yeah, no, we've been together, John, to answer your question actually for a long time, on and off, but for a long time. Since, I don't know, maybe 12, 14 years on.
12, 14 years on and off.
Yeah, since since we were freshmen in high school.
Wow.
Which is pretty cool, actually. You know, and then you have to go to, you know, you have to separate for a minute, you know. So.
Wow.
But she's still waiting for that. Wait a minute, I'll give it to her. I just gotta do things in the right order.
Get on your knee.
Exactly, give her the diamond, right? The ring of Saturn. You got to give her that ring.
There was some carbon.
That ceremonial.
You know who started the whole engagement ring thing, right?
Yeah.
Freaking.
Well, no, actually, John, I'd like to hear you say it.
Huh?
I'd like to hear you say it. You're wise. Go ahead.
De Beers.
Yep.
Yep. They started the whole diamond thing. Started the whole trend. Now got everybody brainwashed.
The blood diamond, yeah.
Yes.
That's what I told her. I said, Lindsay, whoops. I told her, well, whatever. I was like, yeah, you want the bloodiest diamond, don't you? Don't even realize how silly that is, but you know, it is.
Diamond
it
is forever was the best ad slogan ever created.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The compressed carbon. The compressed carbon.
Yep.
Time and compression. So, anyways.
All up the backs of those poor Africans.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's why I really despise it, but whatever. You know, that's why, well, neither here nor there, but yeah.
Status.
So, the thing I noticed today was that all I saw was press conferences from the White House. Anybody else notice that?
I didn't follow up on the news. I just saw a headline today. I don't know. Is it true that Russia went into Ukraine? Is that true?
Yep.
Oh.
Again, guys, I tell you, and see, I don't watch the news either. And Brother John, like you're saying, like I see headlines. That's all I see. I walk by a TV because where I work, if there's a TV, but I don't watch it. But I can walk by and see a headline. And I'm like, there it is. There's the next lie. There's the world is your stage.
Well, now I'm not exactly understanding your point.
And that's fair. I understand why you don't, because actually after hanging out with these guys, we start to create a mutual respect. So yeah, anyways, what we're talking about is someone. What is that?
Some shit going on in Chicago too, right?
Yeah. It's all. I mean, it's a game.
Oh, fear tactics.
Yep, fear is a great motivator.
Yeah. Problem, reaction, solution.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what. Yeah, exactly. So. Oh, well, I think I already talked about the journalist getting supposedly decapitated that guy, Matt Foley or whatever, John Foley.
So correct me if I'm wrong. Are you trying to imply that there's some kind of like Illuminati conspiracy or something? I don't mean to cast scorn on that idea. I'm just asking.
Yeah, but Illuminati is a front term. Like it's like the storefront where in the back you actually do your dealings, but in the front the storefront would be called Illuminati, but in the back is where you do the business. So the Illuminati is really a Dan Brown propagated term. He made it famous recently. In your recent memory, the only reason probably the reason that the word Illuminati and the idea of Illuminati was promoted was definitely through Dan Brown, the Lost Symbol, Fallen Angels. But yeah, but it's there is evil, and to deny the evil one is like just to deny the good one, the God. You know, there is a duality. Anyways, and there's another awesome good meatloaf. Ah, where's the meatloaf? Jello always had the best kiss, man.
So what you working on, Abel?
Chess. I'm playing a game of chess, and I'm losing.
Oh, we gotta play chess with friends, man. Echo 07.
Man, we gotta play one day. I haven't had a good game of chess in a long time.
I play chess all the time. It's awesome. So, I'm giving myself to 1 o'clock, which is 37 minutes from now.
I'm totally down to play chess with anyone who wants to play.
You can play a game with me then. Send me a friend request on Facebook, and then we'll play chess with friends.
I don't connect Facebook with Google Plus. That's a no-no.
I'll start a Lead Chess game and put the link in the text box.
I'm installing Linux right now on a virtual server so we can have our own Cards Against Humanity. We'll make up our own cards, so that'll be interesting.
Hey, light goes. Light.
You guys know you'll never make a card better than the big black dildo.
You mean Goliath?
Biggest blackest dick was one of the best
All
cards.
the single ladies.
Yeah.
So funny story about a big gigantic black dildo. One time,
Oh, jeez.
we took a we took this
He's
guy out
looking
for
around
his,
to see if his girlfriend's over his shoulder.
no, we took a friend out for his bachelor party, and somehow we woke up the next morning and it was like 2 foot long. It was a gigantic black dildo. We just beat the shit out of him and anybody else in the room, and it was quite hilarious. I mean, you can imagine just beating your... Yeah, I mean, true story. So, there you go. Beating each... We called it Goliath.
I went over to a female friend's one time and used her bathroom, and her shower curtain was left open, and she had one with a suction cup stuck to the side of the bathrooms, or the shower stall. That was kind of hilarious. I didn't even bring it up because I just laughed.
That's awesome.
Hey, Jim. Jim, how you doing today?
I'm doing quite well. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I got a question to ask you. I don't know if you know. I run a hangout called God Talk. And I want to do. I'm gonna do a hangout on the prophecies of Jesus, specifically probably in Isaiah. Would you be interested in that hangout?
Nope.
Why?
Because prophecies are things that have not happened yet.
No,
And
no,
I
I
don't
mean,
know what's going to happen.
no,
Well,
I mean,
then
no, I'm not talking
that's
about those
foolish to
prophecies.
say
You're
because
right. I'm talking about I'm talking about the messianic, the supposed the messianic prophecies in like Isaiah.
I wouldn't mind showing up for it, but it's not one of my favorite topics.
well, that's foolish of you to say because if you were actually going to believe in Jesus, then you would realize that he fulfilled the prophecy. So,
He did. Yes, he did.
Oh, would you?
well,
Why
then
you want to
you
be in that hangout too, Ryan?
no, brother John. I told you I don't want to. No, not a platform unless look no.
Okay,
You can't. No, I mean, unless you want to do it right now. I mean, I have 23 minutes now.
Nah,
If you want to do it right now.
Nah, 23 minutes is not enough time, and I want to do it under the I wanted to do it in the God Talk hangout. You know, I keep the discussion civil. You know, I just wanted to address some of these the prophecies, and we usually don't get enough Christians to come in and join the discussion.
Well, why do you need Christians to try and juxtapose them?
No, I want to get their perspective and their understanding of the scriptures.
I know. The saddest thing is the false Christians, the people that don't actually understand what it means to believe. Well, see, and again, lack of a better term, Christian, but no, yeah.
I call them CINOs. C-I-N-O, Christian in name only.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question, Jim.
Yep.
Why do you call yourself Christian Hillbilly?
Because I'm a Christian first and everything else second. I'm a Christian first and a hillbilly second. I'm a Christian first and a father second. I'm a Christian first and a husband second. I'm a Christian first and everything else second.
Okay, that's a good answer. Let me ask you another question. Why do you have a digital halo above your head?
I didn't know I did. Maybe God put it there for me. I don't know.
Hey Jim, do you get a lot of slack at church for the 2 earrings?
Nope.
No. That's good.
I've had a couple of older folk ask me about it, and I said, "Don't you know what it said in the Bible? It says when you are a bondservant or a slave." Oh, I see that halo now. Golly, where'd that come from? When you are a bondservant or a slave, then your ear is pierced. I am a slave of Jesus Christ, and I'm glad.
That's Old Testament, bro.
Now, how do I get rid of that halo?
Well,
I honestly find it a problem he wants to be a slave, regardless of who his master is.
Well, you can only serve one master.
Yep. That's
Which
right.
one is it?
I serve Jesus and Jesus alone.
That's brilliant.
That's
Now
why
you gotta watch yourself.
First and everything else second.
Jim, I will tell you, this is not the place to witness.
Sure it is.
No, it's not. You cannot give pearls to swine.
Oh, Grant. Where did Jesus do all his witnessing? Who did he witness to? The prostitutes,
I'm sorry,
the Pharisees, the tax collectors, everybody. Hey, you know what? If you don't need a doctor, you don't go to.
Jim, it's a verse from Jesus. He clearly says, "Do not give pearls to swine."
Yep. And where is that verse at, sir? And who's he talking to?
Look,
Can you tell me?
Yes.
Go ahead, Google it.
I'm not Googling anything.
Well, then who's he talking to? You should know this right off the top of your head.
Matthew 7, it's Matthew chapter 7.
Thank you very much. He's talking to you.
Who's he talking to?
You.
No. Who is Jesus talking to?
You.
Okay. You don't understand, so that's all right.
Okay. To be fair, Jim, hey, what's up? I don't hide. I am exhausted. Look at my eyes. I can't even open my eyes.
The pigs will turn into
Talk
pieces.
about putting pearls before swine. You, sir, are doing just that. You proclaim to be something and yet do not understand what the scriptures say.
Oh boy, here
So
we
I
go.
say the same thing about you.
I love when Christians point the finger at each other and say, "Who's the real Christian?"
I'm just asking a question.
Great.
Exactly. And that's the thing. Christians shouldn't, people shouldn't point the finger at each other ever.
Who is
That's what I'm
Jesus
saying, Jim.
talking
This is not the, this, I tell you, this is not
Who
the
was
platform.
Jesus talking to?
You.
Nope. Wrong answer. But thank you for playing.
Well, then who was it? Hillbilly?
Okay. Can you read the scripture? Can you read that verse and tell me who Jesus was talking to?
Looks like he's talking to the crowds on the mountainside.
Oh, I see what you mean. You mean in the common place. But you mean to tell me that Hillbilly, that story only meant those people on the mountainside?
Again.
How does it matter, Christian Hillbilly, who he's talking to specifically? He says, don't throw your pearls before swine.
Hey,
Is that not
Hylas?
clear as day?
Hey, Hylas, when I want your opinion, I'll give it to you. All right? Thank you.
You mean no action?
I can give my opinion.
I'll give it to you.
I'm
Dude,
no. Better in this room.
You guys are so foolish. Stop. It's so
How's it
annoying.
foolish? I'm just weighing in.
I'm not saying you're foolish. I'm saying Hillbilly, man. Look at you.
Why are you so angry? Why are you so angry, Jim?
I'm not angry about nothing. I'm simply asking a question.
He can't, like, respond to me without insulting me.
Yeah, I don't know. What's the deal there, Jim?
I'm not done referring to Ryan. Ryan has yet to answer my question.
Already did.
No, you didn't. Try
Okay,
again.
what's your question?
Who is Jesus talking
This
to?
is trivia. How is it relevant to the topic?
To be fair, Hylas already answered your question, or actually Abel did. It was a Sermon on the Mount, but the point of the story was it transcends to anybody that wants to believe and read it. And I'm saying that you're being a perfect example.
I'm thinking Jesus was talking to the Jews of the first century, and it doesn't apply to anyone else, and it's not relevant to anyone else, so who cares?
Well,
There was another scripture.
way to go, Devil's Advocate. That's... Woo! No, the point is...
It also says before that judge not, that ye be not judged.
It does say that. You're right.
Uh-huh. Yep.
So...
What does that even mean? Do you know what that means? Let me ask you a question.
I'm sure you're going to tell us what it means.
Yeah, tell me what it means.
No, I'm asking you a question. Do you know what it means?
Oh, you got that secret knowledge, huh? There's another saying that says, let those who have eyes to see, let them see. But those who do not, no matter how hard they look, they'll never see. When Jesus was asked, why does he talk in parables? He said, well, you already know. He's talking to his inner sanctum. He's talking to his disciples, his 12. He said, you already know because you have eyes to see. But those profane, they will not.
Hey guys, see, this is what happens. And Hylas, you're not incorrect. I tell you again, you're accurate, but this is not the point. This is not the place. I just want you to know, you're accurate, but it's not the place. You're not going to convince any of these people here that are not
That's fine.
believers in Christ. No, I'm just telling you. Just so you know. And,
like I said, I'm not a Christian.
well, what are you?
I'm not for anyone to believe what they want.
Yeah, of course. Do without's will, Nike. Just do it. That's the lie. That's the false lie. You know.
Oh, I feel you.
I think we can all unite in the agreement that whatever Jesus says or means doesn't really matter.
I totally disagree, Abel, and I do want to ask you a question because I know apparently you make maps. That's correct, right?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
All right. So, what kind of maps do you make?
I make maps of oil and gas pipelines and wells.
My brother works for. He actually just moved to, I think it's Colonial, but he was in Houston, and now he's in the Greenville hub. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know the Texas area.
Okay. Well, it's not important, but what I want to know is, like, how much you don't actually make, like land mass maps. You chart. Is that more accurate or not fair? I'm not trying to be inaccurate. I'm just asking.
When we use the word chart, it normally applies to the ocean or water bodies, or maybe the air. But maps would be a term that applies more to the land.
Okay, so you map out the land.
Yes.
But you map out pipelines, though. You don't actually map out land.
I do map out
topography.
The land. The land is the background, and the oil and gas pipelines are the features on that map.
Okay, cool. Well, see, because you're what you do wouldn't actually get the point, which I think you know what I was going to try and go at, is that you're only going to deal within the American region, I would guess. I don't know, maybe not. Are you internationally mapping?
No, it's just a certain region, the North Dakota, Montana area.
Yeah, and I hear that it actually is booming. Like, I hear people are like I hear the workers that are going there to get that energy are like straight up like they're making good enough money where they're like willing to like camp out in like Walmart parking lots and just work. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Right? Isn't that crazy? That's crazy.
Yeah, they're making big money. There should not be any unemployment in America because the jobs are easy in Montana and North Dakota.
You know, the biggest problem with the unemployment is pride.
Yep.
People think they're too good. Look, here's an example. Never mind. Talking too much. Somebody else talk. Me, myself.
I don't know. You kind of stopped yourself mid-rant. I was enjoying that, Ryan.
Well, I mean, that's fine. I just don't like to, it's difficult because it's just like delay, and I don't like talking to other people. I'm a natural interrupter, so this is actually helping me a lot with not interrupting with people, but, I don't even know where I was going anymore. Where was I going? Where would you like?
You were telling me that you wanted to get a job in North Dakota and make big money.
North Dakota, what?
Yep.
No, but it is true, yeah. And I admire that, but that's tough work, man. I mean, the pressure that can bust from one of those pipes will slice your hands right off.
Yeah, I've seen a guy with a burned off face. There's guys who have died from the gas.
Dude, wait, hold on. Yeah, to parallel. Alright, so I had a guy that I sold a car to recently, and he was like a master con artist. His wife was like this gigantic, lazy, like sloth, lazy, like bad lady, right? And I use the word bad because I don't know, she doesn't exemplify anything good, but she sued Walmart because she fell and broke her back in Walmart. Convenient, okay. So this guy used to work for a government. It was for damn, what was it? It was gas, and it was if there was a leak, they would create a vacuum. Oh man, what the heck? Anyways, not important. But there was a protocol back like in the day when he was doing it that if someone got injured, they had to try and resuscitate him until the ambulance arrived. And he said the pressure popped off, cut this guy's head off, like scalped him basically. But they had to resuscitate him legally until the ambulance arrived. And I have this creepy guy going like this, and yeah, so it was real weird. He was breathing into his nose, and then you could see and hear the blood in the air popping out the top of his skull. until the ambulance came. And that's how he said it. I was like, whoa. That's fucked up, man. Why would you even do that? Well, it's, sued, not otherwise. But yeah.
I had a friend, Abel, that used to chart, they're called lusts, Lusts, I think.
Huh.
Leaking underground storage tanks, and I was amazed at how many of those we have everywhere.
What do you mean, how many?
There's these underground storage tanks from old filling stations, chemical plants, you name it, they're all over the place. And somebody has to keep tabs on them for the government, and so they hire out other people to do reporting on them and whatnot and compile all the information, and yeah.
That's interesting.
I know who you're talking about. Leonardo, Donatello, Michelangelo, Raphael, and Splinter.
Exactly.
What do you guys think of the new movie coming out?
I haven't seen it yet.
What I heard
Have you ever seen the Deadpool clip? Were we talking about Deadpool the other day? Did you guys watch that? That was hilarious.
No.
Deadpool, the Mortapula, or whatever it says. Are you eating boiled peanuts, Abel?
Sorry, what was your question?
Are you eating boiled peanuts?
I'm actually eating sunflower seeds.
I was going to say, if you're eating boiled crickets again.
I used to eat sunflower seeds. It helped me not smoke as much. I need to start doing that again.
How did the sunflower seeds not helping not smoke?
Just constant oral fixation, constantly doing something. It helps you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is distracting. I suppose eating sunflower seeds helps me not to overeat as much.
Right, and they're so tiny that you can, do a couple at a time.
And if you eat them, eat the shells like I do, just kind of.
I just find that you shit them out there if you eat the shell.
You'll get a bleeding anus.
Sounds just peachy.
I think the funniest word for hemorrhoid is stinky balloon. Alright, well, since I guess we don't have to argue about anything for once, that's kind of cool. I still tell you that this whole ISIS bullshit is bullshit, though. Not argumentative. And so is the Michael Brown, the whole St. Louis bullshit. And then we have another shooting. I mean, guys, pay attention.
Everything that happens in the world is nothing but bullshit. It's all bullshit.
You're right.
Like the national debt, it's bullshit.
Yep.
When
sure is.
people,
Oh, wait, you know what, Abel?
die,
Hold on. Hey, buddy. No. I'm going to ask you a question and you appreciate it, and I want your answer.
Okay.
We were talking about this the other day. Where is the dollar going? Where's the dollar going? What's going to happen to the dollar in 5 years? Or whatever. What's your opinion?
I'm going to take it to the laundromat, put it in the machine, and exchange it for quarters. And after that, I don't know.
What? That's all you got? Lame answer.
Silver.
I know exactly what I'm going to do with my dollars. I'm going to take it to the strip club, and I'm going to make it rain.
Oh, yeah, you put bubbles through college.
It's got to happen eventually, right? I don't know if it'll be soon. Probably not going to be soon.
Why
not? Just because it hasn't happened in the last, I don't know,
20 years, 50 years, 100 years?
Yeah.
Think about the coins that were used during the Civil War, and that was in the 1860s, okay? So now we are in, 2014. It's only 200 years later.
Yep.
So, I mean, everything is cyclical. History repeats itself. And you know what I always laugh is people are like, yeah, in the back of their heads they go, history repeats itself, but they refuse to admit that, Rome fell, Persia fell.
Yeah.
The Ming Dynasty.
Yeah, I know a bunch of people who have an economic apocalyptic way of thinking, that they think there's going to be a big crash next year or 2 years.
We got
Or any
we
minute.
got we got computers running Wall Street, which was never actually really a proven system. There's no backing. Never mind. We don't talk about it. There's no backing of the dollar. Nothing backs the dollar other than you can only buy petroleum or petrol with the dollar. It's no longer backed by. We used to. That's why Fort Knox was established, because supposedly for every dollar we would print, we would back it by a dollar amount in gold, and we left that standard a while ago.
Yeah, well, what's back in gold?
Greed.
China.
China's back in
Yeah.
gold.
Really, I used to be in the financial business, and I'm going to tell you right now, the thing that's backed up our dollar has been the Chinese, because they buy up our debt. Right now, China owns about 70% of our debt out there.
Okay, Jim, to answer your question now, very simply, I'm going to answer you head on, right? Before
No, they do not own 70% of our debt.
They own a big chunk of it.
A big chunk. Okay, so if somebody owes you a big chunk of money, Jim, would you want to crush them so that they couldn't pay you back?
Oh, yes, especially if they had something that I wanted, like their land. I've seen mortgage people do it all the time.
Now, there's a good point. Now, real estate is the way they can pay
Ain't
back.
making no more of that.
You're right about that.
Doesn't quite happen the same way in everything else. It can happen in like the mortgage business, whereas someone doesn't pay you back and then you get their land.
Hey, you get their land, and you get what's called a deficiency judgment. That means they can never do crap again without paying you back.
Dude, I don't even need to watch the movie God's Not Dead to know that you're just... I don't even know what you are, man. Do you even know who you are?
Yeah, I'm the Christian hillbilly.
It was a dappy movie. I'm a Christian, so.
Hey, I bet your second favorite movie... Actually, I'm gonna insult you.
Have you guys ever heard of a book called The Confessions of an Economic Hitman?
Yeah.
What do you think of that one?
Didn't read it, I just heard of it.
Oh, okay. I haven't read it either, but I did see a video interview that was about a half hour in length of the author, and it was a while back. But he was making some ideas, or he was presenting some ideas that seemed kind of interesting along the lines of, you know, the economy of the world kind of has to be led by a certain individual or, you know, economy of a country. And
England.
America or
London.
London.
London is the money. And Tom, I'm not trying to cut you off. I was trying to parallel with you. Keep going. But yeah, London is definitely the money market capital of the world. Okay. All right. Well, then I'll keep going. Keep going.
The pound is worth twice as much as the dollar.
No. Yeah. That's a good example. The Queen of England is like the richest person in the world. Well, and don't quote me by David Icke, okay? Fuck David Icke in the face, okay? Anyways, Brother John, I noticed your point about our total debt is 17 trillion. Now, who are we in debt to? What if we just wiped it zero? What if we just started a reset?
Oh, that's what we need. We need a reset.
I mean, it's not unheard of. It's happened before in history. Right?
Yeah, and it always has to... The only way it can happen is with the fall. The last time you saw it happen was World War II, when we conveniently bailed out Germany. Don't you guys realize how that was all transfer of power, money, and economics? Now, economics is such a volatile kind of like, it's not a there's no way you can explain the idea of economics unless you're actually pretending to tell someone about economics, because then you're going to really control what you want to tell them about economics, because you're going to say this is how it's going to work, but meanwhile you're like this. Like, that's Jello, isn't it? Yep. Dollar bills, y'all. Penny powders, lawyers. So that, the whole idea of that is, ooh, what's this? That's a long ass.
It's a copy and paste from Wikipedia. I was reading about the book Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
Oh, cool. So you know what Tom was talking about.
I actually did not hear the book.
Oh, you just... Gotcha. You just contributed.
Yeah, and the details are real hazy with me, because I said it was a long time ago since I saw the interview. But it seemed as if he was presenting the notion that it's kind of a game, and you have to have somebody who's doing well economically to make the whole system run worldwide.
Or chase the dream. You gotta make them chase the dream. And you're right. It is the idea that if you do this, it will fall into economics, which is like our Rumsfeld and our, whatever. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's all bullshit. Economics is bullshit. I always thought it was bullshit. It was like economy of scale. It was really about the choice. Economies of scale isn't really exactly what I was trying to mean, but it's all about a choice. So.
And I guess that the choice to, if you are, if we want to go down the conspiratorial lane where there are superpowers, what would be the best avenue or approach to create the most numerous slaves that will keep on doing what they're doing, not knowing that they're slaves?
Serfdom. Let's start there.
Say that again?
Serfdom.
I've heard
how about this, Tom?
that means, actually.
You order a pizza. You don't know what that means?
No.
It's okay. And I admire you for... Look, there's nothing wrong. I will always admit something if I don't know what it is. And that's a good skill to learn. It's not easy to learn.
The hard drive only holds so much. I've heard the term, but I forgot what it means.
Serf, like S-E-R-F.
Right.
Okay? Which means you work the land for your lord. For your landlord. You're a serf. You're a peasant. And that is where your idea of an economy, your economy could also be established with an ecosystem, a system, or a system, any kind of system. But I was going to say this, Tom. You have a whole pizza pie, and you're hungry, and you eat one slice. But that one slice costs you $1.
I enjoy both Cars films. They're not my...
Huh? What? I didn't hear what you said. Never mind. Yeah, I don't want to go on my economy. Like, yeah, serfdom. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Great powers. Just China, along with the EU, Brazil, Russia, and India, are great powers. Assad is just below us. Is the only superpower. If Putin has what if you think that we're not all being run together, like the idea of, I think it's really foolish to be like, to think that America is the supreme country in the world. I mean, we're all running in a cycle, and a world economy, if you will, really. we're a superpower because we made missiles, a shit ton of missiles, and baby boomers, and Social Security that none of us are going to get. So that's awesome. That's why we're the best. Right?
I don't know, man. I'm confused on economics.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was commenting to Reuven because he always just interjects on the side, but doesn't actually talk. But his points are always like.
It's like I want to figure stuff out regarding this issue, but I want the Cliff's notes too. I'm lazy. Too much work, it seems, to figure it out.
Well, you cannot create a perfect machine, apparently. Matter can neither be created nor destroyed. You can only barter for a certain amount of goods. You only give something for. I'll be right back. Wait up this.
So what were you guys all getting heated over? I listened for like 30 seconds and then my internet cut out and I jumped back on and you guys were talking about something different. You guys were getting heated on another subject, it sounded like.
Was it the Ark discussion?
Ark?
Yeah, Noah's Ark.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. So whose hangout is this?
The Reuvens, I do believe.
Reuven Goldstein. Oh, he asked me when I came here, what do you believe? I believe all kinds of things. What are you talking about? Be more specific.
So,
yeah.
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people, and nobody. Are people like doing their errands and?
Yes, I was just picking up my wash. Alright, so anyways, yeah. Maybe this is the time to do.
So I see a couple of the head icons with the yin yang. Is that like a Buddhist or some similar sort of representation?
Could just be an emo.
Emo.
Tom, can I ask you a question?
You just did, but you can ask another if you like.
How does it feel to lose MySpace?
MySpace.
I'm just kidding.
I don't miss it. You know, it was weird because I was reluctant and resistant to join Facebook. I was like, screw Facebook, man. MySpace has got it going on enough. And then eventually I came over to Facebook. I mean, my account still exists on my Facebook. I haven't looked at it in over 2 years or something.
Never mind, I was just kidding.
I know. They were trying to come back, right?
You're lucky, actually, because sometimes it's be quite combative in here. But we're actually just trying to shoot the shit, man. So, Reuven wants to know, because this is Reuven's hangout, right?
Yeah.
Reuven is like, yeah.
How come he's not talking?
He never talks. He never talks. It really bothers me. All he does is sit there and type on the side. I think he's like Stephen Hawking's. Hawking, no S. Until one day he goes, Ryan Hawking.
He got Carl Sagan. Has anybody seen the new Cosmos series?
Yeah.
No. I don't care. No. And, no. No. Have you ever seen Ancient Aliens?
No, I heard of it though.
Aliens.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the same thing.
Oh, really? It's got that one. Well, I mean, I haven't watched it, but I've seen the adverts on Netflix with that one black dude.
That's Neil deGrasse. Everybody thinks he's like the new Black Messiah. It's kind of funny.
Oh, okay.
Except, Jesus was black.
I just saw him on a interview with Joe Rogan one time. That's it. On his.
I saw a picture. There was a tweet. Somebody tweeted a picture of this black guy sitting on the subway with his laptop out, and the person actually said, "Look at this dork. He's sitting here playing with his laptop," and it was Neil Tyson deGrasse. I was like, "What?"
That's funny. He's a Freemason. I think we had a Freemason talk the other day. So yeah, definitely Freemason. Which, whatever. You talk with your hands.
If that's true, it means he does believe in God.
The God of this world, yeah, the Lucifer, yeah, true. Enlightenment, the light.
How come Joe Rogan is dumb? I'm just curious.
Because he used to be in partners with Dane, what's his name? UFC. Joe Rogan used to be UFC, and then he stand-up comedy, and then he was all of a sudden, well, I don't know.
He's all of the above, I think. He's a commentator and a comedian.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
That's okay.
I don't know if dumb is the right word, though. I wouldn't say dumb. Joe Rogan is dumb because he's a trendy. Oh, yeah, well, I would agree. Well, anyone in mainstream media, Benny, I would agree with you on that one. Anyone, mainstream shoes.
I guess each his own, right?
Because he must have made a sex tape that none of us saw, because that's the only way you get famous nowadays. Or just, eat it, kid. So bad. So Alright, so what do we got? Who put this up here? Science, spin, and atoms. I think it's very ironic that people call atoms atoms and that they refuse the idea of atom.
Okay.
That's true.
How much ego? What's the word I'm looking for?
Is enough.
Yeah, like what makes you an egomaniac? Is there a fine line? Because I think we all have sort of want to promote self and have people view us in a positive light, and it's kind of egocentric. Where is the line where you're like, okay, now you've crossed the line, you're an egomaniac now?
I think when you actually have an ego, that's when you cross the line.
What?
That's answering your question. I think when you have an ego, you can have your own self-perception, but when you have an idea of yourself that it's important is when you cross the line.
But what if it's subconscious? I think everybody, to a degree, has that subconsciously.
Well, that's my answer. What's Joseph, what's your answer?
I'm sorry, I'm reading. Throw it by me again.
Ego. When you have an ego, okay, we all have an ego, but when, and I'm gonna let our new guy here. I'm sorry, I don't know, Tom? Tom. Tom, ask the question to Joseph.
No, I guess the distinction I was adding into the mix was that, well, it could be argued that we all have, at least subconsciously, the drive to promote our own ego, and it's manifest in a lot of different ways, even here on these social media. So is it easy to define when somebody crosses the line and becomes an ego maniac, quotation marks? You know,
I think when people start to regard their own feelings over other people's and just basically deny it, get kind of conceited, then I think you can tell the difference. Yeah.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that.
I think you see egos come out a lot more like on Hangouts and stuff because, you know, people have certain beliefs and we're not all here to sit here and try to convert each other, but that seems to just happen all the time regardless. Sometimes, yeah.
And you're welcome, guys. I bet you I'm one of the only, whatever, it doesn't matter. Hey, and Tom, I'll tell you this. And Brother John, are you listening? So,
Ryan, you weren't about to say what I think you were about to say, were you?
Nope.
You rang, Ryan? How can I help you, Ryan?
I want you to listen. This is when your ego crosses the line. Because narcissist, the ancient story of narcissist, he loved himself so much that he looked into the reflective pool of the image of himself. He tried to kiss himself, and then he drowned himself. And that is when your ego overcomes yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did that answer your question? Tom, can I ask you another question, though? Can I ask you a question, though?
Yeah. I was just still thinking about it.
How many, I'm going to mess with you. How many times did you ask somebody to take that picture of yourself, like just holding that cup just so slightly so that you could act like it was candid, but it wasn't really? And it was your favorite shirt?
Your microphone is kind of distant. I don't know if you got closer, then I could hear you better. I heard, I think, 2/3 of that.
Is that your favorite shirt, and why are you looking over there to the left so candidly?
Oh yeah, that's kind of like, hey, I'm just talking. My brother took that picture.
How many times did you ask him to take that picture before you chose that picture?
I don't think I asked him to take that picture, but I will select pictures that I think are good of me. Not that I think that shirt is necessarily anything special, but yeah, I don't get. Huh?
Is that your favorite shirt?
No.
Or your favorite restaurant?
That was a pretty cool cafe. That was back when I lived in Illinois. I live in California now, but I think it's one of those things where like kind of evolving and it can fluctuate too over time. Like I've been in situations where I had a whole bunch of pictures on Facebook and I'm like, screw this. I'm deleting them all. I'm getting rid of all the friends list because they're not really friends, you know, and trim the herd down to, you know, under 100. Yeah. I mean, you know, I kind of like, then I'll go back to being a little bit more egotistic.
Yeah, let go of yourself. Reuven, I get so annoyed when I notice your chime-ins, man. I just wish you would talk, because you're poignant, and I'll give you that. Except you're not like God, because God is always honest and truthful. And then I like the Obama comment. That's hilarious. Which, sorry, Tom, you know. Tom's like, look, man, I just answered you, and then Ryan just deflect on some other thing. But yeah, come on. Steroids, right? No.
I'm scrolling through. I don't see anything about Obama.
Right there.
Oh yeah, better him than Obama.
Not important. No, that's what I meant. I meant no offense. I did hear your question. I mean your answer. And I appreciate it. It was an honest, good answer, and that's what it's all about, man. That's what it's all about, being honest. And so, if you're worried that you're a narcissist, I would say yes, you're a narcissist. If you're worried that you're a narcissist, I would say yes, you're a narcissist. Bless you. Everybody knows why we say bless you, right? Anyone? Anyone?
Yes, I know. It's because the flying spaghetti monster, of course.
Yeah. Hey, and Joseph, you never told me why FSM, though.
I never told you about what now?
I was just kidding, because it's flying spaghetti monster.
Yes, it's flying spaghetti monster.
Yeah, you know what logo? You know what logo just got the flying spaghetti monster? The new Wendy's logo.
Cool.
Okay. Her new shirt, and then the right there, and then the new. Look up the new Wendy's logo. Look at it.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, check it out. Look up just look up new Wendy's logo. You'll see the flying spaghetti monster right there. It's not God, Joseph. That's so foolish. But you embrace it because you're like, I don't fucking get God yet, so I'm gonna just call him the flying spaghetti monster. That's fair.
As long as you go heavy on the sauce.
Yes.
You
know what? I don't care what they say. Chick-fil-A sauce is the best sauce.
It is. I have to agree with you there.
It is so good.
You can put it on about anything.
Ryan, can you help me get the whole God thing? Can you help me figure it out?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Then why would you say?
Joseph can because it's the flying spaghetti monster. Tell him, Joseph. Tell him.
No, I've already
He
talked
already
to
knows
Joseph.
about the flying spaghetti monster.
Why would you say bless you, Ryan?
Because I was asking because of, folklore. The reason you say bless you is because people believe that your heart would skip, and so that a demon could enter your body in that brief moment. So you would say, bless you.
I think Gesundheit is closer to that though than bless you. Bless you is a perversion of Gesundheit.
Well, what does Gesundheit mean?
It means good health.
Okay.
So does that have to do with like people thinking?
No. That's such a foolish. Wait. So bless you is different than good health?
It's very different. It has a religious overtone with it.
What are you blessing me with?
Good health.
But towards the same end, right? Because isn't the idea that you sneeze and your heart stops for a second? Can you?
Thank you, Tom.
Something like that, right?
Yeah, no, exactly, yeah. But no. And I don't know if you guys know Down. Is Down, you guys like Down? Is Down cool? Are you an asshole, Down? Don't be a jerk.
I'm actually Abel's brother. I don't know if you knew that or not.
No, I didn't. That's what I was asking.
No, he's not my brother.
There's
No,
Abel
that's what he
and Cain.
was.
There's Cain and Abel.
Yeah, I know. And Abel knows that. That's where he goes, I grew up, I was wondering where the fuck Cain was.
Wait, which one of the bastards gets stoned?
No, it wasn't. No, he fucking
strangled.
He strangled.
Nobody knows exactly how Abel died. That says he was killed. Could have been with a stone. Could have been with his hands. Could have been with an AK-47. We just don't know.
No, definitely not AK-47. Not fair, Abel. No, definitely not. Definitely not.
I'm a young Earth creationist.
No, but you're right though. Yeah, 6,000 years ago, right? I know. No, but you're right.
I'm thinking more like 100 years.
What? You think Earth is only 100 years old?
That's right.
Wait, are you messing with me, or like I could get into that idea? Wait, what do you mean? No way. Definitely not 100 years old.
I recalculated the genealogies in the book of Genesis, and it comes out to 100 years.
Oh, you fool! Don't be a mocker. That is not an accurate. Look, the calendar that you use today, right now, is a Julian calendar. Okay, Abel, agreed? Do you agree with that? You're 365.25 days in a year, right?
Well, yeah, I'm with you there.
Yeah, which is a Julian calendar, which is...
I'm pretty sure Julius Caesar did not know there was 365.25 days in a year.
Exactly. So how do you know that there was 365.25 days in a year when that book was written? Fool, don't be a scoffer. That's not fair. That's not a fair argument. I hate the time. No. The time argument will never stand. Because
calendars are an interesting subject. If you look back at the different calendars we've used over the years.
No, they're not.
There's calendars where they skipped an entire month just because they fucking felt like it. It was insane.
Now, if you want to talk about time, that is an interesting subject. Now, the seasons, there has always been the seasons. Now, there can be a different measurement of your day and your cycle, but there is always the seasons, and there are always the stars, and there are truth in the stars. And there are not planets, and there are no. Let's
not go there, Abel. Let's not go there.
I'm not going there either. But there is truth. Yeah, Ryan, that's a good point. Go ahead, down then. Fine. Go ahead. Troll on the side if you want to. Why don't you troll me to my face? What you got? How are you feeling today,
I
man?
will give you a dirty Sanchez to your face. That's what I'll do.
Maybe I'll ambush your Paddington. Maybe I'll give you a strawberry shortcake.
Oh, children.
I'm just kidding. Down. Don't be down. But no. Again, it's gonna go to time, and the seasons are true. The sundial has to be accurate. The sundial was our first derivative of our clock. That would mean that the sun falls in a very rigid and precise pattern, not an ellipsis. Nope. Can't be. Can't be. Otherwise, our clocks would be totally different. Why do we look at our watches and have 12? Why did we have 12 at one time and 14 at another, and 11 at one time and 9 at another? Hey, you ever know why you study English 101? What does 101 mean? Anybody?
Got me there.
That's like asking why is my right hand never touched my right elbow? I don't know.
Well, because we were talking about time, so I was going to say, never mind, yeah, let's not talk about it.
Time is a completely human made-up conception for us to keep track of shit.
Time is a constraint. Time is a lie. Time is a prison. Time is your Saturn, is your 6. The 6. Hey, what's the 6th planet away from the sun? Anybody? 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 Abel, just say it. You know it. What is it?
Can you repeat the question?
What is the 6th planet away from the sun?
The six what?
6th planet. Never mind.
Sixth planet.
Saturn.
Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn.
Saturn is your 6, right?
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. There we have our paradox. So you know what I think is really funny? Which is the same thing as when people talk, yeah, see the 101 Dalmatians. No, you're right. No, your 101 is your gate. Hold on. Benny, you're not wrong about that. That's subliminal programming. Your 101, your English 101. Okay, so that's your gate. That's actually your 911 too. Okay, that is your Roman numeral 911, your gate. Okay, you guys, some of you may know this, you're playing dumb or not. But then you have your 6, and you have your ancient god of wisdom, time, agriculture, right? You have one ring, and that's the modern folklore. But so you have those things in consideration. To add up to, if you could control time, you could control everything. You could create synchronicity. Sorry. So it wouldn't be impossible to manipulate situations. It would actually be easy. So, to break free from time is to break free of your matrix, is to break free of your red and blue pillar. Saturn is your cube, your sat. Your 6 by 6 by 6 is your cube, your mathematical cube. And you can take it in any other way you want to slice and dice it, but that's your height, length, and your width, which is, you can graph it on calculus, you can graph it on Pythagorean theorem, you can graph it on whatever. But then you introduce the circle. And you look up at the sun, and it looks like a fucking circle. And that fucking shit throws you fucking all awry. So now you have your square peg and a round hole. And what do you do with that? Where do you square your compass? How do you do that? Right? Like that? I'm going to sit back for a minute and think about that. How many degrees are in a circle, Joseph?
360.
How many degrees are in a right angle?
90.
Alright, so how many degrees are in a square?
Square?
Yep. How many?
You know, you're going to let the elephant out, and you're going to lose your credibility completely in here. I'm just saying.
90 is 180. That's not. No, Benny, that's not. It's time for bid. No.
Are you asking if you add up the...
No, I'm laughing at Benny. He's wrong. It's 360 degrees in a square. Right?
Yes. Yes, it is. It's 360 degrees in a square, four 90-degree angles.
And it's 24 minutes past your bedtime, Ryan.
Am I that bad? Should I just mute myself and hang out? That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. But, how can you have the same area and the same amount of angles, but you cannot fit a square into a round hole? I know. Look, don't give away the illumination.
Angles has nothing to do with the dimensions of something fitting into something else.
Whatever, I'm chilling. I think my girlfriend actually just left because she pissed off. I was talking on another hangout, you fuckers. But you know why I like this? And I will say this, and I didn't mean fucker in a mean way. I meant like, I can't. There's beauty in the separation, and that I know you guys, but I don't interact with you on a daily basis unless we choose to. And it's hard, you know. Sometimes you just want to, like, you're an outlet. You're an outlet for me, and I'm not afraid to admit that. So thank you. How about that? How about that?
Hey Ryan, can you make your girlfriend an outlet for my penis?
So stupid. That is so dumb.
Can I see her first? Can I see her first?
Down. Unmute yourself.
May I see your girlfriend first?
You just unmuted yourself, just like I asked you to. Don't be a fool. Don't be a jerk. What are you going to do? Nothing. Don't be a jerk. No reason to be a jerk. You have no reason to be a jerk. Did I do something to offend you? I mean, you can be vile, but no. To answer your question, absolutely not. Never could you ever. Next question.
I thought you had some of that southern hospitality down there in South Carolina.
Wait. Dude, why are you... Troll. Come on, man. What's wrong? Did you have a bad day?
There's no rational way to talk to you about anything rational. I mean, you are a theist.
Wait. Okay, hold on. No. Don't even go there. You don't even want to go there with me, down, because you don't. I'm going to mute myself. You and Joseph, you tell me. You don't want to go there with me. I'm not a fool.
All I was going to say was I think him being a theist is the least of your worries, Dan, and I'll leave it at that.
What else besides the theism?
I'm not going to talk about it unless he wants to talk about it before he goes to bed, because it tends to throw the room into a little flurry, and it doesn't recover until he leaves. So, and it's nothing against him. You're allowed to have your beliefs, man. I mean, we've had some good debates, Ryan. And
there must be a few people in the world who do not have any embarrassing beliefs, and everything they believe is perfectly mundane. And I have not met those people.
That was cool. See what you did there? Abel threw in poetry.
Do you think a good start would being an atheist? Do you think that's almost a requirement for that?
Being an atheist is a requirement for what?
For what you were just saying.
No, I don't think that's what he's saying, Joseph. I hear what you're saying, but I think he was saying, I don't think that there's any way you can say anything that anybody could believe is what they believe is boring. At least that's how I thought it.
I don't think there's many things that I believe in, Abel, that I would... I mean, I don't think I have any incredibly difficult beliefs.
No.
Okay.
He didn't say difficult. He meant, like, what you believe is exciting to your own self. Isn't that what you meant, Abel? Or maybe I misinterpreted that in the wrong way. Mundane is boring.
I didn't take it that way at all. So he was...
He's saying it was exciting. He's saying, like, what you believe is your excitement. Wait, hold on. Am I interrupting a gay chat? Is that what's going on here? Do you guys just, like, want to talk about...
No.
Zoom time.
Thanks.
Don't give me a thumbs up, down. I'm just kidding. That was for you, down. Look, you know what I think is a foolish thing too? Like, judging people for being gay. I think that's a foolish thing to do. Didn't Jesus make out with a guy? Wolfgang, don't be a fool. The black Jesus did, yeah. Oh, bet he's gonna remember that I was joking about. Well, hey, maybe Jesus was black. I mean, shit, man. People are fucking dark over there. Whatever. Hey, you know what's weird? Are any of you guys? I'm red-green colorblind.
Oh.
Are any of you guys colorblind?
No, I'm not.
Not that I know of, but it's actually pretty common. I know quite a few people that are at least one or two color.
And I have no, like, I think that hardly, I mean, yeah, sometimes I'm, like, totally off, but, like, dude, it's like, you ever heard the theory that dogs only see in purple?
Yeah, I think they see shades of blue or something, yeah.
So I want to know who the fuck saw through that dog's eyes.
Well, I think they did that through testing and actually understanding the rods in their eye. And if you actually grab a blue dog toy and throw it in the grass, they'll track that much better than, say, a green one or a red one.
No, I know, I'm just kidding, but, like, I just always thought it was funny. It was like, fuck
so if you want to make your dog happy, buy him blue chew toys.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
Yeah.
I thought orange was the best, though, just to be another...
Orange stands out to human eyes, but blue stands out to dog eyes? I didn't know that.
Hey, yeah, but what the fuck did you drop, man?
Guess what this is?
Black dildo. No. Laser pointer?
Vaporizer.
The fuck is it?
I don't know.
Your camera's a little blurry. I can't
That's
tell.
definitely a black dildo. Look how big it is.
I must have a very small vagina.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is. That's what it is.
Okay, what is it, Abel? Oh, okay.
Holding an insulin syringe.
Ah, very cool.
Shit, you're diabetic.
I can fill the syringe with insulin, close it in this, put it in my pocket, and go to a restaurant.
His diabetes is a punishment from God. It's God's righteous judgment.
That's foolish, Steve.
Yeah, in the womb, I sinned, and I
That's
came
foolish
out.
nonsense. That is not
Yeah.
true. Not true.
How much shit could you possibly get into in the womb? Come on, man. What'd you do?
You guys, you know what's very interesting? You don't breathe air in the womb. You are nurtured in water.
Yeah, and I lost that ability because I'm a sinner. I sinned in the womb. And
Damn, bro, you blew my
jerk,
mind.
man.
I didn't know shit, man.
Look, Westboro Baptist Church is the second biggest lie, I think, besides, like, I don't know, Roman Catholicism. Alright? So don't go there. If you're trying to go there and say, oh, if you try to be a mocker, that's not the truth. That's not that's not the real teaching. So I will say, go ahead. I mean, mock and scoff, but that's not accurate.
I don't know. I think it can be argued that God hates fags.
I don't think it can be argued that God hates fags at all.
Yeah,
How does he let so many of his followers hate him then? Because fuck, they sure do.
Because they're misrepresentations. Look, how can any person be judged as something that is a god? That's foolish. The person.
Hey, Leo. Welcome to the hangout, Leo. How you doing?
That monkey ain't talking again.
Hey, Benny, you quit side trolling too. Look, let's not get into theology, guys. Let's not do it. All right, yeah, he says no.
Benny, you still haven't drawn me a picture. I feel bad. I feel left
Dude,
out.
Benny,
man.
I love my picture. I saved it. I really hope it's not a virus. I hope I saved that picture. I think it's great.
If you make my picture, you have to get the ladder and the spaghetti monster there.
Yeah, that's true. You do, Benny. I agree. And the red stag.
No more red stag for a while, man.
Dude, I was sweating my face off today. It was 100 degrees. We had to go move. I didn't hardly go to bed. I fucking was messed up today. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It was so bad. I was so. I sat. Oh my god.
I don't normally sleep here during the day, like between appointments or customers, because I have like the doorbell that'll wake me up if somebody comes in the front. But I had to today. Oh man, it was bad.
Wait, so where are you? Wait, what do you mean? What kind of storefront? What do you mean?
I'm in the back of my computer shop. If you see
right
over
on.
there.
You know what? You said that the other. Oh, I never saw that. Oh, that's cool, dude.
Yeah, there's my bench.
Dude, that's cool.
There's my futon / couch that I crash on.
Dude, that's right on, man. That's commitment. That's persevering. Dude, it's really hard to run your own business.
Well, it helps that I retained a couple of my big customers that basically once a week I'm closed on Wednesdays, and I go down to Indianapolis and do consulting work down there, which pays for the entire shop, so I don't have to worry about not making it the first couple of years or anything.
That's right on, man. That's cool, dude.
I enjoy it.
I think a lot of us rely on technologies that we can't fix, and you can. And I think that's a noble, worthy thing that you can do. And fuck this spaghetti monster in the face. Ha! I'm just kidding.
Okay, the spaghetti monster has no animosities towards anyone, so you're fine.
I know.
You know what? You know what? The spaghetti monster is here. Eat the pasta.
You cut out, man. What'd you say?
You know, I would have to think that the flying spaghetti monster would not have a high opinion for those with celiac disorder.
Yeah, I think you might be right. He couldn't embrace you with his noodly appendages.
Yeah. So there's something that flying spaghetti monster is not telling us.
Darn it. Maybe he's got some special gluten-free, or maybe he's got, I don't know. He'd find a way to work with you, man. He'd find a way to work with you.
You gotta acknowledge the pastafarianism. Recognize the pasta within your hearts.
The Church of Euthanasia is also fun.
Atheist, who are you saying is a delusional fucker? You need to speak up, man. I see your monkey. He's not muted. He ain't talking, though. Oh, Hillbilly? Oh.
Yeah, Hillbilly left a while ago, didn't he?
Yeah.
Cool.
He is the delusional motherfucker.
Hillbilly ain't right. I'll tell you that right now. He is not right. Not right. Think it's different. Nothing.
It took me. I was a little surprised that he claimed that he was not a sinner. That's something I've never heard a Christian say. And he seemed to have a biblical.
He's a perfect example of what I mean when there's like, look, people.
He said, I've sinned before, and I would imagine he would say, I'm going to sin again sometime.
And then he sinned like several times in his conversations by like insulting and talking shit to everybody and like judging people.
I missed that part. I caught the part where he was getting a lot of shit from everyone else.
Dude, when I got in here, it was like him and I don't see, Lycos or someone.
Yes,
they were like going nuts.
Yes.
I felt bad.
What about
everybody that was listening to it?
The Noah thing?
So.
Oh, I'm sorry I missed today's discussion, Abel. What was the topic today?
Kevorkian.
Or
What
was
happened
it
to
today?
him?
Or is it Monday?
I don't know what day.
That's one for Abel, actually.
What's the question?
Now he's dead.
Is your weekly hangout on Mondays or Fridays?
Mondays is my hangout.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, I guess I didn't miss it today.
Well, I'll expect an invite now, Abel.
For some reason, when I put the event on my calendar, I cannot share that event. It doesn't show up. But I'll send you the link to my Facebook group.
Okay. It should. Yeah, the event should actually do something like that.
I'm the only one who can see it, and no one else can see it. And I
Hmm.
don't know why. Go there, see if you can. I sent the link to the Google Calendar. When Jim, the Christian hillbilly, tried to go there, all I could see was a page for making a new event and not my existing event. And he's supposed to be like an expert at Google Calendar.
So yeah.
So what do you see when you click on that link to the Google Calendar?
It's a Google Calendar thing? Where?
Yeah.
I'll tell you. Here, I'll click on it. Okay.
That's a fucking link.
There's two links there.
It works.
It says it's an untitled event.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not what you should be seeing. You should be seeing Google Eugenics, Google Hangout Eugenics discussion.
Eugenics? Well, why don't
Yeah.
we talk about some eugenics right now, man? What you think, man?
Sure, yeah, let's talk about it. So,
Talk about chromosomes.
Are there good genes and bad genes?
Well, we got 23 pairs of
I think there's
from each parent, right?
I'm not sure what the
And-
terminology is, but
I
I think
think-
there's
I-
a positive, a negative, and a voluntary, involuntary sort of thing.
Uh-huh.
I think I'm not trying to interrupt you now, but
My dad said that I should separate from the eugenics group because it leads to nothing but badness. Nothing good can come of it, and it's saying that some people are better than others because some genes are better than others. So that's the first question. Are some genes better than others? Some DNA? Like, would you rather have some DNA than other DNA?
I think there are.
Much the DNA, it's the like mutations and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's definitely. I think. Why don't we talk about genetically modified organisms and how they could potentially affect?
I think
your
it
offspring.
has more interesting stuff.
No, because GMOs ties into it. I think that GMOs is another interesting discussion. I'd like to have a discussion about that.
I think there are quite a few diseases that are worthwhile to prevent, and the basis of those diseases.
Well, at that point, you're gonna get.
The basis cause of hello, I'm still going. The basis cause or whatever of these diseases is
I'm just pointing this out. When you're talking about GMOs, you're essentially talking about like altering it for your own like use, like by like just like implanting one bit of DNA with another bit of DNA and for your like your own design essentially, and it's that's where it gets controversial.
Yep.
Well, we've been eating genetically modified organisms for a long time now.
Yep.
And to deny that, unless even the seeds you can buy, a lot of times the seeds you can buy are already genetically modified. So what I would say is if you buy a seedless watermelon, that is a sterile watermelon. So if you continue to eat a fruit, even if you only eat fruit and vegetables, but only fruit, and vegetables that are sterile, what is that going to do to your own genetics?
almost nothing, if anything at all. The genetics of what we eat is not very relevant, especially because we digest it. And digestion does not anyhow incorporate the genetics of these things. You can, in principle, genetically engineer a poisonous apple. In that case, it would, of course, be harmful. But barring rather obvious things like that, it mostly doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So, Nadia, can I ask you a question? So, if you eat a steak from a cow that Nadia, before I even ask that, do you eat meat?
I used to. For the purposes of the discussion, just
Okay, so if you ever ate a cow or a chicken or anything that had been given some kind of altered cycle, some kind of either, well, steroid isn't genetically modified, okay, but a genetically modified cow or chicken, you don't think that would have anything to do with you. You think it had no implications on you. So
it'd be a very
then
strange.
I'm gonna also ask you if you were going to, never mind. I'm just gonna ask you that question, and then I would like
Yeah,
you to
it would be very
really
strange.
has no impact on you whatsoever.
It'd be very strange.
Somebody that is anti-GMO that gives a rat's ass about grafting or breeding of plants and animals to change any kind of genetics. Find me just one person that's anti-GMO that gives a rat's ass about grafting or any type of breeding to change, you know, the hair or the likeness or the taste of anything. Find me one.
Yeah, you can in principle breed
Yeah, I
into
can.
poison apple.
You can create a pink flower by cross-pollinating a red and a white flower, and then you can also create an orange one.
I'm not getting across. Find me a person that gives a rat's ass. Find me an anti-GMOer, somebody that's against GMO that gives a damn about grafting or breeding. Okay?
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, the methods are different.
I'm raising my hand because I do give a rat. Well, I give more than a rat's ass.
Yeah, in the meantime, let's deal with cattle hormones. For instance, diethylstilbestrol. Diethylstilbestrol was revealed to have obvious effects on when taken directly by human, on the embryos and so on, because it naturally altered the hormonal environment of the womb. And, well, furthermore, it's synthetic, so it doesn't quite honor the blood barriers and so on that a natural form of things would.
So why wouldn't that have any implication?
Well, this was discontinued for use in the 1960s, I think, and but it was used in cattle until the 1970s.
Wait, hold on.
trick
So
is-
you guys are saying that it really doesn't matter how contaminated the food, the meat, the vegetables, or the fruit that you eat. It doesn't matter how contaminated or manipulated it is. It doesn't matter. Is that what you guys are saying? Reuven,
It
I
can,
see your
but
side comment, and everybody.
not trying to.
Yeah, I'm anti-GMO. You eat a sterile thing. It's gonna be sterile.
I think most scientific people would agree that the only time that modifying food that you eat is going to affect you if it does somehow modify the way that your body can or can't digest it. I mean, but as far as causing other things after it's been digested, it turns
Have
into...
you guys ever heard of a Brave New World?
And that science fiction it doesn't matter. The main thing is that diethylstilbestrol was discontinued for use in the 1970s.
Right.
And
That's really relevant.
This matters because it's hormones in cattle.
Why was it discontinued?
And that's a very interesting question. The argument made was that it could potentially cause cancer, which it does not. And
you know this for sure.
Yes, you can actually Google diethylstilbestrol, check the congressional proceedings.
I don't need to. I want to ask you, but you know what you were saying.
Yeah, I actually have seen publications on it.
Methylpropylbutyl, sucrose, glucose. What I mean is spitting out.
Yeah, the trick is that the cattle use of diethylstilbestrol, a synthetic analog of estrogen, turned out not to have any actual demonstrable effect. As much as you might haven't.
On what case study? What do you mean? Does it have any effect on humans?
It didn't have any effect on humans.
Okay.
Using the hormones in the cattle didn't pass along.
Hashtag McDonald's has no effect on humans. Hashtag McDonald's.
If you eat enough of
The
any,
effects it has on humans
it's going to have an effect on you.
Yeah, the effects McDonald's type things have is not from hormones in cattle. The hormone in cattle thing could happen. In principle, you can have synthetic enough analog of estrogen or whatever that.
In principle, you
gets
could
into
talk
somebody's
the
system.
same pentameter
In
and
practice,
pretend that
that's
it
what
would
the best wrong was it?
actually have an argument that would make sense.
Why are you talking over? Why are you talking over me? Why are you talking over me?
Because your arguments don't make
Stop
sense.
talking over me. Stop talking over me. Stop talking over me.
Because your arguments
Stop
don't
talking
make
over me.
Okay, I will, but I would
wait
like
till
you
I
to
finish.
clearly answer my question instead of taking so long and causing confusion where your answer isn't even clear. I want a clear answer. You do not think there's anything to do. See, Nadi, that is why I'm talking to you. I don't think you're answering any question.
I think the methods used in cattle nowadays
I think
do
you
not,
should do another line.
do not harm humans. So, in the meantime, diethylstilbestrol was actually studied. It did not contaminate humans or otherwise harm them. And this is pretty much what you expect, given that it was not in a pill-packaged form that prevented digestion. And if you eat a female cow, you don't get the digestion.
And guess what? I didn't disagree with you. I just didn't understand what you were saying. I think it's not nearly important as what you put in your mouth as what comes out. And I didn't disagree with you. I just didn't understand what you're saying. And so yes, I was critiquing you, but that was constructive criticism. And I understand what you're saying now. It has to do with the diametral. No, I still don't understand what you're saying. Oh, look, you guys, Abel left. That was his old argument. It's not cool. Where'd he go?
Well, hopefully he pops back up. But in any event,
Yeah, so no, but I understand what you're saying. You're saying that it has a minimal effect, if anything. Is that fair to say?
actually, it's pretty much demonstrated that hormone analogs in use in cattle are
Yes or no?
digested and it has a zero effect. The hormone analogs used in cattle are not amenable to being passed on by digestion.
Ah, cool. You should have said 0, Ryan. Right away, you should have said 0 in my face. Just so you know. What I'm saying. Tell 0. Shalom. Hey, Auto Slasher's in here. What's up? Diethyl bestrol. Yeah, ethyl methyl propylbutyl. Diethyl.
No, diethylstilbestrol. It's actually famous.
Phenylalanine. The main ingredient in your diet.
Diethylstilbestrol is famous because it was used on Alan Turing.
Who cares if he's not a Jew? Sorry, no, it's my bad. I was listening to you, but I was also not listening to you. I still just want to hear Reuven talk. Look at me, I can't even open my eyes. Oh my gosh, I'm so tired. Oh. Nadia, can I ask you another question though?
Okay, ask away.
Did you have a nice day today?
I'd rather not answer that.
Well, I hope you did, and if you didn't, and everybody that is listening, I love you all.
Okay.
I think it's all important that we love each other. It's foolish to not.
Okay. The American Society
So, hey, look at atheists. Atheists, where is the orangutan wearing damn skinny jeans at? And look, there's a silly argument.
The American Society of Animal Science published
American Society of Animal Scientists is founded by Rothschilds and Carnegies, and I do not care about any of these things because there's nothing more than money.
American Society of Animal Science published this report on the use of diethylstilbestrol. I gave a link to the text chat, and demonstrates in that report or publication that there is no harmful effect from it.
Nadia, I think my problem with you is I have a hard time understanding what you're saying. It's not that I don't understand, it's that I literally cannot understand what you're trying to say.
Can you hear me?
And I'm sure.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you don't open your mouth. I cannot understand what you're saying. It's not that I'm not listening to you. It's that you speak in a very relaxed, quick fashion. And you know it. It's your mannerism. It's cool. But I really sometimes do not understand what you're saying.
The American Society of Animal Science.
I understand that part. That was the only part I understand.
Okay. Diethylstilbestrol does not migrate from the cattle, they're eating meat, or anything like that, to the humans that eat their meat.
Says the American who? That's what I would say if I was them too. Hey, no! You better eat that corn. You better eat that corn. You better eat that cereal. I'm being cereal. What's up? Anybody? Reuven. I tried. No, you did. No, I heard you, Nadia. I'm just saying. I don't. I would say it too.
Where's Abel?
Land.
So when was the last time Nephilim Free came in?
What?
He usually hosts his own.
When was the last time Nephilim Free came in here? He seems to be answering Reuven's posts.
That's a cool name, Nephilim Free.
For those of you that don't know Nephi, he's kind of like Christian Hillbilly. He believes that the flood, when it happened, caused the craters on the moon.
Oh, that's dumb. But and whatever. Cool. Well, what do you want, man? What's up, Art?
Hey, Reuven. Ryan. And hello, everyone. Yeah, not much is up.
The leader of YouTube.
Well, I'm up.
Yes, I thought that was Venom Fang X's job. Has anybody found out what's happened to Venom Fang X after he started going to college?
Well, I know the last thing I heard, he was making a movie with.
Right.
And he made a movie.
That fucker did not go to. I mean, he dropped out. He went to a Christian camp, and then he started preaching in New York.
Did he finish the movie?
A 3D movie of what?
Of the Noah's Ark or something. He was trying to make it with the whole son of Ken Hovind, Eric Hovind. He was the public relations guy or something.
Venom Fang thinks that the only place that there is water in the universe is on this planet. Oh boy.
So, Ryan, how drunk are you now?
No, I'm alright.
Okay. Sorry about that shitstorm the last time. A lot of people were drunk as well, and they're just taking shit.
You must be referring to. I don't know what you're referring to.
Oh, luckily,
Maybe that one. The last one, like, was it really late the other night? And Grant.
Yeah, with Grant. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I came in like a bull on a china shop, and that's not normally like me. I digress. I don't like that.
Okay, that's good to hear. Yeah, but we were also gonna ask.
But you know what I don't like? You know how people like? That's fine if you don't believe in a God, but I don't like people that don't have the ability to explain the own science that they believe in.
I understand.
Like what?
No, that's why I came in like a bull in the china shop, because there was some guy asking me something, I don't even remember what it was, and you didn't even understand. It doesn't matter. Yeah, anyways, no, I'm good. How you doing, Art?
I'm fine. I just woke up. It's morning in Czech Republic for me.
I just woke up too.
Really? Man, I'm jealous.
Yeah.
Every time I talk to you guys, I always have to. They're a bad influence, but I enjoy it. I really believe in. I don't know. Maybe I'm. I apologize if I said it. Is that O.J. Simpson kissing me in that John thing? There's O.J. in it. Shit. Yeah. Alright, yeah.
Oh, oops, guys. Another hangout is calling. We'll drop in there.
He's showing his fantasies again.
I think it's one that I'm not invited to.
I don't know. I will ask. Well, I will drop in maybe here. So take care, guys. See ya.
See you, Thor.
Reuven, you should get Benny from Japan in here. He's 12 hours ahead of us. So,
he's a time traveler.
He should be able to get in at this time.
What's up, atheist?
Twin Towers coming down before we did, and he didn't tell us.
And Idol's not sure.
What's up with the atheists?
No, I said what's up. No, I said what's up.
Tired of being oppressed and being told that they're going to hell.
What's up? Nope, that's not what I said. I said what's up. Because I don't know your name.
You You don't know what a bull in a china shop is until you've heard one of my rants.
I mean, if you want to go there, go there. But I don't want to go there.
You really need to talk to some of these other guys that have been around.
Thank you,
for a
Reuven.
while.
You're right. I'm not. I'm not gonna. Thank you. Reuven, can you look? As much as you do not talk to me, and you may be a Google bot, I don't ever tell anybody about what is up with them. I do not.
Okay, so what kind of a Christian are you?
I don't know. What kind of atheist are you? What kind of loaded question is that? See what I mean?
I am a Gnostic atheist.
Okay,
Quite
so
militant and quite sure of myself.
Which is like kind of like a no. Reuven, no denomination, no man-made ritual, and Gnostic means you believe in God.
I think you need to pick up a dictionary, a Latin dictionary, and refresh your
G-N-O-S-T.
yourself.
I-C.
Gnostic. Gnostic.
G-N-O-S-T-I-C. Gnostic.
Look it up.
It means you know shit, basically.
Go ahead, Wolf. What?
It means well, just communications major. It means basically you know, simply.
Okay.
As opposed to agnostic.
Agnostic. All right. So, yeah, you're right. I know there was a couple schisms: the atheist, the agnostic, the Gnostic. What else? What are some of the new ones? It's not true there's no God. Look, whatever. I don't want to. I'm not here to have a theological debate. Hello? Hello?
Okay, one more time. What kind of a Christian are you?
What?
Oh, I thought I was. It just glitched up. I didn't know if I was. What type of a Christian am I? That's a blanket. Look, who am I is a better question. I'm a good person. I believe in.
No, it's not. Who are you and what kind of a Christian you are? There's two totally different answers to that.
Believe in what?
You're claiming a Christianity that a Christ figure by the name of Jesus existed, and
I do, yes, and it's actually
following that person's.
Oh, come on, man! Look, if you wanna try and deny
and
that
life.
Jesus existed, that's foolish enough on its own, man. Historians can. You're one of those that says, and I'm going to tell you this because you asked me what kind of Christian are you, so I will offer you the same discourtesy. To say that Jesus didn't exist is outlandish.
Really? Show me the evidence of your Jesus existing.
Okay, which historian? All right, do you want me to send you a link?
Any historian.
If you and I can have a purposeful conversation, then
I really doubt it, but let's go ahead. Try.
Why? Why? Do you think
Because you're so close-minded, you won't accept the truth.
Do you think I'm close-minded? You don't even know me, man. That's what I'm saying. You judge me. I'm not. Oh, okay. So you're gonna judge a Christian. You're gonna judge something. You don't even know anything about me.
I'm not a Christian. I don't have to follow judge.
I don't care what you are, man.
Yeah, but
Jesus
you're trying
never said
to
be a Christian.
do the whole judge thing.
All right, well, fine.
No,
Do you believe in
that's
Jesus?
a Christian, apologetic. It's got nothing to do with me.
Apologetic? Okay.
If I may, I pasted a link to the History of Jesus FAQ on infidels.org.
Boom. She just
The
nailed
what?
it right there.
Say that again.
She said, click on the link.
I gave a link to the Historicity of Jesus FAQ on infidels.org.
There you go.
Right. And the historicity of Jesus is what? The Catholic Church talking about making things up?
No.
There is
No, fool.
there
Go
no
abscond. Abscond.
There is no
Why do you throw daggers? Why do you
writings
throw
or
daggers?
anything of this Jesus' existence. None whatsoever.
Look, I'm sorry if you've had a bad experience. There's no reason.
What's this bad experience
all you
bullshit?
Did was come out with, all you did is
we need to address the issue, not what you think if somebody is butthurt or not, for whatever reason. There's some type of a fallacy that you're trying to throw in there, smoke and mirrors, to try and suggest that anything that I would say wouldn't have any weight. So why don't we stop with the fallacies and try, hooking up with some reality?
Heed your own advice.
And there are no.
Hold on, here. No, I'm gonna let you talk.
Evidence.
Keep talking.
No evidence. This thing.
No, atheist, please keep yelling at yourself. Go, man. Go. Why are you yelling at me? Go. Yell at me. You don't even know me.
I'm not yelling.
Yeah. No, you're throwing daggers, bro. For no reason.
I'm stating facts, and I'm looking for some type of evidence, and the infidel site isn't providing it.
Oh my goodness.
The infidel site is actually arguing somewhat against the historicity of Jesus.
They are. It is big, they are.
Hey, you guys. We're gonna pretend we're all deep philosophers and we understand everything? No. If you want to pretend that I insulted you, go ahead, atheist. I didn't. You don't know me. I'm not like anybody you ever talked to.
Have you been drinking?
Yeah.
I knew you were loaded. Fuck that shit. Your eyes.
Dude, I am so
Like,
tired. Oh my god. I know I can't. I've already been saying that. I can't open my eyes. I stayed up all night last night. These hangouts. And you know why? Because I believe in discussion. I don't believe in injuring another person. I believe you can learn from other people. You know? And atheists, whatever, being combative for no reason, man. I didn't say anything to you.
Does this guy realize the mic is supposed to get passed around and not passed back to him between every sentence someone says?
He's drunk.
I'll take that as a no. Not every drunk behaves like that.
You know, it was a cool thing that you said that, Maddie, because I didn't know if you're talking about me or somebody else. I was trying to be kind. If I'm bothering you guys, I'll just leave. But I'm not trying to bother anybody. Reuven, give me some back on this. I'm not.
Drunks.
Wait.
I'm still looking for this evidence of the there's nothing on this page that you've linked so far that I've read that has any.
I didn't send you that link. Hey, atheist, I didn't send you that link, did I?
Well, then I wasn't talking to you, was I?
You know what's messed up? Boy bands. The shitty music. It all started with the Backstreet Boys, and then we had NSYNC. Actually, I guess it all started with the Beatles. The Beatitudes.
Okay. I muted him. So does that help any?
Yeah, it might. I'm not sure how important the historicity of Jesus discussion really is.
Agreed.
The trouble is, apart from, historical Jesus to get you to God, that the evidence for anyone existing back at that point is generally pretty skimpy unless they're like the emperor. So at that point,
Yeah, prove to me. No, come on, Nadia. I understand what you're saying, but this is not a fruitful discussion. Again, come on, let's talk about something else. Like, what's going on tomorrow? Like,
well, Nadia, the evidence or proof or non-proof of a Jesus ever existing is half of the Christian argument. That they think that this Christ person existed, that this Jesus, the Christ, the Christos, existed, and that this person is somehow God incarnate. When you can actually go to the documentation of the First Council of Nicaea, and you can read that the divinity of this person was voted on. Now, just how the divinity of any creature?
Do you believe in dinosaurs?
Fossils. Fossils. The fossils. We win.
Fossils. I believe in fossils too.
Right.
Do you believe in dinosaurs?
Yeah. So the divinity of Jesus was voted on.
Divinity. It's actually Nazarene.
Nazarene actually refers to a type of Jew. It doesn't refer to a placement as in Nazareth, because Nazareth didn't actually exist in the beginning of the first century.
Yeah, because it wasn't done. I was going to say.
And the placement of where this is supposed to be is on top of a graveyard. And no Jew back then, because of the superstitious nature of religion, would live on top of a graveyard. What you're suggesting is I don't know, what your wants and your desires. And if you want to check on this historicity of the beginning of the first century, look up René Salm, S-A-L-M, Frenchman, that mapped out that whole area. He was hired by the Jews to check shit out, and he found out that the beginning of the first century, there wasn't a city where it's claimed to be.
Stop throwing daggers. Stop, man.
I'll Google it. Okay, thank you.
Why? So, I'm going to guess that René Salm. What year was René Salm from, Mr. Atheist?
Living alive, that's why.
What? What year?
Recent history.
No, that's not what I asked.
Yeah. Well, RenéSalm.com is right there. And
oh, okay, convenient. Yeah. Okay. Again, why did you just come out hurling insults at me, man? I didn't do anything to you. I really didn't. And that's not the topic of discussion. It's not for you to just try and attack my faith. I didn't attack yours.
I mentioned that you said that you were a bull in a china shop, and you haven't met a bull in a china shop until you've met me.
Okay, well then fine. What is your foundation?
The floor. It's concrete.
Okay. So, how do you and I disagree? If you think so, if we agree that we are both firmly planted.
Because you believe in wacky, spooky things that don't exist. You believe in a sky daddy watching everybody masturbate and
That's not
taking
true.
wishes and granting
That's
them
not
or not
true.
granting them, and
That's not
saying,
true.
ha ha ha, you loser, I'm not giving you that pony for Christmas, you dumb motherfucker.
Christmas is a pagan holiday. Roman Catholicism is a man-made pagan religion. Okay? So stop throwing daggers, please. Can we have a... No,
who's this Benny from Europe?
Dude, you're just... I don't know why you're insulting me.
Benny from Europe. Yeah, who's you? Right, I don't know who you are. Really? Okay. All right. So you're asking me if I believe in the FSM. To prove that the FSM exists, you go into any grocery store and look in the canned food sections for Chef Boyardee, and you will find the flying spaghetti monster in a can.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Does life teem from the seas? Where did life begin on Earth? In your opinion? In your opinion, where did life begin? In your opinion?
In my opinion, life started at the bottom of the oceans, 20,000 feet under sea level.
Guess what? I agree with you.
From the evidence that we have, the genetic evidence and the evidence of
okay, let your answer be
cellular structures,
so you agree.
etc.
So next,
the bacteria at the bottom of the ocean in the volcanic vents.
Excuse me,
the
sir.
Closest is I should say the farthest away from our genetic placement as it is.
No. I asked you a question and you answered it, and then you went on too long. So yes, you agree, and I agree that life began from the sea. Now, how beautiful is that? That's your photosynthesis. Okay, you and I do not disagree.
There was no photosynthesis at 20,000 feet under the ocean. It's completely black.
Okay, all right. What's in the middle of the earth then?
Iron.
And prove it to me. And prove it to me. Can you prove it to me? Because you've seen it.
Prove it to you.
Because you've seen it. Hold on, just to be sure.
The size of the planet and find out what the weight of the planet is, and then you can figure out what the density of the planet is. You take the rotation of the planet, the speed of the planet, and you add in various factors of gravitational pull from the sun and moon, and you do a little, I don't know, arithmetic and calculus, and you come up...
Nadia, I don't want the attention. I just don't want this guy attacking me anymore. I just don't want to. And yeah, Renee Psalm is not a reputable source, and your ideas of gravity are based upon Newton's laws of physics. Look, I'm muting myself.
And John
I'm either going to leave this
brought this up. How is it that you feel Renee Psalm isn't a reputable source?
I didn't say that. John K said that, and that I don't have to say.
I didn't say you did. You're drunk.
Does he have, like, what credentials does Renee Psalm have? Like, has he published papers? I couldn't find any information on him.
Go to the ReneePsalm.com. He's the guy that investigated all of them.
Like...
He investigated the archaeological evidence of that area.
Can you give me like a peer
And there is nobody that has been able to...
Publication history is at resume.html on reneepsalm.com. Give a link to his publication history right there.
Well, I will check it out.
Yeah. Looks like the primary ones are 2007. Sorry. 2008. Bulletin of the Anglo-Israel Archaeological Society. 2012. Biblical Literature Convention. And yeah, he's not broadly published, but still, he's at least gone on to more than that, or more than just 0.
And his peers would be people like, I don't know, Dr. Price, Bart Ehrman.
Bart Ehrman disagreed with him, like, really.
They, right.
Like,
right.
I mean,
and Bart Ehrman
mythicism
also thinks that Jesus existed.
Yeah, the overwhelming majority of scholars think that he existed.
Jesus, I turn around and say that Jesus. Bart Ehrman's desire for Jesus.
It's not a fallacy, Reuven. Appealing to a scholarly consensus is not a fallacy. Now, it's different to say that Jesus is the incarnate Son of God and is the second person of the Trinity. There's no scholarly consensus on that. People are fine to disagree with that. But saying that there's no evidence for the historical person of Jesus is simply not what, that's a pretty tall order.
Well, clearly
yes,
there's evidence.
And
You've got the
it's
Bible.
a pretty tall order that hasn't, that the opposite hasn't been fulfilled. There is no evidence of this Jesus person in the beginning of the first century.
You mean to say there's no
you've got
valid
text, you've got for what, 125 years? The earliest manuscript that we have is from Mark or was it Mark or whatever?
Matthew.
But it's 125 years old. That's the earliest that we have anything that suggests anything from the Bible.
Yeah.
Look, man.
Well,
All right, look.
the evidence is
No, you keep talking about things that you don't actually research, and that's not fair, man. You don't
the
really
entire,
know what you're talking
the
about.
entire character of the mythicist argument is that the existing evidence for Jesus is bad, and that's a different from there not being any evidence, right? So, I think we have to
Isn't any
make the case differently.
Well,
there's no evidence?
You define what evidence is and then provide it. There's no evidence of Jesus.
I want evidence that where's the direct link? Look, this is so stupid, but where's your direct link between where's your dinosaurs, huh? Where's your evidence of dinosaurs?
Fossils are evidence of dinosaurs.
Fossils are not evidence. Fossils.
Yes, they
I can
are.
have a shell. I can have a shell that is a fossil.
Yeah, that would
doesn't
be
mean
evidence
it's
of
a
shells.
Tyrannosaurus Rex. Okay.
We have many shells in our fossils. Yes.
Anyways, no, but look,
You
you
know
guys,
what DNA
you guys
is?
are talking in circles. There's no point. What is the point of this discussion? Do you think we're all going to convince each other of some other idea? There's no point. Why don't we talk about topical things? There's no point in trying to convert somebody.
He wants to talk about the Backstreet Boys.
There are hotter guys out there. In the meantime, yeah, I say, I don't know.
Okay, who's the guy with the little chick with the head?
That's me. I was
John
just
K.
saying.
John?
I was just saying that there's
Wanna
no
continue?
evidence for the historical Jesus, which is not the same as the singular Christ of faith. Is, I mean, I guess people are free to whatever opinion they want, but I mean that's just such a fringe view when you look at like what the the mainstream consensus is, and I mean so.
Not fringe.
It's not a fringe view.
Light. No,
it's not a fringe view.
Light. Just like
Really?
atheism is not a fringe view. Yes,
That's news
it's
to
something
me.
that's
I mean,
coming
I
of
don't
age.
necessarily stay entirely on top of the ball of historical criticism, but if anything, it's an opinion I think that has probably retreated in recent decades and not advanced. But you know.
No,
Yeah, it's pretty foolish to say that Jesus didn't exist.
Not at all.
No,
Show me a coin with Jesus on it. Show me a pair of sandals. If the person was a thing that this person
show
made.
me a fucking
I've even
orangutan
seen
wearing skinny jeans, man. Where is the orangutan shopping at the Gap, man?
That this Jesus person was or something, because the craft is mentioned as the craft. Carpenter in certain translations. Some translations refer to what this Jesus craft at the time would be considered a silversmith or something. So silversmiths usually put their mark on things, even back then. There's nothing that suggested that he made anything, whether out of wood, out of silver, or out of anything else.
Stop, man.
You've got the same old tired stories. Apollonius of Tyana did the same things that this person supposedly did, and yet doesn't have the acclimates that this Jesus person has, but has the same exact feats.
Don't be a fool, man. Why are you so angry?
And you're drunk.
You know what? I may have been drinking, but at least I can enunciate my words. And I don't know why you're being so angry, man. We were all chilling. We can share ideas.
I'm not angry, dude. You're Christian bullshit. Everybody that disagrees with you is angry.
I'm not being bullshit.
It was transphobic bigots who believe like you do, who beat my face in, and of course impaired my lip movements with all that. So if you want to blame anyone for my poor enunciation, blame you and your fellow Christians.
I wasn't talking about you, Nadia. oh wait, because look, you guys, why are you being scoffers? I come here for fellowship, regardless of your faith. And if you call me closed-minded,
why are you coming to atheists for fellowship in Christianity?
Because you are no greater than I, and I am no greater than you. And because I believe in fellowship.
Oh dear, atheist large dropped off. I wish you'd say.
You're so angry.
Welcome, Ted. It's good seeing you on again.
Yeah, thanks.
I think we have perhaps a more interesting direction than a Christian flat earther. I think we have an anti-natalist in the room who may be able to explain what that position is and can perhaps trigger a discussion. Ted, would you care to enlighten?
Yeah, basically the position is better never to have been, and that's based on the value in life is suffering, and it has a negative value. The argument can be made as follows: if existence, suffering; if existence, pleasure; if no existence, no suffering, but if no existence, no pleasure, but no need for the pleasure to be there in the first place.
And this is Benatar's argument, right?
Yeah.
David Benatar.
That's funny, Reuven.
Is it actually Sid who has a shitty life? I think he's going to college, where
hey, college is a good idea. Let's pay $40,000.
I think Sid is not
$12 an hour job.
I think Sid is not the one suffering so greatly. I think those children who starve to death in Africa daily en masse might be more of the case than Sid himself.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, relatively I hate poor people, no. I mean, I'm not that well off myself, but I still think relatively I'm better off than most of the world.
Oh, wait, hold on. No, now, Reuven, I gotta give you this, man. You hit right on there. Now, Mr. Sid, why do you
Yeah.
think you're better off than most of the world?
I mean, 'cause I have food and water, running water. Um, that helps.
What else? What do you drive?
I don't drive.
You walk?
Yeah.
Good. So, Reuven, I'm gonna hit you up on this one. I don't know if Sid is just lying, but he very, very blatantly said he's better off than most of the world. Kind of curious what makes him better off than most of the world, and food and water. Okay.
Well, I mean, if you have the leisure to sit in a Google Hangout, then you're probably better off than at least a sizable chunk of humanity.
Good point.
In some sense, at least in a material sense. I don't know. Maybe you're dying inside. Who knows?
No, that's a good point. No, it's a good point.
I mean, I'm not arguing that. I'm actually supporting that.
Yeah, I know, but you got to look at the chat bar on the side, Sid, because Reuven will always monitor everything you say, and that's why this is his hangout, and that's why he can, I've learned that's what he can do. He will pick points in your argument. He said, here, let's back up. All right, he said, so Sid is a rich liberal who hates poor people.
Where did he say any of that? Where are you getting that?
The chat bar. I wasn't being rude. I was just saying that's why I said that, is because I was trying to just look. And I don't disagree with that.
Point out that I'm bombarding you with links in the text chat about child starvation.
You know what? You know what's messed up? All the water that we wasted dumping on our heads with ice and pretending that we're gonna cure ALS. Instead, we could be like giving money to starving kids in Africa. Nadia, how about that?
All right, Reuven says, most anti-natalists are extremely well off and feel guilty. Anti-natalism is a form of white guilt.
I've met a non-white anti-natalist before, so.
Sid, could you activate your camera, please?
Someone please tell me what an anti-natalist is. I'm not afraid to admit when I don't know.
Sid,
it's just.
Can you activate your camera?
Please,
there we go.
Tell me. What is an anti-natalist?
Hello, everyone. Could you say hello to a non-white anti-natalist?
Oh, you want sterilism. Yeah, you want everyone to be sterile. I'm not surprised you and Nadia don't get along. Yeah, that makes sense.
I am sterile. I have been surgically
Yeah, I
castrated.
know, that's why I'm not surprised you get along.
Even prior to that, I was, of course,
you want sex changes?
Even prior to surgical castration, I was congenitally sterile. And beyond that, I was also behaviorally sterile.
Hold on.
So,
I'm reading what Reuven saying. Doesn't matter, Sid, conservatively anti-natal is one. Stop reproducing. On the other hand, there are the more extreme ones who want to eradicate life. Oh.
Yes, Reuven, the eradicate all life affair would be ephilism.
Yeah, actually, I would subscribe more to that notion, but go on.
Yes, animal suffering is, of course, a very serious problem.
Yeah, but not more as serious as a question I'd like to ask Mr. Sid. Hey, Sid, how you doing? My name is Ryan. How you doing, man?
All right, how about you?
Hey, look, here, I'm going to turn on my camera. Hey, man, what's up? Hi.
Hi, are you the resident Christian?
I don't know, maybe.
I think we have to.
Is that important?
I'm just curious. I mean, like.
Well, hey, what's up, man? Why are you looking down?
Sorry, my
Yeah, quit doing cocaine. Hey, what's up? Right here. Yeah, don't lie. Lee, I know, man. I know. Fuck yeah, I gotta fucking do some cocaine. I know. Relax.
It's late, man. It's
Okay.
late.
Look. Respect. Listen.
All right.
Tell me about. Look, if you want to, you don't have to. But why are you here right now in this hangout? Why?
I mean, 'cause Nadia invited me.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah.
Good short answer. I like it. Now, I've never heard of your belief. Okay, I'm not being rude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the belief that you have basically that you don't think humanity should reproduce because we're basically like a bacteria or virus for the planet or something?
I mean that and
Well, no, not that. I never even heard of what you thought of. So how can I define what you think, man? I've never even heard of it.
I mean, you're partially right. I mean, but we create suffering for other animals by taking away their environment. But more importantly, all sentient life.
Over the animal. Well, okay, hold on, man. Before I cut you off.
Go ahead.
Do me this favor.
What?
Just tell me what you believe.
I think. I mean, I tried to tell you it's that sentience creates a problem by creating pain and suffering, and imposing any of that pain and suffering on the next generation doesn't seem ethical to me.
Now, next generation. So that doesn't.
I'm on one.
That doesn't exclude people, does it?
Yeah, exactly.
See, I don't disagree with you there. You know who would disagree with you? A bunch of these shit-ass baby boomers in America who fucking moguled up all this wealth and then told us that we should go fend for ourselves. What you're saying is a little bit of harmony, right?
I mean, I don't think there is anything as harmony, especially when sentience exists.
So only chaos.
I mean, it tends towards that.
Do you believe in ideas?
Organized chaos. What?
Well, harmony is organized chaos, bro.
I mean, maybe, but like it's by design. It seems like unintelligent.
No. Hey, are you old enough to buy cigarettes?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just wondering. I didn't know. Because look, nothing. You got nothing. If you don't know the difference between harmony and discord and this idea, I mean, I don't know what you're even getting at.
I mean, you're fine. You're right about that. The point is, it seems unintelligent design if there is any pain and suffering.
I don't even know if you can make it an intelligent design. Now let me ask you this, Sid. And that was actually kind of offensive. I didn't mean it that way. But if you didn't have pain,
yeah,
how would you know what pleasure was?
I mean, I tend to agree with you on that too. I think everything is either pain or relief from pain. I mean, that's what I do the world. Nadia might disagree.
Look, what are you doing?
What?
What are you doing?
I mean, I'm reading the text.
Why am I staring at the top of your head?
I'm sorry, man.
You're being disrespectful. Are you done with your cocaine?
I'm trying to.
Are you done doing?
I'm trying to speak into the mic, man. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay.
Yeah. So I think Mob One also has objections to anti-natalism. Would you mind expressing those?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
I said I believe you also have objections to anti-natalism. Would you mind expressing those? It might be a different angle from what Ryan has to offer.
Well, as I've stated before, I'm not.
I was in the hangout before you, by the way.
Against anti-natalism. Not totally against it because I believe that there should be responsible procreation. I believe that certain people and irresponsible individuals should stop procreating. However, I do not agree with the complete you know, disruption of human progress, if you will. I believe that there are good people, there are people who respect other sentient beings, and that could progress in a way to perfection, because that is what we are consistently doing. We're separating ourselves from the primitive nature to attain perfection. That is my thoughts.
See, and there's the kindness.
Okay.
To answer your question, who am I to tell not to procreate?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I mean, it's by definition an imposition, right? And if that imposition is created without any need for it, and it creates any suffering, I don't think it's ethical.
All right. So, what is your definition of suffering?
I mean, anything like pain. I mean, the simplest seems to be like pain.
I know. Well, does a plant feel pain?
No, they don't have the neurology.
How do you know? How do you know?
I mean, it doesn't seem like it. They don't seem to have the
It doesn't
neurology.
seem like it. Again, so your perception of pain, right?
I mean, I would assume that pain comes from neurology, but
From the brain, right?
yeah.
Pain from the brain. I guess it's just ironic that pain rhymes with brain. I guess that's how stupid we're gonna admit.
What?
Pain.
I mean, if you
Insane. Brain. No, what I mean is, no, there's beauty in what you're saying. I get it.
And in the meantime, this Mob 1, it sounds like you may split the difference in a very similar way to how I do, despite our rather vehement disagreements about fundamentals. Would you care to elaborate more on how this works? Maybe I should kind of go first a little bit. Essentially, I argue also for more responsible and so on methods. I even argued last night for designer babies in order to prevent genetic diseases. And you know, in like fashion, the ideas I have on say wealth inequality, which is inextricably intertwined with race inequality in the U.S. And many other places, was to you know, lift the floor, uplift people, and ensure by social programs and so on, beyond, and even things like affirmative action, which many people will object to.
How many points are you going to try and make into 1 point? Why don't you just make 1 point?
Yeah. To reduce those racial inequalities and wealth inequalities in order to equalize and eliminate the discrimination-based affairs that might affect the
I do not
the outcome of these kinds of decisions. So, Mob 1, okay, would you care to comment more on how you quote-unquote split the difference?
No, let's talk about equality. You just said equalities for so many. You said equality 17 times, and then you're going to say split the difference? Nadia, I'm going to call you out. Your argument. I mean, come on. What kind of question was that?
Mob 1 splits the difference between pronatalism and
inequality?
No, pronatalism and anti-natalism. So,
okay.
Mob 1.
Nadia,
one
I mean
comment
that
here?
as constructive criticism. I mean, you should have just said that from the beginning.
Mob 1.
All right, I will address it. I don't, like I said, I don't disagree with stopping certain people from procreating, but I believe that life should be preserved due to the fact that there are individuals who are trying to work towards a greater mankind, One argument that Graham had made that had me thinking over the last couple days was that nature and all is flawed because of the harshness behind nature. For instance, the lion attacking the zebra is a
That's a good point.
It is harsh, and I believe that we are developing from a primitive nature and developing more into a perfected nature.
That's a good point.
So
life should be nurtured. Nurture it,
Yeah,
right?
Idol Smasher, why don't you talk for a minute? Because I know
Well,
you
I've
know.
tried.
Why don't you talk for a minute, man?
I've tried so many times, I don't even know what the fuck I'm supposed to be talking about at this point, man. Why bother? No, you know, okay, so suffering. You don't like a world with suffering. Well, that's all you got. Wouldn't it be healthier? Wouldn't it be a healthier perspective to end suffering? Why suffer? If you can end,
That is what they're saying, but
go ahead.
that is what they're saying, Idol. Hey, that is what they're saying, but I think the one point that you got to realize how sick you could take humans. We could take all of us out of this world, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Take humans out of the world and realize that a lion is still going to attack an antelope and give it a heart attack. The antelope is going to have a heart attack before it dies.
And it's going to feed that lion. You know, it's going to feed. It's going to feed the pack.
Yeah. So at what point is it suffering? Because
humans suffer because humans suffer needlessly. That's why. We are a devolved species, in my opinion.
Devolved.
But devolved. Yeah, I believe we go backwards.
No.
I will look at the way we handle nature. I mean, if you remove mankind from the equation, nature functions.
Agreed.
Nature functions in harmony. You put man in there, and we blow it up. We pollute it. We gobble it up and shit on it.
Dude,
all of us do.
I want to keep going with that.
Let me. You said let me talk. That is evolution's blind. That is evolution's blind alley. That's evolution's blind alley. So I think we're de-evolved. Now my point is instead of saying that to bring life into the planet is a horrible thing because of the suffering it will cause them, I'm thinking to myself, well then, wouldn't your efforts be to relieve suffering rather than just throwing the baby out with the bathwater? That was my point. Thanks.
Oh man, that was good. Hold on, please. Idol Smasher, say one more thing again. Say this.
Yeah, in my case, I would regard the objective to be to improve. Well, I split the difference. I am essentially somewhere in the in-between. And in my case, I would regard it as one of many methods to help reduce suffering, and that the various methods beyond that to reduce suffering are furthermore imperative. For instance, I'd argue in favor of death with dignity, and of course, designer babies to prevent numerous genetic diseases, and
how many chromosomes? How many chromosomes?
Universal health care, not just for say within the U.S., but also to Nigeria and Kenya and the whole world. So, yeah.
Again, Idol Smasher, that was a good point, and this wasn't unparalleled, and neither was yours. Except, look, the bleeding heart can only go so far, right? It's going to be consumed by something. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I'm not an attention whore, Nadia. I'm not trying to take over, okay? But what I am trying to say is we need to have fruitful conversations here. And Idol Smasher, I want to bring you back to the fact that we evolved because you know what we did start doing? We started building and just, you're right. But that doesn't mean that we are bad, but there was an influence that told us to make a battery, or there was something that told us, you know, to build a house and give it plumbing instead of living under the trees.
For pleasure. We fuck goats. We fuck little boys. We're sick.
What?
We have a sickness. Human beings have an innate sickness. And if you don't believe in that, then I don't know what to tell you, man. If you don't think that we're a species that
I
needs
don't believe that. Some people are compelled to fuck goats and little boys.
Yeah.
Other people aren't. And
it's prevalent, and it doesn't stop. We're intelligent, we can stop it, and we don't.
The trouble is, this is not universal. And furthermore, when you say we can't stop it, we don't, we actually do make quite an effort to stop it. The largest rages or moral panics and so on actually center around this sort of thing. You know, internet child pornography affairs are a huge moral panic. We deeply care about
specific, Claudia. He's talking about the nature of man being repugnant. That's a point he's making.
Well, we have a repugnance.
I argue that the nature of humanity is effectively neutral and varies from person to person.
I don't think we're evil. I think we're damaged. I think we need help. I think we need to heal.
I didn't say split. I didn't say evil. I said repugnant.
Oh, I don't think it's. Not all of it's repugnant. A lot of this is good, but we have a repugnance that we need to fix. I don't know what you said, man, because Ryan won't shut up.
All right, sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Ryan is kind of a big spanner in the works here.
Can you please repeat that, sir? I'm sorry. It's heated down. I just want to say I don't think that we're a completely repugnant species. That's all. But we have a repugnance about us. Okay, groovy.
No, I can agree with that. I didn't want to put things on the whole good and evil paradigm, because then you get into the yin and yang and the, the fuck God and the devil, and it just, it's a cycle, and it goes nowhere. So I choose my words carefully. So I did say repugnant. So thank you for acknowledging that.
Right on.
Reuven, at the risk of acting as a kind of moderator or whatever, can I call on Merrick to make a position statement?
I think Merrick's in the other room. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think he might not readily respond.
One question I have to you in this room, though. Do you think mankind is kinder to its fellow man today than it was in the past? Because I think we are more driven to kill today than we ever have been in history.
How?
Allow me to cite Steven Pinker, The Better Angels of Our Nature.
I've seen the Pinker book, and I totally disagree with that. We have weapons now that can annihilate more people than you ever could with a mace, a club, or a sword in hand-to-hand combat. This is why we live in such a dangerous age.
I'll give a link to it on Amazon, and I furthermore would say that the fact that we're not using it is quite a distinction from where humanity would have been 1,000 years ago.
Who says we're not using it?
It's rather clear that the hydrogen bomb as a large-scale explosive is not in current use. And furthermore, depleted uranium is not of the same order and not of the same intent.
I mean, I would argue that animal suffering imposed by humans is more now than ever.
Far greater. Agreed.
Yeah.
I would also agree, and I would argue that, furthermore, it is not a matter of intent.
It's not a what?
It is not the actual intent. I mean, no one sat around going, okay, we're going to increase animal suffering by having factory farms.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I tend to agree with you. It's just, I mean, still, the result is more animal suffering.
Yeah, that's sick, and it needs to stop. I think it's our apathy that led to that.
We kill a lot of people by not giving them health care, by refusing to treat them and letting from cancer or whatever it is. You can't say you have to apply this to this grand total. It's not only in a war that people die or are targeted.
Look how many hand gestures you throw out, man.
Actually, Steven Pinker helps bolster your point down. War is actually not that significant a factor in how people are killed.
Wait, so you're telling me we don't have a cure for cancer?
Down, Steven Pinker's estimates are that people die more from things like individual murder or things like
we began with
healthcare and such,
yeah.
as opposed
so, Nadia,
to wars.
Why don't you quit? Well, no, look at me. I said we began with the divide of murder. Okay, that's what I said. The Cain and Abel.
And why does that matter?
Because
assuming it were true, why would it matter?
You just said more people die from murder than cancer. I don't disagree.
Actually, I didn't say that. I'd say more people die from murder than war.
No, you said cancer. No, because I said cancer. All right. Well, okay.
Compared it to war, not cancer.
How is war not murder?
Essentially, the legal.
You trying to lie about that? That's hilarious.
Legal distinctions between killing in war and killing in the context of murder with malice of forethought and so on are rather clear.
So on.
I'm sorry?
I'm gonna mute myself because I know y'all get annoyed. But look, let's not spin around useless jargon. The question was, are we inherently evil or are we inherently good? It's an age-old question. Reuven, back me up. Where's Reuven at? The question has always been, are we inherently good?
I will answer you directly.
Are we inherently good for our existence?
I will answer you directly. Humans are intrinsically morally neutral. It differs from person to person. And the inclinations and so on burned into someone's brain can have a moral character that is good or evil, whatever. And overall, across all humanity, it is neutral.
You know, it's awesome. Yeah, see, Reuven is right. We are intrinsically good. Now, the only thing that pollutes you is the pollutant. The only thing that makes you do things wrong is something that is going to diverge you. The detour, okay? The divide. The schism, okay? The divide in your DNA, okay? If you guys want to break it down on scientific level. Yeah.
Yeah, let's try to bring it to Mob One or Merrick or Sid.
Yeah, I'm trying to get them over here.
Excellent. Yeah, Down. Would you have a commentary regarding the intrinsic moral character of humanity?
You already know where I stand on this. Man wants to do more harm and profit today more so than any other point in time. That's a much broader way to state it. They want to profit off of animal slaughter. They want to profit off of the disenfranchisement of their fellow man. They want to
profit. What does disenfranchisement mean?
They want to profit off of sweatshops in China and industrialization does not uphold basic human rights. So fuck off.
Don't use big words if you don't know what they mean.
He knows damn well what they mean, and he used them correctly. In the meantime, Down, I would argue that these things are, in some respects, inadvertent, and in others, well, the result of a smaller group of people acting evilly. And the vast majority, of course, are doing so inadvertently.
I do not.
And there are plenty of countervailing forces acting in different respects in a positive or beneficial manner.
You started off talking so much shit, and now you go, Ryan just keeps on walking on people. And you guys are spitting out nonsense. You guys aren't making any actual concise arguments. You're not. You're not. It's so annoying. Do we want to just talk?
Presentation of an argument is, of course.
Nadia, we were talking before you came in here, and I respect you, but you need to quit acting like I'm trying to take over. But all I'm saying is the only time I interrupt is when people aren't making sense. And now I've learned to pay attention to how this whole thing works.
Okay. Mob 1, do you have given any particular response to down? You had unexpected responses to the anti-natalism position overall. And this characterization of humanity as evil might also be something you object to.
Man is evil, period. They have evil tendencies. But then you have good men as well. You have bad men, you have good men. You have molesters, you have people who want to offer charity. You have people who don't buy the expensive cars because, you know, I mean, it's an endless vicious cycle. So overall, I believe that we need to move into a direction of positivity. But if you continue to have people, if we continue to feed our greediness and all that type of shit, then yes, it is going to be a vicious cycle. So, I mean, you know, basically, anti-natalism is on point in a certain aspect. But when you completely say that you want to stop the whole human project,
That's cool. Nah, he was right.
I shocked Mob 1. For as much as we've disagreed in the past, I find that as you present things now, I agree with you in quite a number of respects. And I'd like to say hello to it's Marco and Faith to Grace. And
Hello.
I'll ask Reuven some questions. We were arguing about the nature of humanity, whether it's good, evil, or in my case, and I guess Mob's, neutral, or at least overall neutral.
Okay, fine. Good answer. Nadia, don't work against me. I don't work
Actually, I will
against
work against you. The naivete and essentially incorrectness is truly the nature of evil. For instance, well, okay, let's not Godwinize, but in the case of quite some number of empires, the prosperity of the empire at the expense of the conquered peoples, and the, for instance,
You're making up shit. Hey, what region are any of you guys in this hangout not from America?
I was born in India.
Where you at? Indiana?
No, I was born in India.
No, where are you right now, though?
Alabama, baby.
Oh, well,
That's
so
what?
No.
That's what?
Well, I was gonna say no. I was just asking, because Nadia was inviting you guys from. I didn't know where you were, man. I don't know. And you are you're Indian. I can tell you're Indian from heritage. You're Indian heritage. So it's not the. Because I wanted I wanted an idea. I was gonna ask an idea, but if they're not in America, it's
I mean, no, go ahead. I mean, like, I've lived here for 15 years.
Yeah, I know, which is why your opinion would mean just as much as mine would, basically. So, no. Basically, Sid, no.
Yeah.
Why don't you talk about something else? Why don't you talk about... Hey, Sid, why don't you take the floor for a second? Why don't you go ahead? Just go for it, man. What do you want to say?
If we can maybe avoid disruption, I would say that maybe other people besides Ryan should start talking.
Sorry, I was inviting people.
It's Marco, Grace, and so on. Maybe present your own ideas about the fundamental nature of humanity. Is humanity evil, or good, or neutral?
No, by nature, humanity is evil because of the desire, right? The desire mechanism forces humanity to do the things that will satiate whatever desire that they are experiencing at the moment without any regards to those around them. So yeah, I don't understand why that's such a difficult conclusion to come to. Humans suck, okay? They're shitty and they have the most capacity for so many things, and yet they go with what's intrinsically innate to the DNA, right? The DNA is what controls the human. Hey, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that type of scenario, right?
Okay, and to recap a little bit, I actually sided with Mob 1 in the overall neutrality. Some people are good, some people are evil, and so on.
I mean, I would argue that.
Go ahead.
I would argue that, I mean, like the desire presents like a negative value until it's satisfied, and I mean, since not all desires can't be satisfied, I would see a like inherently negative value in life.
But the impact of that on the moral character of humanity is, again, evil as per Marco, or?
I mean, it's just satisfying the negatives, right? And like, I mean, I don't see. I mean, I don't like the terms good and evil, unless like it comes to the problem of evil in the world. But I like it in terms of negative and positive.
Okay, so would you argue that the fulfillment of these desires necessarily comes at the expense of another human or another creature in essentially a zero-sum game or similar?
Yeah.
Okay. Mob 1, were you going to speak?
Yes. When we talk about desires and human beings being evil because they desire, what does that mean exactly? Because if a human being is hungry, he desires to eat food, that makes him evil. Not talking about eating sentient beings, because they can eat corn and they can eat vegetables and all other shit to survive. So we're not talking about murdering animals. But if a human is hungry, therefore he or she satisfies that need to feed, that makes them evil. Or if, I mean, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah.
The nature of the game, is a negative from the get-go. When you're brought into this world, you're in a negative state. You are desireful. The second you come out of your mother's vagina, you need to suck on her milk in order to survive. Okay? So your entire being is built around the fact that you need to satiate a numerous amount of desires that exist. And if you don't meet that criteria, well, then guess what? You're dead.
Oh, okay. Could you? So that's okay. Let's take this step by step. That's human being nature. Okay, I understand that. Now, what about animals, and what about the trees? Do you believe that trees and stars are need machines as well?
Trees don't say ow. Humans say ow. Animals say ow. Rats say ow. Anything. Cockroaches say ow. Anything with the capacity to feel pain is all that matters. Trees don't say ow.
Well, actually, you do realize they've done a study where there was a small vibration from a plant when a research team cut the leaves off of the tree, and when it was a clean cut, there was no vibration, but when it was a slow cut, there was a minor vibration. And which means that the plant responded to the cut. Now, just because
Responded how? Did it
through,
say, excuse
through a
me, Mob
vibration.
1? Did it say, excuse me, Mob 1, please don't hurt me? Did it show fear the way a dog does when you raise your hand to it? Or did it,
No.
the way you raise your hand to your child? Does it experience a sense of fear? So don't sell me that bullshit,
Well,
okay? I'm just saying if we can't agree on the fact that the equation here that we're dealing with is the pain equation, okay? If something doesn't feel out, if I break a rock off of a mountain, is it going to say ouch?
Now, just because you can't explain why the plant gave vibration when it was slowly cut,
a mechanism.
does not. Okay, it can say it's automatic. However, there was a response nonetheless. And when you say "ow," that is basically semantics. Because if a German person says "ow," if a German person say "ow," he might say "v."
No.
Okay.
No.
What the fuck do you mean?
No. Okay, a plant does not say ow. Okay, I'm sorry. A plant does not have a brain. The only way anything could say ow is if they have a brain in order to interpret this feeling, right? So a blade of grass or a tree does not have the capacity to do that. But a human does, an animal does, and you have to take fucking responsibility for that.
Men have dominion over the plants and animals, guys. Look, there's no utopia, man. I don't disagree with you, man.
Okay,
nobody's talking about utopia. What we're talking about.
I said there is no utopia. No, look, we're trying to be all philosophical here, and it's foolish.
No,
okay, stop. Anyway,
philosophy.
Jesus fucking Christ. Look, it's as simple as this. It's as simple as this. If you're relating that a plant doesn't have a brain because you're equating that to intelligence, again, it's the fucking game of semantics. If you're saying that because yes, it is, and the reason why it is a game of semantics is because you're equating that the plant does not have a brain, therefore it cannot identify itself with owl because
are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
But however, if an insect is about to eat,
Okay, I'm not
tripping out. Dude, can we have a fucking conversation?
No, I'm not happy. I'm not having a conversation.
You're not happy, but
No,
can I finish my fucking point?
Having a conversation. You guys need to calm down. Hey, both of you guys, calm down for a second.
No. I have to put an end to it. I'm not gonna let this guy just fucking veer off wherever he wants. If you're gonna compare me to a blade of grass, I'm gonna say fuck you. Okay? We're not a blade of grass. A blade of grass. The only reason why you and I have the ability to experience anything is because we have a brain. Okay? A fucking blade of grass does not have a goddamn brain. The brain.
You're an anti-natalist. You're an anti-natalist, and you're mad that I'm comparing you to a fucking blade of grass. Exactly, but you believe that we're fucking scum and we should be ended. But you're mad that I compare you to a blade of grass. Really?
You are fucking strawmanning me. I didn't say we're scum. You fucking asshole.
You're strawmanning too, man. You're
fucking asshole. You are a fucking piece of shit. You are a fucking degenerate. You even have a daughter.
I'm not mad.
No.
I know you know about me.
I know about you, Mob 1. I know you have a
I'm getting famous. Don't worry about it.
No,
look,
you know what?
To get someone to keep your own emotions makes you a fool.
You know what?
Get you riled up.
You want to listen to Mr. You want to listen to fucking Mob 1? He wants to talk about fucking numerology. Have at it. Good night.
Okay, well, goodbye. If you leave, I win. And all I was saying, simply put, was that he was equating a plant with brain and intelligence, and all I was saying was that there are plants that will send off a pheromone when the plant is being attacked by an insect to bring other insects to eat those insects and stop them from eating the plant. That's a
when you cut grass, it smells really good. You're right. I know what you're saying, man. Look,
I mean, but he can't see that.
No one's disagreeing with you, man. He was being and you were too. You were cursing at him. Yes, technically you won because he walked away. I'm not saying you're wrong, man. It's a good point, man.
I was just trying to get to the initial point that he was making of.
Well, how
Well,
about instead of his point, what's your point, bro?
Okay, my point is, that's what I'm saying is, there's a reason people, it's all negative. It's all negative because it's not just me. It also Sid here. He believes this about the negativeness and all this type of stuff. What I'm saying is that just down to the basics of reality, the atom is made up of positive and negative electrons and neutrons and protons. You need the positive and the negative in order to become. That is just existence in its entirety. So
now that no. Now you're taking your argument way further.
Okay,
than you're saying.
now, if I may respond to Mob One, there are troubles with your assessments of plant suffering. The trouble is that the neurology necessary to support the phenomenon of suffering is not present in plants, and it's rather clear what the mechanisms are within animal brains and such to support it, and plants don't have them. They have no neurology whatsoever. They have nothing analogous to neurons. Furthermore, when this calculus of suffering and well-being and joy as well go on, that, well, from the point of view of a genuine anti-natalist, you would have essentially those discounted. Yet in my case, these risk assessments and weighing of one against the other go on, and those are far more justifiable in my opinion, and although they are not as concretely quantifiable. Once you do those,
oh my gosh, again a bunch of.
Once you do those, you arrive at the conclusion that it's only in some cases that
how many licks does
a
it
fair
take?
is justified. I'm sorry?
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
Yeah, you probably need to sober up a little bit, Ryan. Just go for non-alcoholic drinks for maybe like a few minutes or something.
I said, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? Because all you
Ryan,
said was
Ryan, please, for a few minutes, try to go for non-alcoholic drinks.
So be a hypocrite.
okay, and to further address that before you classify me on something, I'm not saying that the plant just completely was suffering. What I said that the plant can show a reaction, but my initial point that I was trying to make, if I can ever make it, is that even when I debated Gary, and he says the universe doesn't need things needing, that's a crock of shit, because the universe obviously developed us. Okay, so we are a part of the universe. Secondly, things like for the stars to function need things in order for it to function. It needs certain elements, it needs certain gases and certain type of implosions to happen in order for it to function. So the universe actually does need things needing in order to continue. So, I'm just saying, when you get look at it to the crux of the issue, then yes, it actually needs things. It's a domino effect of things in order for it to move on a systematic gear contraption.
Again, you guys both do the same thing. Why don't you just keep the simple answer instead of trying to make it complicated?
Yeah, if I can respond to all one.
Ma'am, I was speaking before you were. Please keep your answer.
I'm holding off, and I would recommend
give me a second.
Non-alcoholic drinks for some period of time.
Yeah, I know, you already said that. Mob, you had a really good point, and then you just, you diluted it with jargon that didn't
actually match up to what you were originally saying. Fancy words don't.
What?
Because you started with watch. Ready? No, I don't want to take the floor. I don't want to take the floor.
Okay, if I may, Mabwan, the question of meaning and necessity in the universe is not a very relevant one. To the extent the universe needs or doesn't us, or any particular phenomenon that we interact with, it ultimately doesn't matter to us whether the universe wants it or not, or needs it or not. The question is,
do you believe in fate, Nadia?
I'm sorry?
Nadia, do you believe in fate? Do you believe in fate?
We do not believe in Satan, no.
No,
so
fate.
In the meantime,
do you believe in fate?
No, I don't believe in fate. In the meantime,
So do you believe in the universe?
Okay, so the universe needing us and having some grand purpose for us. In fact, even an individual having some kind of self-designated grand purpose to their life is not terribly important as far as I see it. Now, where I do see importance is in the quality of life. And in that respect, meaning has no direct impact. The quality of life does apply to more than humans. It applies to animals, especially those with enough cognitive function or otherwise neurological function to experience suffering. And we simply are trying to optimize that. Okay, Mob 1?
All I was saying is, okay, I understand that the universe may not need Tommy over there, okay, in order for the universe to function. But then you have to ask yourself, what is the universe? What is the universe?
Yeah,
it's a
universe, man. Do you think
that's
the sun
a good
revolves around
question.
here?
Because then if you say, what is the universe, then you say,
the sun
well,
revolves
everything
around
within
Earth,
its
man?
existence. Then you'll say everything within its existence. Therefore, we are a part of the universe.
Does the Earth revolve around the sun?
Hey, Merrick, we can hear you.
Universe, man. That's your
Hi,
theory.
Merrick. Now, Mob 1 was asking about our ultimate purpose within the universe and our necessity within the universe. And if you otherwise care to make a more general position statement, that would also be welcome.
Mobius, do you think the Earth revolves around the sun, or do you think the sun revolves around the Earth?
Neither. They both revolve around the gravicenter.
We can hear you, Merrick. Merrick wants us to talk for a second. Merrick, press the button on the top. The mic button.
Oh, he has. I can see his mic isn't muted. I think, anyway.
I mean, I can hear it.
Hey, Nadia, you got any alcohol in that cup you're drinking, by the way?
Absolutely. And the difference is that
I can't hear him.
my behavior. Go ahead, Merrick.
Don't you even go there. Don't you even go there.
Merrick, go ahead.
Dude, what is this? This is like a fucked up, shitty Paris Hilton sex video that I'm not even... What? Merrick, what are you doing, man? Let the goat go. Okay, good. So, Nada, can you please stop muting me? For look, nobody's even talking. We're not even talking.
Merrick, what's wrong with you?
We're attempting to give a person who wanted to respond a chance to even though they had technical difficulties. In the meantime, I will personally respond and say furthermore that this teleology and such is not what makes life desirable or undesirable. It is, in many respects, irrelevant to the quality of life and experience that makes things good or evil, as per a utilitarian ethic.
I want to hear from RM. Yeah, RM, are you talking? What's up, man?
Go ahead, man.
Look, if there's a shadow, there's got to be light. I think that's always a really interesting concept.
RM, increase your mic, man.
Yeah, by default, everyone's turned up all the way, so I can't really adjust his volume to help.
Benny from Europe.
And in
What
the
do you
meantime, I argue that it's a rather stringent ethical imperative to ensure the best life outcome for a life that one is bringing into existence. I'm sorry?
Respect.
Yeah, the trouble with people like Christians is, of course, they love the fetus and hate the child.
Dude, why do
you know,
you
ban
hate...
abortion and then cut off food stamps.
Nobody's
And-
talking. So why don't you and I talk for a minute here? Nobody else is talking. Why don't you enjoy your little
Yeah,
cigar?
and I'm
This is
about to pummel you.
Why?
So, yeah,
Why,
you
Benji?
love the fetus and hate the
Cool.
child. You cut off abortions and then ban food stamps, and so on and so forth. You know, oh dear, how is a child supposed to ensure its own life outcome, whether it's a career and college study and so on, when it's nutritionally deprived because of, well, the food stamps cut off? Riddle me this, Republican.
Wait, are you talking to me? You think I'm a
Yes, you.
Republican? That's
I
hilarious.
called you a Republican, yes.
I know, that's hilarious. I am not a Republican. I am not a Democrat. And I'm not some little cheap fuck who
Oh,
calls
libertarian, yeah.
a libertarian, which, thank you, I was not a cheap fuck who would call himself a libertarian either. You know why?
Why?
Because it's foolish to pretend that politics matter and that your opinion and your side matters, because that's only a division. If
Telling
voting
politics
matters,
matter when it's the legislative decision to quasi-bankrupt the U.S. by refusing to honor its treasury
Wait, no,
bonds.
Nadia, what does quasi-bankrupt mean? You're digressing from me. You didn't even let me finish what I was saying. You blanketed stereotype to me.
The Federal Reserve can bring the money into existence to pay off all the treasury bonds and so on with the stroke of a pen. Yet the Republican Congress and so on forbids it from doing
No,
so.
you're right. You're right. The Democrats didn't get any coffers. They didn't get anything. It's the same machine, Nadia. To speak about politics and to divide on politics is hilarious. They're all about the money and control. Bishops.
Oh, the trouble is
Nadia,
Democrats
don't go to
and
war.
Republicans are a real divide. Democrats have a notion of noblesse oblige, and Democrats actually do things to protect the poor and the disadvantaged minorities, where Republicans are rabid, foaming at the mouth, Christian rights, white supremacist bigots.
Totally. If you're gonna be that naivete, struck, really? You're gonna tell me that
And
that's
libertarians are just a small splinter wing of the Republican Party.
Look, Nadia, open up your mind and quit calling me closed-minded.
It's all an evil machine. I don't care if you have one hand that pretends to feed the poor and one hand that pretends to feed the rich. You know what it all comes down to? Control.
Noblesse oblige is the characteristic of what is still an aristocracy. It is not unequivocally good
It
or
means
evil.
to oblige. I'm not stupid.
No, noblesse oblige is its own concept. You might want to look it up on Wikipedia.
Well, why don't you tell me what it means to you?
Noblesse oblige
To oblige.
means that the nobility or aristocracy needs to make concessions to the lower classes.
Oblige. To oblige. For the last time.
The etymology is not entirely indicative of its meaning, as per almost all words. And I will paste a link to you in the text chat. Noblesse oblige.
Oblige.
Right there.
Oblige. Oblige. Hey, parlez-vous français? Je parle peu. Je parle. Je oublie beaucoup, mais je parle. C'est le bienvenu.
Je ne parle pas français, despite however much I might speak French to men, Italian to women, Spanish to God, and German to my horse.
Look. Quit hating. I ain't hating on you. All I'm telling you is you're making up fancy words for things.
You're a flat earther. How much respect do you expect people to have for you?
That's your own idea, but don't discount me. I've been nothing but
kind. Yes, yours.
Been nothing but kind to you. Yeah, interrupt, and that's a self-admitted flaw. And guess what? I don't mean flat. It's a disc, okay? It still is round. Yeah, I'm saying it's a box.
Or do you argue it's concave like Stephen Christ? Or Lord Stephen Christ, rather.
Anybody that calls himself a lord, unless you want to buy their albums and get on a Grammy like your new lord, let me be Rios.
Yeah, and perhaps knighthood by the Queen, like Sir Frederick Banting, might be more pertinent. In the meantime, I think Mob 1 might have something to say, and if I can hand the mic over to him.
I don't even know where the conversation is anymore.
Yes, the matter, I think, was noblesse oblige as a positive force within our own societies. Would you agree that there are good trends within things like politics and governance and so on that come about from noblesse oblige, or this tendency of the upper classes to want to make concessions to the lower?
It was a good idea, but like, wait, see, the thing is that people confuse human desire for human greed, and greed clouds or muddies up desire, and then it seems like, well, all of your desires are, you just desire this and you desire that. Well, if people weren't fucking greedy hogs, then politics would be cool, because it'll be a consensual agreement amongst the people of what is right and what is wrong. So, but you have that personal shit to fuel your ego and all that shit. You know, that's damaging to the people.
And Sid, how would you feel about this noblesse oblige, or these tendencies to carry out beneficial actions by elite, in terms of your own evaluation of the overall suffering of humanity?
I'm not that sure, familiar with that concept, but I tend to agree with you. It's just, I also feel like what Ryan is saying about money dominating politics is true, though.
Yet money has long-term interests, not just short-term. These
Yeah.
long-term interests can say that it's in fact better to make these concessions than to risk insurrections or even things such as dejection of lower classes or lower economic productivity because of inequality.
Yeah, I mean, it's money for short-term causes. That's what it seems like to me. That's what it focuses on.
The short term,
Yeah.
the short term would defy noblesse oblige. Noblesse oblige is a longer term interest.
Okay. I mean, Democrats, I think, like on social issues, might be better. I mean, Ryan would probably disagree, but I mean, I don't think he's right. But besides that, like economic interest, I don't see that much difference. I mean, maybe a little, but like practically, it seems like, I mean, Democrats are just like moderate Republicans of previous decades, and Republicans are just like far right.
So you say that perhaps the economic interests are, when they have an interest, are dominating the whole of it all.
Yeah.
And Down or Mob 1, where would you stand? Or Shane, if you care to chime in. I've not heard from you yet. And neither has Reuven, of course.
That's all right, guys. I was just waiting to hear a point where I can chime in here.
Yes,
I'm actually
Shane.
I'm actually still trying to figure out what you guys are talking about.
Originally, well, we took a turn at one point toward anti-natalism. This idea that in order to prevent the suffering of humans and, well, the animals on which we depend, we should refrain from procreation. And Mob 1 and I split the difference. Merrick, who I think is gone, and Sid are strongly in favor, and Ryan and Down are very pro-natalist. So, where would you stand on all this?
Actually, I don't think Down is pro-natalist. Just, I mean, I don't know what he said here, but it seems like he's been on previous arguments. I feel like I've heard seem to be anti-natalist.
Yeah. Well, Down, how would you characterize your own position again?
Except, I don't know if it goes as far as Ephesus, because, I mean, it seems to, oh, go ahead.
Not for procreation. I'm against overpopulation, and I'm against the mechanized production of animals to suit our needs. You already know this.
So it sounds like you're vaguely a moderate, leaning toward. Which essentially is similar to where I am as well.
Well, get Robert to talk, or sorry, get Shane to talk, and some new people. I don't want to hog the mic.
Actually, far from hogging the mic, it might be helpful to hear more from you, Down. Now, Shane, you mentioned you might have commentary. Shane, would you regard procreation as a positive or negative thing?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you, Shane. Shane, is it a positive thing for people to procreate?
What? Delete cookies? No way.
Shit.
Yeah, you can't look. If you didn't reproduce, you could not.
Shane, oh dear, your mic isn't working. I thought I heard you earlier, but it might have been someone else.
It was just me. You just muted me again for no reason. I'll mute myself, fine. Don't you mute me, I'll mute myself, please. I feel bad. Yo, Shane. Shane's grabbing
Oh,
another
thanks,
mic.
Shane. And,
Nadia, 1 through 10,
Not
what's
one.
your favorite number? Between you and me.
I'm sorry?
What's your favorite number, 1 through 10?
7.
Me too.
Anytime, down, or, mob 1.
What are the chances of that?
Anytime, mob 1. Would you say that, things are...
Things are looking good.
I'm sorry,
Why
I'm
can't Benny,
hearing
why
Brian.
can't- I think Benny was trolling me, Nadia. No, listen to me. I'm sorry. I thought he was saying that he couldn't
No,
hear me.
mob 1. So, in the case of this, quote-unquote political equivalence, can it be substantively neutral differences to the upper class that vary in their impact on the lower class?
Why don't you ask me that question? I'm the only one listening, and you keep muting me.
And to what extent does class struggle play a large role in life outcomes and quality of life for the majority of humanity? Mob 1, down? Shane?
Yeah, I've been telling you that for a long time.
Okay, Sid, anyone?
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm trying to answer your question. You don't like
What's going on?
Shane! There you go. Go ahead and answer. What do you think about a caste system?
Are you talking to me?
No, you're late. We've been asking for Shane. Shane went and got his microphone, and Nadia has a question for Shane.
You mean, did you say class system or caste system?
No, but not. Hold on, Sid. If Shane can answer, we're gonna let Shane answer first.
Go ahead, Shane.
Interesting. Interesting. Many can propagator. Look at you.
Can you guys
Mob
hear me?
1 is still here. But yeah, we hear you, Shane.
Yay!
Oh, great. I just wanted to say that I heard a lot of good points, and I came in when you guys were having that argument between Mob 1 and the other guy. I think sometimes the things that you guys are talking about, I think sometimes we think they have a larger effect on the world and in the universe than they actually do.
Good point.
And I think sometimes, no matter what humans do to be for or against procreation, things like that, it doesn't really matter.
Another good
Because
point.
in the grand design, we are hopeless to affect it.
Oh.
Maybe in the short term, maybe in small ways we can affect things. The climate, the population, but in the end, the universe will correct itself, and it'll spit us out and destroy us before we have a permanent effect on it. So I sometimes think we give ourselves too much credit for having an effect on things.
I mean,
when in reality, in the long term, none of it matters.
You don't matter to yourself, bro?
That's my thought.
You don't matter to yourself, Shane?
I tend to agree to some extent.
No. Shane, let me ask you a question. Do you matter to yourself? That's it, I'm going to let you answer. But Shane, do you matter to yourself? Alright, fine. Sid, answer.
I lost you right after accept.
Do you matter to yourself?
Okay, and my question for Shane, though, is, are we still not morally obligated to carry out what mitigation we can of suffering, even if it is only slight?
No, we are.
Even if
absolutely.
it is only slight. Okay.
Yes, we absolutely are. I just think that speaking in absolutes, like the one guy who left all heated, Merrick, I think he's angry at a lot of things that he need not be angry about.
Merrick had technical difficulties. He wasn't heated. He was unable to speak at all.
I think you mean Marco, but I mean, yeah, we're frustrated that we can't affect suffering, but if sentience doesn't exist, I mean, if you try,
what?
If you try to eliminate sentience in the universe, then I don't
cool
see any
word.
negative.
Can you tell me what it means?
What?
I want to learn.
Could you repeat yourself, Sid?
I think if sentience didn't exist in the universe, then no harm couldn't be done.
Okay, can you please...
Sentience. Yeah.
And Shane, what's your response to that?
All right, buddy.
What's that? What's your response?
Sorry, guys. I was just saying goodbye to my company. I missed that last part.
Oh, sentience. See, that's what it meant. Is it sentience or sentience?
What I was trying to say is, if sentience was eliminated from the universe, then no suffering would exist, and I mean, then I would see nothing wrong.
If there was no suffering, how would you define no suffering?
Can you repeat the first part of what you just said? If what was eliminated from the universe?
Sentience.
Gotcha.
Sentience. He won't do it. He won't define the word.
It's the ability to feel pain.
To the extent we eliminate the ability to feel it, is it not? It's not the negative conditions that it would detect still there.
Nadia, it's not fair. Quit muting me.
Is that how the discussion about the plant came into this?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, it's all coming together for me now. All right, I see. I agree. No, I agree with you. Who said that?
Thanks, Sharon. I guess you're an anti-natalist then, or even a nepalist.
What a generalist! Look at your ego on Sid there.
And who is that just talked to me?
Ryan.
My name is Sid.
Oh yeah, that's
Sid. Okay, thanks, Sid.
Look at him go.
I have a question for you, Ryan.
Absolutely.
I assume you're a Christian. Is that true or not?
I'm gonna assume that you dug that up by looking at my profile. Is that true or not?
No. I heard some of the argument from before, but
So you surmised.
yeah. Okay. So my question is, how do you deal with the problem of evil? Through. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, are you gonna make it a long, stupid question, or are you gonna just answer me? Or are you gonna ask me one good one like you just did?
Yeah. That's it. That's it. For now. For
Alright.
now. That's it.
No, that's fine.
Why can't I hear him?
Yeah, can nobody hear me? Can you hear me? Hold on.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It's because the government watches my every move. No, I'm just kidding. Well, they did. But I deal with evil. I face a lot of evil, actually. It's very difficult. I deal with it. I deal with it by rising above it,
And
knowing that it is nothing more. Hold on. There's nothing more than a constraint and a chain, and I would try to not be bound by it. The evil one is the great deceiver. I'm not gonna be chained by.
I mean, how would you, like, for example, cancer? Like, could you?
Oh sure. Wait. If you want to say, all right, for cancer, here you go.
Yeah.
Everybody has cancer in them right now. You do. I do. Almost every person on the earth has cancer. Now, the only way that a cancerous cell and a cancerous attack begins is when there's an onslaught of cancerous cells, where it actually creates, like, the anomaly. And it's not an anomaly, actually. There's cancer in all of our cells. But the way you combat cancer is with fruits and vegetables and, like, good water and air and healthy exercise and good energy. You can cure cancer with that. Fact.
Wait, what was the last thing you said?
Fact.
No, before that.
Water and air.
What about them? Sorry.
Vegetables and fruit. Cancer
What about
cure.
those things? What about those things?
Can cure cancer.
Wait.
Cancer
But
cells
that's how you
only
deal with
become-
cancer. But what if you get cancer anyway?
Okay. Already said that we have now. See,
Yeah. I know what you mean by that, but like.
So I had metastasized cancer in my lungs, right?
Sorry.
Wait,
I should have specified.
Wait, so how about this? What, Sid?
Yeah.
I think I know where you're going. How about this? What if you're gonna ask me this? What if I had a terminal illness?
Exactly.
Is that what you're going for?
Sure. Why not?
Okay. Death has no sting. I do not fear death in the least.
You do not fear God?
Of course I fear God, that if I don't do right by him, but no, death has no sting, my brother. I tell you this. And you see, you're spot on track, but you're slightly misaligned, and you want the truth. The truth is Christ. And if you actually crack the Bible over, instead of cracking on people about the Bible, which I'm not saying you're not, I'm not saying you are. But yeah, no.
I mean, I've actually read the New Testament, but
Well, then good.
But
yeah, no, death does not scare me. No, I mean, no problem. I wouldn't feel like I got ripped off or anything. No, why?
Would you say that the the Old Testament proves a God that is moral? Because I would say that God seems immoral to me.
Well, try the Amalekites, for instance, in 1 Samuel 15.
What verse is that, dear?
1 Samuel 15.
Yeah,
Short
but
enough
what?
chapter.
Yeah, I know. You know the verse. What are the words?
That the Amalekites were to be wiped out, but the men, women, children, and even animals. And that Saul was some kind of apostate or some such for defying his command to wipe out so comprehensively the Amalekites.
Please don't tell me you're going to be cliche and try and pretend you understand the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. Because I think that's what you just tried to do.
The Amalekites are not Sodom and Gomorrah.
The Malachi?
Amalekites.
He was asking me a
15.
question. I wanted to answer his question out of you. That's not fair.
I mean, her questions are relevant.
Yeah, and that's true. Ryan, the influence of liquor on you is not positive. Could you leave until you sober up a bit? No, I have to go to work. Am I that bad? I was actually pretty accurate. What I was saying.
I would say you're derailing
You were
the discussion.
just getting that Bacardi screwdriver earlier. Don't give me that shit show.
The difference is that I am not behaving quite as disruptively as you are.
Let me answer
anytime.
Hey, Nadia, how about this? You can mute me after this. I'll mute myself. But can I answer Sid in 30 seconds? Sid, hey, listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, because I didn't want truth to fall on deaf ears. Ready? Start the clock. So the Old Testament was an old covenant. The Old Covenant was also the Old Torah, which is also the old genealogy, which is also the old story, which doesn't give you the truth. And then there is the truth in the creation. And there was a point of this because there had to be sacrifices. You had to have a tradition. You had a tradition of law until you made the ultimate sacrifice and said, hey, here's the grace. And everything else can be glorified through that. Good. Love your neighbor as yourself.
So your point is, you think the Old Testament God was immoral?
Immoral?
Moral.
Oh, no. Okay, now, required obedience and discipline. How else would you want to be worshipped, Sid? A law. It was established in a law, and God always gave us a free choice and a free will. So you can disagree or not, but that's where it came from. No, he's not. He's not unjust.
But his punishments seem highly unjust. I mean,
Punishment doesn't seem unjust. Punishing, no. What do you mean?
Punishing children
the Jews
for their
like being
parents'
punished?
crimes, sacrificing Abraham's son Isaac for no reason. It doesn't seem very moral to me.
Oh, I see where you're going. Now, see, that is where he asked for faith to sacrifice Isaac.
I mean, if I was Abraham, I would not.
Sid, he didn't make him sacrifice him, did he?
But if I was Abraham, I would have refused, and I would have suffered the consequences.
Then there's your faith. But
is it moral to kill your child for no reason? I mean,
did God make Abraham kill Isaac for no reason? No, he did not. And no, it's not moral to kill your child. No, God does not believe in murder. There's no reason, any idea about any war in the guise of Christianity and murder is a lie, and I'm cutting myself off.
Amalekites,
Any
1 Samuel 15.
lie, no,
Also,
Jesus and God does
the
not
Midianites.
murder.
And also, I've put up a link to Genesis 22 in the text chat, which is pertaining to the binding of Isaac.
Can I unmute myself? What's your question about it? I mean, I feel like I already answered it, but what's the problem?
It wasn't a question. It was a statement that the Midianites and Amalekites were commanded to be exterminated, and that the binding of Isaac had a Bible verse or chapter devoted to it that I put a link to in the text chat.
Well, look, this is what always happens. You want to try and take one piece out of context. This is an old covenant. Jesus Christ being sacrificed and being slaughtered. Sinless man slaughtered. Washed away. The need for the rituals and the sacrifices.
Okay, and in the meantime, well, even as lesser a suffering as the crucifixion might be compared to, say, burning at the stake or drawing and quartering, one can argue that this crucifixion was unnecessary, that the deity could, by fiat, carry out this forgiveness and so on. And beyond that, even, that the entire arrangement of all these devices with this binding of Isaac, this, I mean, you had this man tormented by the prospect of having, or being compelled to sacrifice his own son. I mean, why bother inflicting that on anyone when you could easily just say, hey, I'm the deity, I show up and appear to you in some kind of recognizable
Naughty, what do you
form,
believe in?
and
Naughty,
so on and
what
so forth.
do you believe in God?
Of course not.
Why not? You think you're an accident formed?
There's no evidence for it.
Okay. Who said that?
That's plenty of evidence.
No.
It's all bad evidence. It's all bad evidence.
Do you believe in the scientific notion that matter can neither be created nor destroyed, or energy can neither be created nor destroyed? Do you believe that?
Sure.
To the extent I believe it, it is an empirical notion.
So then where does your energy come
with
from?
With the degree of confidence one arrives at by induction.
Where did it come? Wait, what did you ask? Where did it come from?
If it wasn't created, where did it come from?
Yeah, the inflation theory by Guth et al. Is posits a rather plausible way for matter and energy to arise from vacuum energies and such.
So what created the matter?
Of course, the natural expansion of the universe and vacuum energies dispersing into actual material phenomena, such as virtual particle-antiparticle pairs and their asymmetrical decay into matter energy.
What is asymmetrical decay?
Yes, antimatter tends to decay more readily than matter.
What is Joseph doing? Joseph goes to sleep in hangouts.
I do too.
The other day. I thought it was really funny. I thought it was actually funny.
Speaking of which, isn't it past time? I thought you were going to sleep hours ago, dude. I tried. I couldn't sleep.
Yeah, no, I should have.
Sounds like you've been keeping the fire going, though.
No, me and Nadia have been... Now we're on the topic of who created the energy.
Who created the energy?
Yeah, Joseph, what's your point?
Who created the energy that created everything? Is that what you're saying?
No. If there is no God, where did the energy come from?
Who created God?
stupid question.
What was that?
I said that was a stupid question, and I didn't mean it in a. It was
No, that's
a
fine.
bad question.
Not a stupid question. That's a very good question, actually.
Yeah, who created the energy?
It's by the Big Bang. I mean, you've heard the theories before.
Yeah, they're nothing but theories. I have a foundation that is firm.
Yeah, it naturally occurred. It doesn't need to create a personal agent to cause it.
Benny, the Big Bang. That's where we're at, man. I'm sorry, Nadia. No, I know, but you.
Yeah, the
Who created the energy, Nadia?
Universe, matter, energy, and so on do not require a personal agent to create them. They arise as natural phenomena, and there's no real question of this.
The phenomenon. It was just a phenomenon.
What if the Big Bang was the energy that created God?
Okay, first of all, Big Bang theory is nothing but a theory. But what created the energy? Because in our realm of perspective, energy can neither be created nor destroyed.
Right, and the vacuum energies. The vacuum energies of the early universe were higher.
Vacuum energy? Are you talking about entropy?
Were translated into, of course, kinetic and so on energy, electromagnetic and so on,
kinetic energy is only
as well as matter.
Kinetic energy is only matter moving. Potential energy is stored energy in something that is not moving.
And what is vacuum energy?
Vacuum energy?
Yes, vacuum energy exists.
Is where you have no other constraints.
No, it's not. In the meantime, you have pretty well worked out explanations. And
what is vacuum energy then? If it's not,
and further questions that are far more cogently phrased and understood than anything you're presenting now.
What is vacuum energy then? If it's not energy without any constraints, what is it?
I'm assuming it's the energy like the empty space between two constraints.
That's what I just said, man.
No, you're saying without constraints.
That's not what you said.
I said without constraints.
The fact you don't understand the distinction between what you said and what we said is a very strong indicator that you do not understand the question at all.
Okay, then I want to understand what I missed. When I said that vacuum energy is where you have no constraints upon the energy.
Space energy has location, and
so location would be constraint.
No.
Vacuum energy would be no constraint.
Now they've actually imagine two metal plates that are literally so close together, but they're not touching and they're in a vacuum. They've actually found that there's levels of energy generated by just that vacuum, by the space between. Is that right, Nadia? I think that's how.
Well,
I don't know. Why are you asking Nadia? I'm the one that's telling you the truth.
Because Nadia has.
No, you're not, actually. That's what the problem is. We're telling you you're not actually appraised of the truth.
I'm going to shut up. I'm going to give you guys all your time. Okay, I'm going to sit here and be quiet.
I mean, one question. You said yourself that matter can't be created or destroyed. How did God create matter then?
Thermodynamics. I'm saying that you are bound by your own man-made idea, which is foolish. I didn't say that God couldn't do it. I said it's foolish to say that matter could neither be created nor destroyed. That's a second law of thermodynamics. Look it up, son.
So then God could still be creating and destroying matter, right?
God was before time. So accept that idea. Before time. I'm muting myself. See, this is why I mute myself. You guys battle amongst yourselves, but I tell you, I'm not wrong.
Hey, Green.
Hey, how you doing? See, you're in bed.
Hi, Green.
Yeah, how you doing now? Yeah. Good.
So, Green, where do you stand with respect to how ethical procreation is. Is it ethical to bring a new life into this world?
Yes, of course.
And why would you say that when so many children are starving to death daily? When one's socioeconomic status can damn your child to a lifetime of poverty and misery? When your genes and medical history can damn your child to a lifetime of illness and suffering from it? How can you say that unequivocally?
Well, it depends on where you're at. If you're in a place where, and it's proven fact that, when there's an economy that's doing well, people will marry more and will have more children. If the economy is not doing that well, or there's situations where you cannot bring a child into a certain environment, then yeah, it's probably not productive to bring a child in a stressful environment. But people do it anyway because people want to procreate. That's something that's natural within.
Now, let me ask you this. I'll grant you most of this. It's a matter of details. But should one more seriously consider these ethics of bringing a child into a hostile environment? I mean, for instance, when the economy is down, should those people who do so anyway perhaps reconsider?
Well, they will definitely think about it, but as a society, people will have less children, because of the stressful situation. It would just happen. Now, individual couples, that's up to them, and I wouldn't recommend it because of the stressful situation. But yeah, it goes within the details. But society, I think that's just natural for them not to have as much children because of the environment.
Yeah, we can hear you.
And
Go ahead.
Is that Merrick?
Correct.
And well, okay. I don't think Merrick's chiming in, so I'll push along the line.
Merrick,
Hello,
we can hear
Merrick.
Yeah, why is this Joseph has been removed?
Because he asked to.
Oh, he asked?
Yeah, I don't entirely understand, but okay. I think he was not entirely asleep, but even so, it can't be undone now.
You said just unblock him.
Yeah.
No, you can't. Actually, once someone's been ejected from a hangout, they can't rejoin it ever.
No, he said after he was asleep.
Yeah, well, moving on. Merrick, you were saying? Would you like to give a position statement on the ethics of bringing a child into a hostile environment, such as a down economy?
Or any procreation for that matter. We can hear you, Merrick. You can talk. We could hear you when you were talking, Merrick. Put your sound on.
He might be flipping around things that prevent him from being heard.
I can't hear him either.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, going back, basically what you said, I think people will have less children.
No, I don't hear you guys. Can't hear you guys.
Yeah.
This sucks.
Hangout. I can only hear about half
I'm
the
not
people.
messing with you. I can't hear you. I guess you guys can hear me, but I can't hear you. I'm sorry. I'll go away.
You come in and out.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, he's been dropping off too quick for us to advise him. Okay, and you were saying, Green?
Correct, man.
As far to have a child, I don't disagree, but have more kids, maybe in a stressful environment, will not be productive. I wouldn't say unethical.
But Green, you hit a good point when you said that when things are bad, people will have less children. It's just a natural thing, and that's the
Yes,
whole
Nadia?
balance of energies. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but isn't
The
rape
energy
natural too?
harvest is real. The energy
I'm sorry,
harvest,
Sid. What was that?
the
Like,
energy harvest is
I mean,
real.
I don't know if the natural argument is a good one, because isn't, for example, rape natural also?
Yeah, maybe natural isn't the right word. I think
No, rape
it's
is not.
a balance of. It's almost like evolution of things. When things are bad, you can ask a person, an individual, if they'd have children, if they'd bring children into this world. But us, society as a whole, will have less children when things are bad. So.
Yeah.
Not only that, I'm just want to add to that. Not only that, if it's necessary to have more children.
Hey, I hear you guys.
All right,
I
go
hear
ahead.
it. Oh.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Merrick.
We were going on about when times are hard, people sometimes refrain from having children, and whether it's an ethical imperative or just a coincidental, happy coincidence and so on.
Yeah, why should you have it in the first place? Go ahead, Merrick.
Sorry, I need to listen a little bit more.
Don't be vague, man. Just speak your thoughts, man. Don't worry about the questions. What you got to say?
Basically,
What you gotta
Nadia
say?
and what's your name? Green Souls were arguing about. I mean, were supporting the idea of responsible parenting, which I don't know if it. I mean, procreation, which I don't know if it even exists. I mean,
Dude, what does procreation mean to you, man?
reproduction, man.
Procreation means reproduction to you.
Yeah, having sex to make children.
You make it sound so artificial.
I mean,
well, it should be more artificial. It should be designer babies engineered to not have any genetic diseases. But
yeah,
apart from that moral imperative, I'll otherwise let it pass on to the original.
I would think that two people will have a baby because they love each other. I don't know. Maybe I'm old-fashioned that way, and they express they express their love by having a child.
Yeah, but
how does having a child express love?
How does it not? I don't know.
Well, because you're bringing in. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Because you're bringing in a child who is going to grow up to be an adult and eventually die because your love is, I mean, it's biological and it's not necessarily, it's not necessarily logical that you're bringing in a person who is going to grow up, experience the same feelings you experienced, and eventually die, which you're going to, and you can't just justify it by saying, yeah, we love each other, so you're here. Sorry.
Yeah.
But
and if I could rephrase it my own way, person A loves person B, and person B loves person A back, and you got the non sequitur here that somehow this love between person A and person B merits or justifies bringing person C into a lifetime of misery.
There you go.
Why is it predetermined it's a lifetime of misery?
It depends on who they are. Do they have
That's right.
the Tay-Sachs genes? Do they have are they socioeconomically disadvantaged? Are they
Nadia.
poverty and misery in themselves.
But some of the most effective people and some of the most successful people, some of the most happy people come from genetically deficient, poverty-stricken places.
Well, I don't see any evidence of that.
Well, I came from a place of poverty.
Huh?
Yeah, extreme. I came from I got left back 3 times. Now I'm going for my doctorate. I had a learning disability.
I mean, congratulations.
Your own argument works against you. Reason probabilistically, the slumdog billionaire is 1 in a million.
Yeah, I mean, Nadia came from 2 loving parents who wanted to have Nadia, and she's like living in a world where she doesn't want to be a woman, or she doesn't want to be a man. She's trying to be a woman, and then that's a huge U-turn. And then if you're gonna thrust in a life to say, hey, you're here, and well, if you want to experience your U-turn, then that's your choice. But sorry, I love my wife.
Yeah, I think we're looking at the ends a little bit too much. We're not looking at the means of the thing.
No, you can't say that, because the ends are the ultimate end.
You can't ignore either.
Yes.
They both count.
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying you guys are really focusing on the ends of the thing.
But you're
not looking at the means of the process.
You can't justify the means with the end, because the end is what Nadia is experiencing, and frankly, what I'm experiencing. I wish I wasn't born, and I'm here. I wish I wasn't here. I wish my parents wouldn't have procreated to produce me, because I'm suffering here, and I don't want to be here. And I wish I wasn't here, and I don't appreciate being here. And you're saying that, well, tough luck, fella.
And the fact of the matter is, you cannot entirely discount the outcome.
There you go.
But the outcome is yet to be determined.
It's not yet to be determined. Determined by who?
The outcome is, of course, probabilistic reasoning. You carry out risk assessments and quantitatively assess them.
Well, definitely. Look, the experience that you're going through, I am not going through that with you. I could actually sympathize on what you're going through, because I know how hurt feels. I know how being rejected feels. I know how pain feels. So I do have some sort of aspect, but the ends actually is determined by you. You actually determine that.
You're telling me.
I'm not. All right. Look.
Now, imagine how much worse it would be, how much more discriminated against I would be if I were not a white trans woman, but a black one. Islam Nettles, beaten down and killed, and merely one subway stop away from me in New York. You've got the black trans woman in Fort Myers, Florida, burned to death. You've got Texas, New Jersey, California again, and so on. These not just the right-wing hellholes, but also liberal bastions. All you had to do was darken my skin a bit, and bada bing, bada boom. Oh dear, I be getting burned to death and beaten to death, and so on and so forth. Your idea that this justice and so on is a matter of one's own agency and quote unquote will.
Well, maybe maybe what Nadia is trying to say is that, well, I don't know, but I don't appreciate being here, and I don't want to be.
I think I can simplify the argument, if you don't mind. Basically, it's I'm sorry for repeating myself, but if existence, pain; if existence, pleasure; if non-existence, no pain; if non-existence, no pleasure, but no need for the pleasure to exist in the first place.
So I think what Sid is trying to say is that if we were not here, we wouldn't experience any deprivation, but we're here and we're experiencing deprivation. And honestly, I don't appreciate what my mother and father did based on a biological impulse. And now I'm here and I have to deal with it. And I'm saying, fuck this. I wish I wasn't here. And I'm saying that if you, there's going to be other people like me in the future. And for all what you say and saying that, just deal with it, guy. Just
that's not what I'm saying at all.
That's what you're saying? What I'm saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What you're saying is accept it or kill yourself.
No, I did not say that either.
What are you saying, man?
What I said was the end. You know, the story is not done.
That's right.
So you're saying that I might have a come around?
I'm not saying that either.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that you determine the end, and right now I don't think is the end right now.
I mean,
okay, let me try this one. How do I determine the end? How do I determine the end when they see a disgusting, perverted tranny freak and say, "No way am I going to hire that"?
Yeah, but Nadia,
I can't get a fucking job. And
I'm not saying that.
They saw that 20 years before any kind of hormones or surgery, and I could never get a service job. And when the manufacturing base was hollowed out, I couldn't actually get any of the backroom, factory floor, whatever kind of non-customer facing jobs that still counted as downshifting. And when did I have a choice of being physically gender congruent? When did I have a choice of anything?
Well, I could tell you, Nadia, and I could tell you, RM, I will not do that to you, and I don't look at you like that at all.
Well, it's very kind of you, but your parents did so.
I'm sorry that happened. Really,
I know. I mean, it's not for you to say, fella. You didn't. But if you're gonna bring in another life to this world, you're gonna have to answer for that. And I'm not gonna be the person to answer for that.
Yes, and I have kids and I have responsibilities, and I love raising my kids, even though I did have a tough childhood.
And so did my parents. They loved raising me, and they loved raising Nadia, but they might grow up to be me.
And you know what? I'm going to be there for them if that ever happens when they need my help.
As are my parents for me. And my parents have expressed to me that they feel guilty for, being there for me, but I just don't respect their decision to bring me here because they were not thinking clearly. This is I'm being thrust into something that I didn't appreciate being thrust into. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be being a wage worker. I don't want to be trying to figure out my life in the world. I don't want to be. I wish I wasn't here. I wish I wasn't trying to figure out my life meaning. I wish I wasn't trying to figure out my identity. I just don't think that's fair to throw someone into this world and say, I love you, but you got to figure out your way. And
it's not fair.
It's not fair, and I think that I'm not going to throw somebody else and have. I'm the age where I can bring somebody into this world.
It's my way to surgery to have me in a body I can stand to live in.
And there you go. There you go.
I'm subject to such employment discrimination that I can't get the job to get the money to do so.
There you go. I mean, she's like saying like I can't. I was born a male and I want to be a female, and then now people are disgracing me or not accepting me because they want to be a female, and this is not her choice.
But it's so much worse than that. It's not being born a male and want to be a female. It's this freaking parasite on me in my freaking crotch that I can't stand to have there. It's this the face and the voice. I can't stand to hear the voice of my own ears. When I talk, I can't stand to see my own face in the mirror. And None of it. Every bit of it is tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say that.
Every bit of it is tens of thousands of dollars of surgery that I can't earn because of employment discriminated away because I physically appear already as a freaking female freak.
And the thing is, as anti-natalists, we're saying that there's no way you can guarantee that what's happening to Nadia, or what's happening to me, can't happen to your child. You know, there's no way you can say that I guarantee that my child's not going to grow up to be a transsexual. There's no way my child's going to grow up to be an anti-natalist or regret his existence. And you're saying, well, maybe it is. I'm going to gamble with my child's life. And that's pretty rude and pretty impolite. And it's an imposition.
Can I interject for a second? Because I've been sitting here listening for about an hour now. And really, let's address the issue that all children are not planned. We have this notion of where we're acting like everybody who is having children are sitting there and like, you know what, I love you, you love me, let's make a baby. Actually, that's more rare than it is for people to just go, oh, you know, the wife comes up and like, hey, I'm pregnant. You go, oh, for real? Damn, shit.
Yeah.
It just happens.
It just happens. You're right.
It does just happen because, you know, we still enjoy sex. Even anti-natalists still enjoy sex. They just are very cautious about.
Or smart enough to use a condom.
Well, you know, it happens, but again, you know, when you get freaky, you get lost in the sauce. Sometimes, you know, you might just want to splurge up in her. It can happen. But the condom could break. There could be all sorts of freak accidents. What I'm initially wanting to get to, though, is that I feel for you because you're like, I didn't sign up for this shit. I'm here inside of the fucking realm of existence, and it's bullshit. I'm not happy. I'm not getting what I want. I'm not satisfied. Then that's your story. And I hate that that's your story. But at the same time, there are other stories. Whereas there's people who are like, you know what, my life was tough as a child, but I like my life now. So since you don't like your life, should I not like my life? Or I'm grateful that my parents created me. So it's a catch-22. On one hand, it's fucked up when you take the gamble, but on the other hand, sometimes you roll a lucky 7. I mean, and that's the essence of life in its entirety too. So I don't understand why we consistently focused on the negative when there are also a great deal of positives.
Great point, man. And Nadia, please stop. You're so vengeful and so angry, and you play victim all the time. Just before you can talk, just stop talking. Green Soulful left.
All right.
Yeah, that was quite unfortunate. He was a good contributor.
Let's look at it this way.
Go ahead, Merrick.
Okay, let's just say that, like, okay, you're going to a party, right? And there's this kicking party. There's like 500 people there, and then before you enter into the door, into the room, into the party, there's a host, and he says to you, okay, there's an awesome party kicking in there tonight, but there's a chance that like 5% of the people there are going to get raped, all right? And then there's like 2% of the people are going to get stabbed and murdered.
There's 500 people there, and 5% are going to get raped.
I'm just saying that's what's going to happen, all right?
I know.
People are going to get fucking raped. People are going to get fucking murdered. People are going to get fucking cancer. People are going to get ripped off. People are going to realize that this is fucking bullshit. They're going to want to kill themselves. Okay? So you're going to subject somebody to that, and you're going to say, well, you know, 95%. Wait a minute. Let me finish. 95% of the people are going to have a good time. 95% of the people are going to come off this ride and be like, oh, this is fucking great. I love this shit. And then 5% of the people are going to get brutally raped. Okay? And you're going to accept that brutally raped in order for the 95% to get on with their game and go on with it. I'm just saying that. Wait, but let me finish. I'll finish in a minute. I promise. You're gonna say that, okay, fine. 95% are gonna have a good time, and 5% are gonna get fucking raped. They're gonna get cancer. Gonna get shot. Are gonna get all kinds of diseases.
How many things are gonna happen to 5%?
What's that?
You said you're going to a party where there were 500 people, and 5% would either be raped. Now it's raped, cancer, shot, or what else?
Yes, because I'm just.
So what is the point? So there's a party where you don't want to be that 5%. What is the point?
What is the point? I'm saying I'm not gonna thrust a kid into that party. Okay, I could say it another way. Like we know that this. Let me use another example.
I wouldn't take a kid to a party with 500 people either.
There you go. I mean, you wouldn't thrust a kid into a party where there's a chance that he's going to get raped or going to get a cancer, right?
What is your mantra? What is your mantra?
My mantra? I'm not talking about a mantra. I'm talking about statistics.
He was
I know, but your statistics were foolish because you kept changing them.
What? I couldn't hear that. What?
If I could answer, because I know that you were initially asking me, what I wanted to answer was the party that you're talking about, the 95% versus the 5%, the pain and suffering versus the people who are happy-go-lucky, having fun. You got to understand that we're being a bit biased with that description, because the party isn't necessarily a party, because the 95% that are in that party, quote unquote, are still gonna catch some knife scrapes. They're still gonna get their jaw broken. They're still gonna have broken fingers. They're still gonna have heartbreaks from romance. They're still gonna experience.
So you're telling me that I should not go to this party because I'm gonna fear that I'm gonna be in the 5%? I don't understand your analogy. It's still
I'm talking to Mary. I'm talking to Mary.
Yeah. All right. Let him finish.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that the party is not flawless. The party is flawed, and people understand that life has trials and tribulations. And when they bring a child into the world, they understand that that child is going to have scrapes and bruises. It's not going to just be a party. But that's not initially what they're bringing the child there for, because overall, the child could experience joys.
Yeah,
while that 5%,
but you can't predict. You can't predict. You have no guarantee. There's no guarantee that he's going to experience these flaws. He could come out as mentally challenged. He can come out as autistic. He can come out as gay. He can come out as transsexual. You have no say in how he's going to come out. And you're just going to say, because I love my girl, because I love my man, I love you, I'm going to produce this thing that is...
Dude, what is your problem? So are you telling me that your idea is that you shouldn't be held accountable for you being reproduced?
Me?
Yeah. You're saying you hold it against your parents for being...
Yes, I do. Of course I do. Because
that's your point. You blame your parents for producing you.
If you're going to bring kids into the world, you have to be held accountable for how they're produced. If they come into the world and they get cancer at age 65, you're the one who caused it. Yeah.
That's not true. But
what is that? What do you mean that's not true? You decided to bring the kid into the world, which is a world full of materialistic universe, which has no.
And I understand that, but
listen to me. Listen to me. Let's back up a little bit. Let's back up a little bit. You are a human being. You're an animal.
Hey,
you're not.
Q&A? Why don't you ask me questions?
You're not separated from. You're not.
That's the only way I will discuss with you. You are foolish. This is a foolish argument.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to separate. I'm trying to set up the argument here that you're not any different.
You talked about a 500-person party.
What I'm trying to say to you is you're not any different.
When he could have
You're not any different. You're not any different than the tiger who fucks the other tiger who brings in the 10 tiger cubs, within which 9 tiger cubs die, and one survives because the other tiger cub, the other male tiger eats the other tiger
sir.
cubs.
I understand what you're saying. Thank you. Can I respond?
No, let me explain this. You're part of an evolutionary cycle that the only thing you want to. Yeah, okay, fine.
What you're saying is only an instinct, pheromone-based reproduction instinct.
Excuse me, Ryan.
And you're saying that you're no better than that, and that's foolish.
Okay, Ryan.
I'm not saying
can you
I'm
please
not better than that.
check the text chat? I have sent messages to you that are important, and you should review. Merrick, I think the matter of these health conditions is very serious and merits two I guess cooperating approaches. Number one is prevention, or rather screening to technologically prevent these things from happening. And number two is, of course, the decision-making overall by the parents as to whether to bring things into existence. In fact, some of these are already in play. As I understand it, Tay-Sachs recessive carriers already extensively adopt in lieu of natural procreation to prevent bringing into existence sufferers with Tay-Sachs into the world. And I think this is, I think that is, precisely the kind of thing we are arguing, and I think it's a matter of its extension to other, perhaps less extreme conditions.
Okay, all right. Okay. I understand your human argument here, okay, but let me say right off the bat that I'm a vegan, and that you guys, if you're going to bring in a human being into the world, he's going to impose himself onto not only the natural order, but he's going to impose, he's going to demand resources from other beings. He's going to want to eat KFC. He's going to want to eat steak. And he's going to want to reap his energy from other things. And you guys are just you're going to say, oh, well, maybe he might live a happy life, or he might be a happy human being. But you're reaping things as a human being. Your footprint on the world is so much more detrimental than, let's say.
That's foolish.
That's bullshit?
No, foolish, because matter can either be created or destroyed, right?
What are you talking about? Matter can either be created or destroyed. If you're brought into the world, you're going to have to consume matter to feed yourself and to grow.
You can only be transformed.
Transformed into what? An adult?
Matter. My friend.
Matter? I don't understand what you're saying. I just don't get it. As a human being, you're going to have to consume other beings. And if you're not,
but you don't have to. That's what I'm saying. What is up with this?
Of course you can be. Of course you can be a vegan and not. Okay. And you can only consume plants.
So let's address that, because see, what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to hold on to the threshold of mankind. You're trying to convince us
but then you're being but then you're being a bigot, because you're saying that humans are the only thing that are worth preserving. You can't live only as humans and not.
You need to calm down, bro.
I'm not saying that.
Calm down.
You need. Why do I have to calm down when I'm speaking for people that you can?
Yeah, I have no idea why. Listen,
let him talk.
Look, what I'm saying.
Let him talk, Ryan.
Why do I have to calm down? I'm trying to bring facts to you.
Because I was saying you're not letting MOB talk. You're not letting MOB talk.
Well, go ahead, MOB.
Okay, what I was saying is that I'm not necessarily saying that mankind is the only thing worth preserving, okay? I'm saying
yes,
that...
you are. You just said that.
But no, I'm not saying that mankind is the only thing worth preserving. I've never said that. But I've said that mankind is worth preserving. And the reason why I say that is because our intellect can separate us from the primitive nature of consuming sentient beings and being eating up resources, and well, I mean, we can become sufficient people, and we're you have economical people who, or people who worry about the environment, who are trying to move towards that. I mean, even you say that you're a vegan. What can prevent the world from being vegan? It may take a long process, but again, mankind is absolutely capable. So why would you just say, "Oh, stop it all," because you got some people who eat KFC, and you have some people who are harming, you have some people who are happy. Yeah, it's a sum of everything, but
Or some people that leave trash on the sidewalk, like you think that's a sin. I'm agreeing with you, MLB. It's foolish to say, to discount yourself as a human and to discredit yourself and your soul.
I agree with you, Ryan.
No, RM, no. Keep going, MLB.
No, what I'm saying is that we can reach a state of perfection.
Sure.
It's a race to perfection. You want to know what mankind is here
now
for?
You're sure.
You want to know what mankind is here for? What the whole reason for this? It's a race, and in the race, shit happens. People fall down. You get a fucking muscle spasm. You're panting. You're tired.
Jews get burned. Jews get burned. Jews get burned in Holocaust. No. You're gonna account for Jews getting burned. You're gonna account for fucking Palestinians getting.
You're like, I'm a vegan. I'm a fucking vegan. I shouldn't have never been born. But you won't let another person talk.
I'm letting him talk. I let him talk. I'm saying you're saying that Jews are an acceptable.
They're Jews, man.
Mob one, I'm not disrespecting you at all. I'm trying to shout down this motherfucker. He's saying that Jews getting burned in concentration camps is an acceptable cost to furthering humanity's causes. And I'm saying that's fucking bullshit. Why do we have to burn Jews to advance humanity? Tell me how that's. Tell me how that's.
The anti-natalist people are right. You know what? The anti-natalists are right. Let's just abort people and not have them exist to begin with. It saves money in the long run. It just saves money on the gas chambers.
I'm not.
What does money matter when there are no people there?
You think that world wars are acceptable? I'm saying it's not acceptable. I'm saying it's not acceptable to burn Jews at the stake or burn any other sentient creature to further your cause of transhumanism.
Wait, no. Use that word again. What does that word mean to you?
What word?
Sentient creature.
Sentient creatures. Yeah, chickens are sentient creatures. You want to deny that?
Okay. So you're not better than a chicken.
Yeah, neither are you. Okay. Who gives you the right to say that I can cut and declaw and debeak a sentient creature and gas a fucking Jew in a gas chamber to say that that's okay? That we can. Anyway, I'm listening to you, Mob One. Go ahead. I'm not listening to this fuck because he insulted me. You didn't insult me.
Look how your feelings got hurt because you digress.
Merrick, should we preserve natural life like sharks, whales, dolphins, zebras, lions? Should we just preserve them, or should we just off ourselves and let that nature continue?
No, I'm saying we should not. But what we're doing as human beings is in extending our realm and extending.
Chickens are.
Let me finish, guy. You gonna let me finish? Or you just gonna say you're a fucking vegan? You have nothing to say because you're a vegan.
No.
You gonna let me finish or not?
You compared yourself to a chicken.
Yeah, I did. Because there's not that much of a difference biologically between me and another mammal, like a cow or a pig. There's not that much of a
chicken is a mammal.
I didn't say a chicken was a mammal. I'm saying it's a sentient creature and it feels and it has emotions and it feels things. And you're gonna say, "Fuck that, man! It feels good if it tastes good because it's fried chicken."
I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry. Here, look.
No, but my original question was,
at least you're being respectful, Mob One.
Yeah, exactly. Because I've learned the art of debate. I mean, you
Yeah.
know, you gotta
RF,
calm down.
the reason Mob 1 got to talk is because I told you to shut up.
All right.
You told me to shut up?
But I was asking originally, do you believe that we should preserve those animals, or should we just stop mankind and allow the rest of nature to continue?
No, I mean, there's a lot of people around, and you guys are thrusting a lot on me right now. I think that not only should we stop communicating with,
You really like the word thrust. I think you have a 700-word vocabulary, by the way.
Who are you talking to? Russ, how would you like it if someone thinks like non-atheists are unintelligent and therefore they can eat them? Like, how would you feel about that?
You're asking Ryan, right?
Yeah, but you can talk if you like to.
I would think that was absolutely silly. I believe that we should move away from eating sentient creatures. Um, I think that mankind is absolutely capable, i.e., a group of anti-natalists who don't eat meat on this simple fact alone. Mankind just needs an awakening. But with that said, I believe that deserves some type of attention and some type of gratitude towards mankind, that they can separate themselves from a primitive nature.
Yeah, I mean,
But
well,
okay.
I mean, yeah, that's cool, Mob One. I appreciate that. But what I'm trying to say is that if we redid the world, if we reset the world, we moved on to another world, would we bring factory farming onto the new world? Would we do that? Would we say that, yeah, that's okay, let's just if we redid the whole world, and let's bring in killing of millions of sentient creatures into that new world? Would that be acceptable to you? If we were going to redo the thing?
Absolutely not. It would not be acceptable, because if we were...
There you go. And that's all I'm trying to say.
And this is my thing that I'm trying to address, is that if we were to move to another world to start population, we would be at a point of our consciousness would be at such a heightened level that we would synthetically make food for ourselves that would not have to harm any sentient creature at all.
And
we would make... Oh, go ahead.
To briefly interject, if this artificial meat, etc., were being grown and such, I would fully participate in it, and I think quite a number of other vegans would as well, particularly those ethically motivated. Go ahead, Mob One.
Yeah, so that's basically what I'm saying, is that eventually, like I said initially, that this is a race. When you gave the example of 95% being at a party and 5% joining the party, I don't think that necessarily it's a party. It's more like it's a race, and and everybody's running, and you get and then when you bring in the child, that kid may be a fat, chubby kid that gets left behind, but that does not give that should not dictate the race to perfection. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
That's cool. Okay, I respect that. But let me put it another way. If we're going to be scientific about things,
I respect that, but the but is the key word.
So interrupt me, guy. You can let me finish my point? Yeah? So, reiterating what I'm trying to say here is that scientifically, as anti-natalists, or what we're trying to say is that we're caught up in a game that is not intelligently designed, okay? and we're caught up in a game that is evolution. Okay, we're evolutionarily spurred on to love the tits, to love the ass, to want to fuck the bitch. Okay, and what I'm saying is that's not intelligently something that we should adore, or something that we should
saying that we're
respect.
baptizing it.
And so, if you're gonna push a kid onto let's call it a roller coaster, and there's a roller coaster of life, and you're gonna say that roller coaster, there's a big sign on it in front of the entrance, and the entrance says, this roller coaster is unintelligently designed. It was created by dumb and crude forces. Because if you're going to look at science, and you're going to believe Darwin, you're going to believe everything you've read. If you're an atheist, you're going to believe that this is not brought here by an intelligent force. Because humans have only been here for 100,000 years, 200,000 years. And forgive me for being long-winded. But you have to admit that we're not special beings, okay? Humans are not any different than dragonflies who have been here for 400 million years. We've been here for, at best, 200,000 years. You gonna interrupt me again, you fuck?
You said scientifically.
How many times you gonna interrupt me, you fuck? You want to go check how long dragonflies have been here? Go ahead, Wikipedia it. And then you want to say 300 million years or 200 million years? It's pretty long, all right? They've been here a lot longer than we have, and still have cockroaches, all right? The point I'm trying to make is we're not any different than any other animals, all right? You want to smirk a little bit more, you fuck?
Well, that's...
Interrupt me again. What I'm trying to say is, can I continue? Give me 2 minutes at best. So what I'm saying is, you're going to push a human being, you're going to push another sentient creature onto a roller coaster of life that is unintelligently designed. It's not designed from a cosmic source. We're not here for any cosmic purpose. And you're going to say that there's all kinds of horrible tragedies that can befall this being. There's cancer, there's hurricanes, there's all kinds of things that can befall this precious creature. And you're going to say, that I'm going to push it on. I'm going to say, yeah, here you are, kid. Go onto the roller coaster. I'm going to push you on it, and I don't care what the fuck you think. Because I want to have sex with a bitch, and I want to produce you and push you onto this roller coaster. I don't care if you get Alzheimer's. I don't care if you get ALS. I'm gonna push you on this roller coaster because I think that what I want is more important than what you're going to experience. And that's all you're saying. That's all you're saying when you push this thing onto the roller coaster, all right? And I'm on the roller coaster right now. I'm experiencing the up and downs, and I'm saying that I don't appreciate this. I want off. I know this thing isn't designed for me. I'm running through this gauntlet. I'm trying to survive. I'm trying to experience anything I can to keep my head above water. And my parents were in their 20s when they had me, right? And then anytime I say I don't like this, they're saying get over it, all right? And I'm not going to push a kid onto this life because I think it's a good thing for him, and I think you can just look over that. And honestly, scientifically, it's not going to work that way, all right? You're on this thing, like it or not. When you're born onto a scientific hedonic treadmill, and you can't deny that.
One thing that we have to take into consideration is that no one chose to be here.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mod One.
Okay,
I agree with you
okay.
100%.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like when we say that our parents brought us here. Well, their parents brought them there, and then it's been a vicious cycle ever since. And
Right.
no one. And so let's address that. That
But
and when
you're
it comes
still.
that human beings that no
I'm not
one.
trying to address that. I'm saying. I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you, Mod One. I know. I don't want to do this. I don't want to interrupt you because I know. I want to let you speak, and I will let you speak. But what I'm saying is that you can't force someone to say you're here, now what? Because you made a decision to bring a child into this life, and that's what we're saying as anti-natalists. Don't force that choice on someone. You see what I'm saying? Don't make someone make that choice. That's all I'm saying. That's all we're saying. Because we're here, you're here, Mob One, and so am I. And I'm saying that I'm standing up and I'm raising a sign and saying I don't want to be here. I wish I wasn't here. And you're saying that well, just deal with it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. If I could just now, I just want to get my little point across real quick.
Go ahead.
Okay, now what I'm saying is that no one on this planet chose to be here. Therefore, every person, every child that is born is systematic because no one chose to be here. And like I said before, the statistics of someone saying, you know what, we're going to make a kid and let's go for it, and they're actually trying, is rare compared to just pregnancies happening. Like, oops, a pregnancy happened. So when we say that we just made sure or we're going to just force somebody here, that's not necessarily true because it just sort of happens the majority of the time.
Yeah,
And
I agree.
and so what I'm saying is that when I say the race that they're brought in, now let's take that into perspective that people are just accidentally brought here. So I'm the father, I'm running in the race, and then it's like basically my child just drops out my nutsack without me even really just putting forth any type of thought behind it because I made a sexual act because that's my primitive nature, and I made a sexual act, and now my kid just dropped out my ball sack into the race, and now my kids sort of just tap dancing and trying to keep up in the race as they're growing and progressing to the race of perfection. And if that child decides, oh shit, you know what, this race is ridiculous, and they decide that they want to veer off to the right to the sideline, then I'm not going to stop and go over to the sideline and sit with them. I could try to persuade them to stay in the race, but if they don't want to stay in the race, then that's their choice. But the race doesn't need to stop because the person who just dropped out of the nutsack decides, oh, this is all fucked up from the jump street. We all dropped out of nutsacks. We're all just like blink right here. Oops, but we're all running. So you have a big group of people who are still running. And then you have people who are like, you know what, this is bullshit. My life fucking sucks, this, that, and the other. And we have to tap into the psyche of those who address these sufferings and are still willing to run the race. So keep in mind that no one chose to be here. You gotta keep that in mind.
Well, I know
That's
that.
Okay.
You make a valid point, but I'm saying you're relevant. You're cognizant of the fact that you brought a kid here without thinking about it. It just happened, right? And so you have a duty. I mean, if you're gonna concede my points that I just made, you have a duty to tell your kids that. Like I made you out of an accident. If you're not gonna tell them that they were an accident, then you're not being truthful to them, right? I mean, you can't just let them because you're gonna pass away, Mob One. You haven't passed away yet. You might pass away from a horrible you might pass away from cancer, and most people die from pretty unpleasant experiences. I don't want to remind you of the fact that you're not going to die peacefully. No, very rarely do people die peacefully. And your kids who you brought here are not going to die peacefully. They're going to die pretty uncomfortably. They're going to die in convulsions or seizures or heart attacks or gunshots or whatever. And you can't write off the fact that, oh, I made you as an accident, and so you're going to experience this life and experience heartbreak and experience drug addiction, experience discrimination or whatever, and say that that's just an acceptable part of life, because it's not an acceptable part of life, and you know that. It's not acceptable. And you're subjecting those kids to that experience because you know what America's like, you know what life is like here, and you brought them into it, regardless. And so you're at fault for that. Regardless if it's a mistake or not, you still brought them here, and it's your fault. It's your fault. And just to say that it's an accident and it doesn't mean anything, well, we can't. We have to be responsible at some point. Don't you agree?
One of the analogies that's often made is drunk driving. I mean, you can have a reasonable expectation of producing a positive outcome, getting yourself from place to place to do something you need to do while you're sober. But when you degrade that probability by, drinking and so on, you are essentially committing a sin or evil or whatever you want to call it.
You're putting others at risk.
Right, and that further commitment of risk, that aggravation of the risk, and so on, is a big part of the reason why we consider drunk driving to be immoral at all.
I think that point needs a little bit more explaining. But yeah, you're right. I mean, you're basically sentencing. You think you know what's best for your kid, and you're subjecting this kid to something you think you have control of, and you're forcing this kid into a world that you think you can predict. You can't predict it. So you're thinking like, I'm in control of this experiment. I know that I can raise them. And I know that I can raise them in a world where they're not going to experience discrimination. They're not going to experience suffering. They're not going to experience hardship. I think I'm in control of the experiment, and you're not. Nobody is. Nobody is. But you think you're in authority to say that I am, and that's a pretty arrogant position. That's all we're saying is anti-natalist. You don't have the right to drag someone here, and let's be realistic. They'll probably love you, and they'll probably say, "I love you, Daddy. I love you, Mommy," and all this. These are psychological attachments, and they might never realize that they were brought here against their will. They were brought here against all better judgment. But they are, and they have to live through the world, and they have to deal with things that they shouldn't have been subject to.
I understand the argument of anti-natalists because they say that one kid's suffering is not worth the price of our song and dance. Then in the same note, they're singing about utilitarianism, and I don't understand how that is utilitarianism, and utilitarianism is the greatest good or the greatest cause for the greatest number of people.
It's a type of it's a type of utilitarianism known as negative utilitarianism, where you try to minimize suffering. What's so funny?
Yeah, we're just trying to minimize you suffering. That's all.
Well,
eliminate it if possible.
no, exactly. You're not minimizing the suffering. You're trying to eliminate it. And if and the thing is that if suffering is more like a doom, then I believe that the thought pattern of anti-natalism is the ultimate doom. It's the ultimate doom. It's the end of it all. Because when you suffer, like you say, you suffer while you're on a bed for cancer, and then you're doomed. So if you're dooming mankind's existence, I mean that's the ultimate doom in itself.
Mob One, do you think you're not gonna die?
Absolutely,
You're gonna die.
it. I've accepted it like most people do. They accept it.
And you don't know. You have no experience of what that's gonna be like, and it's gonna be pretty uncomfortable.
Well, but it might not be. Yeah, I mean, it might not be. My aunt, she lived to 93 and she died in her sleep. My aunt lived to 93 and she died in her sleep. For signs of her death were not uncomfortable. There weren't sheets pulled across all the bed, and I mean, so.
Because one person experienced a sleepless death, you're gonna roll the dice for your kid.
Here we go. Now I could use that same argument. Because one person is suffering, that means that I'm just gonna stop the existence of mankind. I mean, I can use the same argument that you're using, and that's what I'm saying. Is you have to look at the bigger picture of things. Yeah, there's going to be bumps and bruises. We all know this. We're not fucking oblivious to that.
Why would you throw someone into this shit?
Because I have no intention. My intentions.
I know your intentions not to abuse them and not to give them bumps and bruises, but you can't predict. You can't predict it. You can't.
I cannot predict. I cannot guarantee that they're going to have a perfect life. Absolutely not. All I can do is intend for them to have a perfect life. And you know in the back of your mind, that they're not going to have a perfect life because you know that they're going to get their heart broken by their boyfriend or by their girlfriend. You know that this is going to happen. You know that they're going to be hungry one day. You know they're going to fall off their bike one day. You know that these are the potential dangers of life, and yet you still want them to experience because they may like the life just like how you like the life. Even though I've been through suffering, but I don't dwell on it.
I'm not dwelling on it, Mob One. I'm not dwelling on it. I'm just saying that there's a price for your sentience. There's a price for your ability to
feel pleasure.
Feel the thoughts you're feeling right now.
But that's unfair. That's unfair.
It's unfair not only for me,
but let me tell you why it's unfair.
Yeah, well, okay. I'll let you finish.
But the reason why it's unfair for me is because you're wagging your finger at me, telling me that I'm the one bringing a child into a world of suffering and that I don't exactly know how the way it's going to go. And the reason why I say that that's unfair is because what happens if I'm not the guy that raises their child to suffer? What happens if I raise my child to live a perfect life? Then you're not talking to me. You're talking
Is that
to
possible? Is that even possible?
Not a perfect life, but
yeah, not a perfect life, but you know what? This is a game of semantics. A desirable life.
It's not a game of semantics.
Yes, especially with anti-natalists, you always have to address the semantics because I've learned this real quick.
It's just okay, Mob One. I mean, I don't want to be an asshole here. I really don't, because I really, you're being kind, you're being respectful, but there's a cost to every human life. You've got to consume resources. You've got to consume. Most people are not vegetarians, and you're gonna have to consume other sentient life, other sentient beings who've been on this earth longer than humans have, and so
but that's unfair.
It is
That's
unfair.
an unfair argument. You got to understand
it's
that I'm
not. It's
fighting
not
for the.
unfair because you can't be. You're saying that if you're gonna say that humans are more important than other species, that's the same argument as whites saying that they're superior to blacks.
Okay, now I have a 9-year-old daughter. I have a 9-year-old daughter who's a vegetarian right now.
Okay,
and she's 9.
That's fucking awesome.
Let me use that as an example. She's 9 years old and she decides that she wants to be a vegetarian. So
why? Why did she choose that?
Because she doesn't like meat. She doesn't like the idea of meat. She likes animals. She smells meat and literally gets ill. The smell of meat makes her sick. She doesn't want to consume it.
And oftentimes children see this and they're like, "What the fuck, man? I'm eating another fuzzy creature. Like, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I eating this other being who wants to be here just as much as I do, who cries, who feels, who wants to be with its mom?"
That's all rhetorical, right? So what I'm saying
is
rhetorical.
And what I'm saying is it's a fact. The cow who is brought into existence, who's anally raped, or not anally, but who's forcefully raped by,
Anally actually counts too. They use prostate stimulation to get the sperm from the stud cows.
Okay, but Ma, when you understand what I'm saying, right? Like these animals are forced to be impregnated by humans, okay? And they're not. They're mammals. They're not very genetically different than we are. They have.
Well, let's address nature. Let's address when the crocodile sits in the riverbank and attacks the buffalo. That's harsh.
It is.
That's harsh and that's
fucking horrible.
So therefore we should stop all crocodiles and sterilize them.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So now.
I know. Okay. Well. Yeah. I know that seems shocking, Mob One, but you're right. We should stop that because
it's not shocking because I've had this debate. Well, I've had a slight debate with Graham about this.
Okay.
But I can understand that because it is harsh that if a lion eats the fucking antelope, that's nasty. And
it is. It is nasty, and you're caught up in that, and you're saying that your daughter or you can go to KFC and get a bucket of chicken and enjoy the Super Bowl,
yes,
and that's okay.
A group of people do. Now, what about the group of people that don't?
The group of people that don't are the wise ones, and if they don't, if they want to continue to have kids, there's no guarantee the kids are going to be vegans or vegetarians. There's no guarantee.
Well, maybe they can instill, but all they can do is just instill their their morals and all that upon them.
Yeah. And in an ideal world, that's what would happen, but it doesn't. It's not what happens. I mean, there's the kids being brought up in Syria right now who are going to be Muslim extremists, or in China, where I lived for several years, who are going to grow up to be Chinese nationalists who don't give a shit about pigs or anything else. All they care about is strengthening the Chinese nation. Or in Korea, where I lived for another 5 years, who those kids are going to think that we have to increase our population to ensure the older of us can survive and live a happy life. And there's too much nuance there.
My question to you. My question to you is: should all life, just come to an abrupt stop?
Yes.
All sentient life, at the very least.
All sentient life should come to an abrupt stop. That's what we're arguing for. And I know, and listen, I know, and I don't want to interrupt you, Mob One. I know, I see where you're coming from. I know where you're coming from. I feel you, and I know it seems shocking. I know it seems like, what the fuck? He wants to kill all life, but yeah, we're saying that life is
in exchange for what? In exchange for what? Stop all life in exchange for what? What's the big purpose again?
Eliminate suffering.
Okay, so to eliminate suffering. But if life is not happening, then life would not know suffering. So you wouldn't even know if suffering was suffering.
That's right.
In the first place.
Gotta have suffering to enjoy the good.
Yeah, you gotta have suffering to enjoy the good. Look at how callous you are.
Well, you have to.
How do you appreciate something?
You're callous, man. You're callous.
How do you figure I'm callous by saying that? If you've never experienced suffering, how would you know that good existed?
Absolutely.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Maybe Sid can speak
it's the yin and the yang. It's the yin and the yang.
Sid can speak the Benatarian asymmetry. Can you do that, Sid?
Yeah, I mean, I'll repeat myself for the third time now, but...
third time he's repeating himself. Listen to this.
If existence, then pain. If existence, then pleasure. If non-existence, then no pain. If non-existence, then no pain, but no need for the pain to exist in the first place.
Can you say that one more time, but slowly?
Say that one more time, but real slow.
Alright. If existence, then pain. If existence, then pleasure. If non-existence, then no pain. If non-existence, then no pleasure, but no need for the pleasure to exist in the first place.
Okay, so what Sid is saying is that if you don't exist, if you exist, there's a need for pleasure. There's a need for, and by the same token, there's pain, because if you exist, there's always pain. But also in the same token, there's a need for pleasure, right? Okay. But if you don't exist, that's not necessarily bad, because if you don't exist, there's no pleasure, right? But that's not bad, because you don't exist. And if you don't exist, there's no pain, and that is a good. There's
no. Understand there would be no good. There's no such thing as good.
I know, but what you're arguing for is a good. In order for there to be a good, there has to be existence. In order for existence to be, there also has to be a pain. You can't have existence without pain. And what we're saying is, no pain equals. No. That's a platitude. That's a platitude, and you're gonna say that
that's what you're saying. You're saying no pain, no gain. We get it.
But if there's no existence, there's no pain.
And if there's no pain, there's no gain. Yes,
why would you want to have the Jews suffer a World War II in order for a gain? Why is that necessary? Why is it necessary for people to get beheaded for a gain? Tell me why that's necessary.
Well,
why is it necessary for a woman in Syria to be buried up to her neck and be stoned to death for being adulterous in order for you to experience an ice cream cone?
Side to life.
You're not being logical here, fella. If you're gonna say that it's okay for someone to be bombed, for someone to be beheaded, you're gonna have to account for that. Why do the Jews have to be? Why does it have to be a world war for you to experience pleasure?
I mean, the thing that I'm saying is why are you submerged in negativity?
Oh my God! Are you saying that the Jews didn't suffer for their cause? Are you saying that the Jews?
I understand that you're a Jew. I understand that you're a Jew, but you got to take in consideration that Jewish thing and the gas chamber shit is with the proof that they're providing today is starting to not add up. But I'm not even going to really touch on that.
Don't touch on that. Are you saying Jews have to experience a Holocaust for you to experience fucking chocolate ice cream?
Wow, you guys are making it so personal, man. That's not the right way to argue this. This is totally wrong of you to argue this way.
Yeah, fuck you, man.
Fuck you. He keeps saying
this is wrong. This is wrong. Why do you get to argue your point like this and be so overbearing and so negative and so right? But when somebody else tries to bring an opposing point, we're wrong. You get all upset, and you're not being open-minded yourself. You want everyone to be open-minded and look at your way, but you don't want anybody else. You don't want to listen to anybody else's point.
No.
You haven't let anybody else talk for a fucking hour, dude. You haven't let anybody talk for an hour. Why don't you shut up for a fucking minute? Let us tell you what we think.
I've been talking to Mob One for like an hour, dude.
That's right. I've been sitting here listening.
You want to chime in? You want to chime in and say that it's okay for Jews to be?
Nobody can fucking chime in. No one's saying that it's okay for the Jews. If I was there, I would have fucking fought to save the fucking Jews. I wouldn't have hung out on Google Hangout fucking complaining about my fucking life.
And you're saying it's okay for the Jews to be gassed and 6 million Jews to die.
You want to know what I'm saying?
For your pleasure, for humans to go on and continue. How many people have to get gassed for you to figure out that it's not okay to continue?
You don't want to hear anything,
the silliest thing you could have said, other than many of the other things you said. So, RM, respect. Do you have the chat bar? No.
What?
Do you have the chat bar?
Yeah, I have the chat bar.
Why don't you scroll up to the top of your chat bar?
No, I mean, I'm just saying it's not okay for a listen, let me finish. It's not okay for 6 million Jews to be gassed.
No, RM.
For you to say that it's okay for me to bring my kid into.
We didn't say that. We didn't say that.
You said that. You said some people are gonna. You said some people are gonna be bumped and bruised. Some people are going to be bumped and bruised for me to bring my kid into the world. You're saying that's okay. Some people.
No,
it's not the only argument I had.
I didn't say some people.
Yeah, when someone confronts you, you say fuck you, which is lame.
And you're gonna write off the Holocaust.
No one's writing off the Holocaust. No one's writing off the Holocaust, dude.
Yes,
you're
you
saying
are.
That.
You're saying that's okay. That's acceptable. That's acceptable.
The fact that you would
RM,
you keep writing off the Holocaust shows you how much you don't know anything, bro.
RM, you keep going on about a Holocaust. The only person who wants a Holocaust is you, bro.
Yeah,
You're the one that wants a Holocaust.
I don't want the Holocaust. Are you kidding me? I'm saying
you want to exterminate your life. You want to rid the world of your life.
Nadia gave you the floor. We all gave you the floor here. Okay? So now we're asking you to leave the floor for a minute. Mute yourself on your own. Mute yourself on your own.
I'm saying, how many Jews have to be burned for you to say no mas? How many people have to die for you to say, okay, that's enough? Enough of this life thing.
Let me ask you a silly question. Do you know who Voltaire is?
Yeah, of course I know who he is.
Okay. Do you know what Voltaire says? If you want to know who controls you,
I don't understand. You're making no sense, guy.
Because you can't even let me finish a sentence.
I'm saying you're making no sense.
Not you to myself, just because of you.
What?
So why don't you mute yourself?
Yeah, was he French? Yeah, he was French. So what?
Hey. So let me ask you a question. You think you're you build yourself up, your ego, because you're a vegan?
I'm not building my ego. I'm trying to defend 6 million people who got gassed to death.
Eat vegetables if you don't eat a face, but you look at another person that has a face, and you slander them and you insult them for a cause.
How am I insulting them?
Does that make you better because you only eat asparagus? That's not fair, bro.
Am I slandering people who have a face?
Yeah, your knee-jerk reaction.
Am I saying they should die? I'm not saying people should die.
Like, what? Can you believe? Like, if you're in this world, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. That's what you
said. You're saying it's okay for Jews to suffer in concentration camp.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
You're saying it's acceptable for Jews to die in
arguments by saying other people say things that they're not saying.
You're saying I'm slandering other people's faces, and I'm not. I never slandered anybody.
Yeah, you do.
You constantly slandering everybody because all you keep saying is you're saying this and you're saying that.
I'm saying this and I'm saying that. Doesn't mean I'm slandering people, guy.
You think you can build righteousness through food? No, you build righteousness through respect. Nadia's vacuuming because of you.
I I think the point RM is trying to make is the suffering is not small.
Who cares what
I think
point
we're
he's
really
trying to make,
clear on
man?
RM's point. I think we're really, really, really,
Yeah,
really,
we don't care,
really
dude.
clear on RM's point, dude. Let's get
Shane,
some other
you have
points
the
on the
floor.
table.
Shane, you have the floor.
All right. I mean, I was just trying to reiterate.
I'm going to bring up something a little. You
Go
guys
ahead.
like being controversial, obviously, right? So I'm going to bring up something a little controversial here, okay? We all know what natural selection is, right? We all know about evolution, okay? Did you ever think that your feeling of not wanting to bring children in this world is by design?
I mean, it definitely is.
Okay, I think you're absolutely right. It is, because I think
I would say no.
there's a good chance if you brought... Who said
I
that?
will differ.
Okay, tell me.
There is no design. It is all ultimately
okay.
sort of a game of cosmic pinball and so on and so forth.
Okay, I'll give you that, and I'm not saying you're right or wrong because I don't know the answer to that, but I'm wondering to myself that there may be a natural built-in mechanism within, you guys call yourself anti-natalists or whatever it is, maybe the natural feeling inside of you to not want to bring children into this world is a good thing. And I'm bringing this up, I know it's probably going to be controversial, but I'm thinking that people like us, the rest of us here, don't see life the way you do, okay? I have lived the shittiest fucking life of any fucking buddy. I have 3 kids, one's autistic, my wife just died a tragic fucking death in front of all of us, okay? I've fucking lost everything, a corporate job, my house, cars, I was living on the street with my children, but I love life. I love living here. I wouldn't give it up for a minute. I love it. If I was around when the Holocaust was happening, I would have fought to the death for those fucking people. But that doesn't mean that other people should not have the right to live in this world. And I will bring. And it's up to everybody.
If you think you've had it so rough, try me.
And excuse me.
If you think you've had it so rough, try me.
Hell, I don't want to get into a pissing contest over who's had it rougher. I'm just saying I've experienced pain. I've experienced pain. I've experienced being down. I've experienced wanting to fucking I've put a fucking gun in my mouth. Okay? I've been there. But I knew that there's something better. I cherish the good over the bad. I look forward to the feelings of good over the pain. I think there's an equal balance in the universe. I know that for every bad thing that happens to me, there has to be an upswing, and I have that. That's why I procreate, because my kids will feel the same way. You don't want to procreate because you shouldn't, because there's a good chance that your children will feel the same way.
Hang on. Why do you say it's an equal balance?
Hold on. Round of applause.
Why is it an equal balance?
Because I'm not saying over the long run it's not an equal balance. For the most part, it's an equal balance, because if it wasn't, we would have self-destructed already. Some may say we are self-destructing, and that may be the case, okay? But for every good that there is, there's evil. It's the balance of the universe, okay? There's something good here, there's something bad over here.
You know what the universe is thinking. You know there's a cause.
I'm saying that for every bad thing that happens to me, I know that there's someone else that is just as happy as I am fucking miserable.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, you roll the dice for the sentient beings coming in.
Actually,
you go
ahead. I dare say.
So you just judge it and call it over because of what you
don't
say.
know that.
You're the one who's judging, not me.
I don't know anything. I don't know anything. I'm guessing.
You don't know.
You think it's okay to bring kids into this world? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's okay. You think it's okay because you think I had a good life. I figured it out. I know what's going on. I can say I know what's. I figured it out. I'm going to roll the dice and bring my kids into the world because I think it's okay.
I'm saying people that think like you probably shouldn't have kids.
Oh yeah, you're real scientific about that, aren't you?
You're real scientific about it. You want to be scientific about it?
When did I have a choice? When were they going to get me pregnant, no matter how many times they tried?
Exactly.
When was I generally capable of emitting sperm in the first place?
So give up. So just give up and tell everyone else they should give up too.
Sure, give up. That's what you're gonna say. You're gonna say we're weak. We gave up.
No, I'm not saying you're weak.
There's no give up. There's no give up.
You said this. You said, I can't believe my parents made me. I pity myself so much that I don't want to make another person.
Look, you're unbelievable, guy. You're unbelievable.
No,
you're gonna say all the
ask me.
You're unbelievable, guy. Unbelievable.
Scientifically speaking, go ahead for it. Yeah, drink your Corona. Drink your, what is that, Smirnoff Ice? Or what, that's a non-alcoholic, what you got? Are those your mom's headphones?
My mom, yeah, it's my mom.
In the meantime,
my mom. There you go, guy. There you go.
Yes,
breathing in.
Go ahead, Nadia. Yes, as much of a moot point as it was for me, I can very easily make the case that someone such as myself would have been better off never being born. I can very easily make the case that those who carry out this process in otherwise equivalent situations to my own, apart from the reproductive sterility and so on, are morally obligated to refrain from doing so until and unless they have propitious circumstances and I guess genetics as well.
And that's all I'm saying is that if you're gonna have a kid, make a proper nest before you do so. And you're not, and there's not a proper nest being formed in the modern day. And you're gonna say, okay, I'm just gonna throw this kid in. I had this kid, and so I'm okay.
Why don't you cry about it? Why don't you cry about being born?
All right, cry about being born. Just
yeah, that's what you're doing.
Shit all over the unfortunate. Shit all over the retards. Shit all over the gays. Shit all over the retards. Shit all over the transsexuals. Shit all over the Jews. Go ahead. Go ahead, man. You think that's gonna get you far? You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot.
And why the fuck shouldn't I cry about being born? Why the fuck shouldn't I fucking cry?
Yourself up. You should.
The goddamn son of bitches were quoting Deliverance and Penitentiary to me, calling me sweet pea, saying that I had a pretty mouth would knock my fucking teeth out and fuck my face in the fucking elementary school bathroom. Why the fuck shouldn't I fucking goddamn regret being born 8 freaking years locked in a goddamn room smaller than the size of this apartment? Why shouldn't I fucking regret being born 10 years homeless?
She raise a sign of protest? Why shouldn't she say, I object?
Excuse me, when
Mob One, okay, welcome back. I'm gonna talk to you.
You're such a hypocrite, man. The only reason Mob One ever got to talk to you because we told you to stop talking to let him talk. And now you're like, hey, Mob One, you're my friend.
No, Mob One has been around. He's been talking to the ANs for a few weeks now. I've heard him talking on YouTube and Google Chats, so I respect him because he's not whatever. But I'm just saying that I've heard Mob One for the last month or so, and this is my first chance to talk to him, and I want to.
It was your first chance to talk to him, wasn't it? Look, see, I have control. I mute myself.
Okay, well, anyway, what I'm saying is Mob One isn't dismissive. He's been around. I've heard him in the last month. He's talked to Mendham.
Well, if you would shut up, he could actually talk.
All right. Just go ahead, be an ass, man. But go ahead, Mob One. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, guy. But go ahead, Mob One.
Today, Junior.
All I was saying was that when I understand, see, the thing is that pretty much all the antinatalists that I've spoken to, they actually have a good heart. They seem like they don't want to put any pain and suffering on people. They're trying to do things to not consume as much of the resources as possible. They buy secondhand clothing. I understand that, and I respect them on that. The thing is that if you why shouldn't I complain about being born? Why shouldn't I complain about, getting my teeth knocked in, all that type of stuff? You have a right to complain about that. But at the same time, your philosophy is to stop mankind from progressing So therefore, if you were to just stop progressing, you wouldn't have to deal with this suffering. You wouldn't even know that anybody was suffering in the first place. So wouldn't it make sense to like take that long walk or some type of euthanasia act so you don't have to be in this realm of suffering and just forget it all, because if you're not alive anyway, you're not going to even know what suffering is. So
well, yeah,
just,
yep. My one, you're making some good points here, because not only do antinatalists advocate not procreating, we also advocate for the right to die.
Edificating, procreating, that doesn't make sense. Edificating, procreating.
And
That's not
when I do go on about these things,
my point here?
I mean, it's not that I am certainly no hypocrite. I certainly make a conscious thought to go about this course of action myself.
But what I'm saying is that anti-natalist, I mean, Mob 1, you've come to us.
Edificating, proliferating.
Damn it, Brian, shut up.
Go ahead.
Mob 1, you've come to us and you've talked to us, and at times things get heated and whatever, but I'm happy you're here. But we not only advocate not procreating, we also advocate a lot of other things. For example, the right to die. For example, if you want to go out, you want to commit suicide, you should have the right to do so. You should have the right to take drugs. For example, in Oregon or Washington, if you have a terminal illness, you're eligible by the state to take a concoction of Nembutal, and you can die peacefully, and you don't have to suffer. I mean, we treat our pets better than the elderly here in this country, and that's wrong.
What kind of pets?
Yeah, and I think most people would agree with that.
No, what kind of pets do you have?
Me? I don't have pets. I don't agree with having pets.
Well, you said we, which is a collective statement.
Just let me finish. So we think that it's okay that people have the option to commit suicide in a.
No, you keep saying we, which is. Why don't you just say you think, and why don't you accept your own opinion for your own, and say I.
All right. Anyway, so I think people should have the option to opt out of life without any obstruction, as they do in Oregon or Switzerland or Washington or anything like that. And we also advocate that. We also advocate to stop consuming other sentient beings. Like we advocate vegetarianism or veganism, all this other stuff. And there's a lot more to our movement than just stopping bringing people into this world. So I mean, I understand your position, Mob 1, because I know it's kind of a raw stance to take, that we shouldn't bring in people to this world. I mean, it's very raw. I understand that. But
yeah, we get it. You think life sucks.
Would you shut the fuck up, asshole?
There you go. See how foolish you are?
Oh, yeah, you're just going to interrupt me? I didn't say life sucks. I said life can be good, but I'm just saying that you shouldn't subject people and throw the dice for them. You have no right to throw the dice for them.
What do you mean by you have no right to throw the dice for them? I don't understand what you mean.
You just don't get it, do you?
Right,
you just don't get it.
Procreate.
You just can't thrust someone into this world and think it's going to be okay.
And that's why he's against nature as a whole, because, like I said, the vast majority of human beings that procreate are doing so without even really thinking about it, because the majority happens by accident. So it's a driving force behind mankind that is pushing procreation. It's not even our choices. When he's talking to us about procreation and everything, we are only defending procreation from a different standpoint. But when he says that we're throwing them into we're gambling and we're thrown in, he's not even really directly talking to us per se. He's talking to the nature of mankind. He's addressing mankind's
Which is
nature.
an unfair blanket statement.
It's because this driving force seems
Look,
to have
if you have
intelligence.
sex, you know the repercussions can possibly be that you will reproduce.
If you're a fucking idiot.
Actually, the repercussions of my having sex are rather completely impossible to be procreation.
But what I'm saying is that question, Merrick, what is, because there's history of people who do commit suicide because they see this life for what it is, as you see it through for what it is. So
Well, yeah, I mean,
what
I
keeps you
can't.
from killing yourself?
What good point, Mob One. And a lot of people don't. I mean, not everybody who commits suicide is aligned with what I'm thinking. It's that people who commit suicide are so depressed and so lost and so without direction that they see no other way but to end it, because there's so much pain in their life. There's so much.
If you're gonna debate suicide that much,
Okay, interrupt me again, and let's just get nowhere. Can I finish?
suicide is a position of strength or weakness.
Listen, if you're living life.
Do you think suicide is a position of strength?
That's a good question.
Can I finish? Can I not be interrupted?
It might be.
No, answer the question. Suicide, strength or weakness?
Why are you characterizing it as strength or weakness?
Why can't you answer the question? You seem so emphatic and so passionate about it.
You're characterizing it as life as a strength or weakness. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to judge people's decision as a strength or weakness. Are you strong or are you weak? You committed suicide, so you're weak.
Is a sign of strength or weakness?
You didn't commit suicide, so you're strong. I mean, I'm not going to do that, guy. I'm not going to.
You're not going to answer a simple question, guy. Don't call me a guy. My name is Ryan. It's very obvious.
1 million people a year commit suicide. 1 million people a year.
Do you think they are weak or strong? Those 1 million people, are they weak or strong?
Why are people muting?
Why is that relevant?
Why is that relevant? The reality is they've.
Why can't you answer the question?
I mean, they may be weak, they may be strong. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, I think that. I think, dude, that could be answered a bunch of different ways.
You may be wrong. If you ask me anything, I will tell you yes or no. Because you know why? I believe that my word has value.
If you're gonna frame it as strength
I'm not
or
going to frame it.
weakness,
It's a simple question.
no, it's not.
No, it's not It's not because people can commit suicide in moments of strength, and being brave, and people can commit suicide in moments of extreme weakness.
Okay.
People can commit suicide in moments of extreme selfishness.
Then if you want to self-sacrifice.
You're being insensitive to depression.
What do you want? Pick up yourself. You work.
You're being insensitive to people's depression.
You're being insensitive, man.
No, I'm not. I'm saying it's not as simple as strength and weakness. It's people saying they're looking at a situation external to them.
What is
oh man, you can't even hold a conversation.
Yes, I can.
Why if you're gonna keep interrupting me, if people are gonna keep muting me, then how can I answer? You're not giving me a chance to answer.
Strength or weakness. You haven't answered.
Why are you framing it in terms of strength or weakness? I hate that question.
Hate is a stupid word.
Okay, so it's strength and weakness.
No, it's not.
Why not?
Wait. Why don't you look? Pity party all you want, man. Where's your backbone? Where's your backbone?
Backbone for
You
what?
got no meat, man. You got no meat. You got all talk and no walk.
You're not making any sense, guy. You're not making any logical sense. You can't just frame suicide in terms of strength and weakness. Strength and weakness in terms of what? Life?
No, okay, I understand, because a martyr can be considered strong, you know. Okay, and move it, but that's not even what
someone about to be taken prisoner of war and gets them suicide, so they're not
can I
caught.
answer
is very
my
brave.
Yeah, the question.
let me
the question I asked is that you know that this realm of existence is so horrible, so bad, so disgusting. Why do you continue to be here when you know that you can exit at any moment?
Can I answer without being muted or interrupted?
I don't know. Can you just answer the fucking question, bro?
Bruh? Don't fucking bruh me.
Hey, look, man, I'm just messing with you because you're so...
Look, man, I'm just messing with you, bro. Dude, fuck you, man. I don't care what you think about me.
I don't
I'm gonna
either.
answer. Let me answer the question. What I'm saying is, it's not as simple as being strong or weak. I'm saying that life is it's thrust upon you, right? And if you're so depressed,
There's your thrust again. Thrust.
Fucking Christ, man. I mean, this is ridiculous, my one.
Two words: weak or strong.
No, you.
We already answered it. It can be weak or it can be strong. Shane already answered it.
I'm trying to be polite, Penny. But you can't keep interrupting me like this.
Fail. Try equals fail. Answer
Try equals fail. Okay, answer the question.
Self-sacrifice.
You're framing things.
Suicide is a different thing than self-sacrifice or martyrdom. Is self-sacrifice.
Okay, you want to know?
I didn't ask you about martyrdom. I asked you about suicide.
No, you asked me if it's strength or weakness, and I'm not going to answer that.
Well, there you go. There's your answer.
Let me answer. Okay, can you do that? What I'm saying is, I'm not committing suicide right now because I don't think suicide is productive.
Is this strength or weakness?
Shh.
That's a good answer. I wanted to hear more about that.
But don't you guys realize?
No, Jesus
No,
Christ.
let's Ryan, let him get this one out. I want to hear what it is.
All right, that's fair. RM, look.
All right.
Nadia, don't leave me. RM, I talk from the very.
I'm not going to meet you, guy.
I love you. I love you.
Thank you.
You don't even understand that. I do love you. What I want you to admit is that it is strong to live, regardless of your circumstances.
Let me finish, guys.
Okay, so you don't commit suicide because it's not productive.
Fuck, man, you guys are impossible, man. Let me finish. I haven't even made my point. If I kill myself, there's one less voice advocating for those who have killed themselves. There's one less voice advocating for people who don't want to be here. There's one less voice who say that I don't like that I was thrust upon, that I was birthed to, or that I was whatever. I'm saying I'm trying to defend the people who did kill themselves. Okay, so if I kill myself, that's completely
if he kills yourself,
unproductive to the cause, because I'm here right now arguing with you.
Could you not?
Let me finish, please. I know you're passionate and whatever. I know that.
Welcome to the room, Brandon. How are you today?
So what I want to say is that if I'm gonna advocate for anti-natalism, if I'm gonna advocate for people to not bring people like me or like Inmendum or like a lot of other people who are in this movement, you can go search them. We're not an insignificant movement. There's books been written about this. If I kill myself, it's counterproductive to what we're trying to advocate, and we're trying to get you guys to think about, is that you cannot throw life into the maelstrom and think it's just an accident. Think it's just okay. Because if you don't like your life, then just kill yourself. And I'm gonna stay alive as long as I can to tell you motherfuckers that it's not okay to throw life into this thing and just expect them to wait. Just expect them to take it in the ass and love it. and I'm going to say I don't like it. I don't appreciate being here, and I'm going to try to argue as logically as possible why I think it's wrong.
Now, Merrick, you have to address this. Now, you remember how you told me that I had to accept the fact that there will be people that eat other sentient beings. When let's be realistic here. Who's really all going to come here and be vegans? People are going to eat their KFC. People are going to eat up the resources.
Well,
people are going to do this and that and other. So now, my statement to that is that realistically, do you think that you're going to convince 7 billion people, or let's just say 6 billion people, to be anti-natalists?
Yeah, and it's a good point, Mob One. But we did convince Nadia over there, transsexual Nadia, to be vegan. Okay, we did it, and that's one person who I can say, if I killed myself, I wouldn't have done so. And
that's a great. What I'm saying is that is a great human accomplishment.
And no, I don't. And you're right. I don't think that I'm going to convince 7 billion people to be vegan. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. But I'm here with you guys.
Do you think you made the world a slightly better place because you convinced Nadia to be a vegetarian? I think you did.
Yeah.
Did you think the world is a slightly better place now because you did that? So instead of being here so you could push the cause of ending humanity, why aren't you here to make the world a better place? Why not push that cause? Why not be a proponent for making the world better and working towards the perfection so we can bring children here?
Why is it exclusive?
Because perfection for me is no sentence
The ability to answer
at
the
all.
question.
That's
Why is it mutually exclusive?
Dude, that's perfection for me. Is no sentience.
Okay.
No sentience.
Perfection is a bad word to use. Perfection is, let's use better. Let's use better as a word.
All right.
And I think you made the world a better place because you taught her something that she maybe was not educated or didn't know about.
Right.
And
if I kill myself, if I'm such a depressive
you wouldn't have been
asshole,
here to do that.
Right, and so I choose to be here against my better judgment. I would not like to be here. I've expressed that. I don't want to be here. I hate being here. I hate having to get up every morning and having to fight you assholes. But I'm here and I'm doing it. And I'm not saying. And I'm just saying that the best possible existence is non-existence because it's going to happen anyway. If you guys are going to try to argue that. If you guys are going to try to argue that we're not getting out of this alive, then you're idiots. If you think the world isn't going to go, if you think humans aren't going to go extinct, then you're idiots. And I
think they will.
What I'm advocating for is a graceful exit to this bullshit we're strung up in.
I totally understand that.
You're not going to go to Mars. You're not going to escape the solar system. You're not going to get out of this. The world's going to burn up before we ever know it because of climate change. And if you're going to argue that that's not the case, then you're an idiot. Then you're an idiot. And I'm not going to waste my time.
Why is someone an idiot? Because they disagree with you?
No, because you're arguing against.
Because you're saying someone is an idiot if they disagree with you.
You think you're going to get off this planet alive?
No, we won't.
No. What are you made of, bro? You made a garbage.
Children are going to get off this planet alive?
Not us, not my generation.
Exactly, our generation won't. But
you think we're getting off this universe alive?
Man. Just tell yourself that, man. If you want to be all doomsday,
no, let's not even go there.
Well,
do you think you're going to escape this solar system alive? You really think you're going to get out of this solar system alive? Do you really think so?
What do you mean about a solar system? Do you even understand the concepts that you brag about foolishly?
Do you understand what's happening to the world right now? Do you understand we're going Venus? Do you understand that, guy?
Hey, you understand that if you... Hey, call me guy again, listen.
What do you want me to call you?
I think it's foolish to call someone an idiot just because they disagree with you.
No, do you really think you're going to get off this planet alive? You or your children?
Do you really think I ever said that? I would.
What you're saying is that
my flesh. Do I believe that I have a soul? Absolutely. Do I believe that my body will stay here? Do I believe that my soul can break
so
free?
you believe in God then?
Yes.
Oh,
Without
okay.
a doubt.
Well,
See how simple that was?
You
know how hard it was for you to answer a question about suicide, strength, or weakness?
so you think
never
that there's a cosmic designer?
No, that's not what I said, fool.
You think you're gonna get off this planet alive? You think there's a soul?
No, that's not what I said either.
You think there's a soul?
Yes.
Oh wow! You're gonna have to defend that.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. You can't say there's a soul and not defend it.
Well, then
ask
me a question why I don't have a soul. Then ask, if I'm going to defend, I must be attacked. I have no reason to defend.
And what evidence is there of a soul?
What evidence is there of a soul?
And what evidence
The
is
evidence
there?
of their soul is the fact that you guys haven't killed yourselves.
This is killing me. What evidence if there is a soul? Or where's the evidence that there's not?
What evidence is there that there are knives around you, that invisible knives around you that keep
Sid,
going?
go ahead. Sid, go ahead. I can't argue this.
What evidence is there that there are invisible knives around you that move away when you move?
Hey, hold on. Sid and RM, let me ask you a question. Do you believe in gravity? Can you see
Doesn't
gravity?
matter if you believe in it.
Can you see gravity?
Oh my God.
That's how childish.
Yes, we do.
Oh,
We see evidence
yes,
of gravity.
I believe in gravity. Yes, I
Okay,
do.
well, you can't see it.
We see evidence of gravity. Things.
Yeah.
You mean you're stuck?
No, you mean if you drop a ball or drop a rock, it goes to the ground.
Yes.
Yes.
I
If
can
you-
see
if
that.
you
There's
drop a-
evidence of that. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
But can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Do you feel alive right now, RM?
Yes, I'm alive.
Why? Because you're just a matter. You're just carbon put together. You're just some molecules. You're just some water and carbon.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what makes you
exactly
feel alive. You're no
Something-
different. You're
something
no different
like
than
that,
stone
yes.
and water.
I think it's naive. I think it's naive to think that my children or their children might not get out of this solar system alive.
Okay. Well,
I mean,
you want to throw the dice for them? Go ahead.
Hey,
Well, I don't. I wouldn't do it again, but I
like
did. So I have no. I can't go back and change it.
If you think they're going to get off this world without another world war, or another Fukushima, or another whatever.
No, I'm saying that future generations may come up with a way to make things better. Maybe get out of here. May. Right? Well, that's what hope is about. And if you don't have
that's what hope is about. I hope the Jews don't get burned in the Holocaust. I hope there's not another Afghanistan.
But hope is a necessity to survive in a psychological.
Why do you want to survive? Why?
For the same reason you do. I want to push my cause. I want
No,
to
I'm
have
not
me
having
heard.
kids. I'm not having kids. I'm saying there is no cause.
Shut up.
And the
Let
cause.
me talk.
I'm saying that they have no right to submit another life to this cause, quote unquote. Okay?
Quote unquote. Do you even know what quote unquote means?
We have no right to, or we should not.
And I'm saying you have no right to submit another sentient being to your hopeful cause.
Look at your vernacular.
Rights
It's
are
so
tricky. We
hilarious.
should not. It ethically should not. Is a better way to put it, in my opinion.
Well, I'm considering that now. This is the first I've come across it. I'm considering that as something to learn more about, because I would probably not have children again if I had the choice. But that doesn't mean that I don't have hope.
Do you just want to go have your own hangout without this nonsense?
I mean, hope. Like, I agree with you in the sense. I mean, I think RM and me both have hope that eventually we'll understand our shit and realize, like, this isn't worth it. But I mean, practically, probably not, right?
Sid,
Go ahead.
you're a young man.
How old are you?
20.
20, Sid?
Your testicles haven't even fully dropped.
I think we're all drunk.
All right.
I mean, if you wanna.
And I think you're actually kind of right for.
Yeah, you definitely have some insight, and I think
Yeah.
most people don't think the way you do until they're about 30, 40 years old. So I think you're in for a hell of a ride, man.
You're almost there, man. Truth is simple. Lies are complicated. Okay? Don't forget that.
You'll definitely figure it out, though.
You're not being logical at all, guys. You're not being logical at all.
What?
You're just saying that like lies are complicated and the truth is simple. And
Yeah, that is.
You're not
I can
arguing.
say
You're
that.
not making an argument. You're just saying platitudes.
Hey, platitudes. Please explain to me what you mean by platitude.
You're saying that lies are complicated and truths are not. And like,
Please explain what you mean by platitude.
how do you think humans are gonna get off this planet alive?
Cool. I was giving a young man advice.
Oh, giving a young man advice, and that's okay. So explain that. Explain why it's okay to have kids. Why is it okay to have kids?
Hey,
Why?
look, man. I'm sorry. My parents have been divorced and remarried both twice. I have had a terrible upbringing myself.
I'm not saying you didn't have a terrible upbringing, guy.
And I'm not saying. I think it is sad that you're making an excuse to say that the best part of you could have been on your mother's fucking sheet. Okay?
No.
So why don't you quit being? No. Look.
You're being
no
ridiculous.
backbone. You have no.
You're not
Hey,
arguing. You're not making an argument. You're
what do
not
you do?
making an argument. You're just arguing from your own personal experience. You're arguing from your own personal experience. You're not making an argument.
I was talking to a young man, as was Shane, and we are encouraging him.
Oh.
And then you started talking about platitudes.
Dude, he invited me to this room. He's on my side.
Hey.
Sorry, it's true.
Why don't you let him? Hey, Sid.
Yeah.
Am I
on
being
my
honest?
side.
Or are we not just encouraging you?
He just doesn't know that we're on his side, too.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I am.
Sid,
I'm going to walk around tomorrow feeling bad that you feel this way. It's going to affect me ongoing. I'm going to hope for you.
You guys are just like, well, let's continue life. Let's continue life. Let's continue it. We know what we're doing. We know what's going on. We think we know. We think we know what the future
Can I ask you a
is.
question, RM?
No, I don't.
You guys don't know. You guys don't know what the future. You have no
RM,
idea what you're doing.
Can I ask you a question, RM?
Who's this?
You can call me John.
Romania?
John, welcome,
Yeah,
John.
I just want to know, RM, have you ever sought medical attention or sought help for your...
Yeah, sure. Attack my character. Attack my psychologist.
No, but not attacking. He's asking you a question.
Sure.
No, I'm not trying to be mean
Sure,
or anything.
because
but normal people
if
don't
I've
look like
exceeded the medical attention somehow, my argument isn't valid.
No.
Fuck
Well,
you.
I'm just curious
Fuck
about your
you.
mental health.
Have you ever seeked medical attention?
Yes, I actually have.
I have, too. I have.
All right, so what? So what?
Well, I used to think some really bad things, and then I got help for it, and then I'm better now for it.
I know.
John.
Listen. You can get pumped full of pills and think that everything's just fine.
He didn't say he took
Right.
pills.
And I'm just saying that you can get treated and you can get aligned in a certain way. And
No,
think that,
RM, if there's a chemical imbalance or there's a psychological problem, you should have that fixed.
dude, you're way off your mark, man.
So okay, let me ask you another question then, RM. Let me ask you something, RM. Do you have all your mental faculties?
You're attacking the messenger guy.
No,
All
I'm just want to know. I just want to know.
You're attacking the messenger.
I want to know what you're
saying.
saying.
You want to know what I'm really saying.
I want to know if the person I'm talking to is all right in the head. It has all his faculties. That's all I want to know.
It's a fair question.
That is a fair question.
No, it isn't a fair question. You're saying that because if I'm mentally imbalanced, my argument isn't valid.
If you're mentally imbalanced, you could have a skewed perception of the world.
So Sid,
exactly. Thank you, Shane.
So why don't you back me up a little bit, Sid?
Okay, so I mean, you were, for example, John, you were saying you had similar thoughts. What convinced you differently?
There you go. Thank you, Sid.
What convinced me differently? Understanding reality and accepting it.
I mean, we accept reality too. I mean, and I would assume understand it. Like, what? I mean, I think this.
Look,
like,
if you're looking for an excuse
I
to
think
feel
RM's screwing up your argument.
No, the reason RM keeps bringing in the Holocaust I mean, it might not be necessary, but the point is we ignore way too much suffering. And most of the suffering's not even made by humans. It's made by animals on animals. So, like, I don't buy the thing that life is good.
So, John, what they were saying earlier, you heard the thing about the lion eating the alligator eating the buffalo. They're saying that. I don't know if you were here for that.
Oh my goodness. You guys, the fact that we have a conversation makes life beautiful, and that's the reason to be alive.
That's right. I agree with that.
Listen, guy. Listen,
Ryan.
I know I've been where you guys have been. If I came to this argument 10 years ago, I might have reacted the same way you've reacted. I might have called into question the messenger's mental state. I might have said, like, you just experienced something bad.
What is your message?
Can I finish?
No, just tell me your message. You call yourself a messenger. What is your message?
That it's not okay to bring life in here indiscriminately. It's not okay. It's not okay to gamble. It's not okay to gamble with somebody else's life. It's not okay to impose on somebody else's life in order to fit your needs. The thinking life is okay.
I think you should work for Durex or Trojan or a birth control company.
Well, if you want to be flippant about it, go ahead. That's not a philosophical argument. I think you should work for Durex or Trojan. That's not a philosophical argument. The argument I'm making is we don't know enough in order to throw another sentient being into the mix.
So maybe you should use condoms.
Yeah, maybe everybody should use condoms.
I think you would be a fantastic spokesperson for them.
Oh, okay. So you're not a fantastic